year, the biggest number, I think, since the conference or the thinking about a media summit started. It started in 2012. This is the 14th media conference, which has now transitioned from media summit to Pan-African media summit because it's expanded. Those of you who are aware, it has also the annual Journalist of the Year award, which will happen on Friday. The gala night here has changed the name from annual Journalist of the Year award to annual media awards. So this year has been a transition year, both for the summit and for the annual Journalists of the Year. So again, those are some of the few changes that are happening. As you are aware, the meetings will happen today and tomorrow, largely, but there are other meetings that will happen on Friday for members. You also take note that here, within the meeting, there is the East African Press Councils, EAPC, that brings together all the media councils from East Africa. There's also the World Association of Press Councils. That's the association of all media councils in the world. They're also here today, represented with the other members. We also have the network of media councils in Africa, NIMCA, represented. So it's a lot of things. So we'll be having the panel sessions. We'll also be having AGMs for EAPC and WAPs. They will do the annual general meetings. Then we have our colleagues from OECD, who in addition, and I can see Nuria there. Jambo, you are fine? Okay, welcome. So that's a part of the OECD. They will be largely their conference. They will have a side meeting that is concentrating on information manipulation in Africa. I mean globally, but with the solutions. So we'll have several meetings. The Kenya Editors Guild will have a side event on matters sexual harassment in the newsroom. So please keep a tab and be where you think you are relevant or you have interest. So there will be a lot of things happening within these 2 days or 3 days, so that you avoid hanging in the corridors as a lost person. So please take care of what is happening. We have exhibitions all around. There are people exhibiting, banks, telecom industries, state institutions. Those who are looking for affordable housing, you can also talk to people from housing. They will be there. If you want or have been visited by a hyena, they will be KWS, Kenya Wildlife. So they are relevant people you can talk to depending on your interest and what you need. So please, again, utilize the opportunity so that the meeting is not just coming, sitting and eating and going home. You will not have achieved much. Though you might add your kilos if you overeat also. So please take interest. Nuria, you are fine? And my brother there. Yeah, feel free, and the French president is around. Yeah, he was helping us to put some discipline in ourselves because we like noise. But that is Article 34 of our Constitution, freedom of expression. so don't worry. So as mentioned, take note of where you belong, which session you want to attend so that you don't miss out. I've already mentioned that we are having more than 13 events within these 3 days. There are those events, sometimes that will be by invitation only. Make sure that you don't get crashed, because the numbers will give us problems. Any extra number is a cost. Any extra person is an extra cost. So please ensure. I can see the chairperson of the Uganda Media Commission, Wakili Paul. How are you? Nyabo, Gambotia. So karibu sana. So as mentioned, that the Pan-African Media Conference is the first, but obviously discussing a number of issues. I'm sure you have already seen the program before yourselves. Largely away from the keynote speech, there will be a session on media sustainability, support, and independence in Africa. As you are aware, the media sector, just like other sectors in the world, businesses are going through changes, emerging issues, opportunities and challenges. And people must talk about how do we intervene and see media surviving. Media as an enabler for the realization of other human rights. Those of you who have read the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 19, the UCCPR, the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, Article 19, the African Charter for Human and People's Rights, Article 9, and for many of our countries like Kenya, Article 34, 35, and 33, 34, and 35, you obviously know the role of a free press in terms of helping people exchange ideas, because the article says that by virtue of you being a human being, just being a human being then gives you the right to exchange, share, learn, and unlearn information. Obviously, it has limitations, as you are aware, that freedom of expression and access to information have limitations. And those of you who read in most of our countries, the limitations center around the issue of incitement to hatred, national security, and other rights. And I'm sure Magopeni will tell us about the Cape Town Declaration, something because she knows. But freedom of expression, as it were, is limited, though it's qualified that the state, at any time when it wants to limit them, they must give legitimate reasons. It might be security, national security, it can be on health grounds, but they must always give a legitimate reason on why they are limiting press freedom. In most cases, they always use cover-ups on national security. In Kenya, we still have, out of the 3 laws that we think are the best, we say they are the best in the world. Every year we say that. But in the 3 laws, we have Article 33, 34, and 35. We are also aware that we have other 22 laws that then negate the 3 laws. And that's why the Reporters Without Borders, the Freedom Index ranking Kenya is always number 112. And we wonder, with the good 3 laws that we say are the best in the world, what happens? Karibuni sana, those are board members from Media Council, Bwana Enoch, Tim Wanyonyi, karibuni sana. So some of the discussions around the 22 laws, including the Cybercrime Act, which Uganda has, Tanzania has, these are laws that all countries borrow from. As you are aware, most of our states borrow laws and practices. So these are laws. In Kenya, the 22 among them is the Cybercrime Act. We still have the Official Secrets Act, the Books and Newspaper Act, the Chiefs Act, the Public Order Management Act. There are 22. So you find that Kenya ranks very poorly in the global rankings, even as we have the best, as we say. So those are issues that people will be discussing. You notice Uganda has nearly 200 radio stations. 300, you can imagine. Uganda has 300 radio stations. Kenya has 320 radio stations. Tanzania has another 380 radio stations. Every clan, every family has a radio station. Now you obviously start looking at the business model. Do we form radios because it's a fashion and fad, or do we form radios because it's a business and we must make some money out of it? And that's why when you have such, everybody starting a radio station, there's a town in Kenya that has 17 radio stations. Now you wonder, who is listening to who? And as a business model, is this sustainable that we have such numbers of radio? Where is the income for this radio? That's why then the next thing is you employ people you don't pay. So journalists, highly trained graduates, but who are working without a pay. So people have been reduced to professional extortionists. Once you have a radio, a recorder, even with that, without a battery, you just go it and flash it in somebody's face and say, I'm recording you. Then you say, now this story, we must curate it, we must talk to the editor. Now the guy gives you a brown envelope, the story is not going anywhere because the recorder is not even working in the first place. Because we have turned professionals into beggars. A lot of people who are investing in broadcasting, Again, Chairman, in Uganda, you have roughly how many TV stations? 55. Yeah, Uganda has 55 radio stations. Kenya has 135 TV stations. Again, you notice, who are these? Where is the market for 135 TV stations in such a small economy? Again, a number of people open these things as extractive industry. They open, get money, and go and buy houses in Runda and Karen. They don't reinvest in the industry. And those are the sustainability things we are talking about. So there will be a discussion and sharing of experiences from other countries. And we see where it is working. In South Africa, I'm sure, and Namibia, they might be working. But how do we look at the business model of running media houses? News has become a product for sale instead of being a public good. So once we have turned news into, and you can obviously see in almost all our TV stations, before news, 2 minutes to news, you will see somebody catwalking to attract. So we don't know, the journalists have become also products, or they are, so there will be a catwalking person to say, in our news at 9, then they catwalk in miniskirts. So, I mean, is that the best way to run an industry, a professional industry? Those are questions. You have seen our colleagues, presenters being put on these promotion lorries on the streets, that these are your announcers, and they dance dangerously. So when we turn journalists, professional journalists, into dancing machines on lorries across the road in the name of promotions, is that professional respect? Those are the things that we are talking about. There will be a session on strengthening dialogue between regulators and online platforms on information integrity. Too much information, yes, but what value? All of us, even here, everybody's on WhatsApp or something, or Facebook, everybody here. Even where you don't have bundles, you pretend that you are there doing something. But what information are we sharing? It's just useless forwards, forwarded has received nothing, nothing of value. But it eats all our bundles instead of engaging in information that adds value to our life. How many of us post or forward information on business opportunities, on job opportunities? It's all about forwards. If we wake up in the morning nowadays, the first thing, even those of you who are truly, truly religious, you start with checking with your WhatsApp before you say your prayer. And most of the time is WhatsApp from your rumor groups, so that you can see what rumor is going in town. Is that helpful or not helpful? Those are the discussions that will be happening here. And then the dialogue here is, and we have a representative from TikTok and Meta. Are their community rules serving or helping? Or have we then given people platforms that have turned them into just zombies who wake up and all the time is forwards and receiving information that is not helpful? So we are talking about harmful information, manipulation of information. Those are discussions. Can media alone regulate the digital space? We need the involvement of the digital platform providers. And what are the discussions? And South Africa, I'm sure you have a very good model. I was reading by your editors forum about the fair sharing of money with the content producers, especially the journalists who produce the content that the digital platform just pick and use without fair compensation. South Africa has a very good model. I saw a paper done by the Competition Authority of South Africa. How do we ensure that journalists, the primary content creators, get compensated for the content they are doing? So we are talking about issues of plagiarism, issues of content theft, copyright, that a journalist who spends 3 days looking for a story is paid 27 shillings per centimeter, but somebody else picks that content and sells it at 200,000. Will we remove journalists from poverty? It will be a challenge because their main product is news. And if they are selling it at 27 shillings per centimeter, how will they become where we want outside extorting people? So those are discussions that will come here. So and case studies from other countries and what they are doing. There are cases like Australia and Canada who tried to chase away the digital platform. What were the results? What were the outcomes? And what do we learn from that? But the bigger thing is the issue of how do we ensure information integrity? How do we ensure ethical, helpful information overrides useless information on digital, especially on digital platforms? I think the recent study in Kenya shows that how many? 16 million Kenyans are on WhatsApp, about 14 million Kenyans on Facebook, 10 million Kenyans on TikTok. What do they go there to do? They are searching or producing information, but is it information of value? So the issue of media and digital literacy becomes critical. That are we producing, consuming information responsibly, or are we just throwing useless things to people? So there will be a that discussion there. Then AI in the present and future information spaces. AI, information, inaitwaje artificial intelligence? Mswahili, Paul yako wapi? Inaitwaje artificial intelligence? Akili bandia, akili mnemba, akili unde ama nini? Akili unde. Kenya mlikuwa mnatudanganya ati akili bandia. Tukashangaa, akili bandia how? So Paul, asante. Paul is from Media Council of Tanzania. So artificial intelligence inaitwa akili unde, si akili bandia. So there will be a whole discussion around AI, both the opportunities obviously and challenges, especially ethical challenges that it brings in the media space and the information space. Wanyama, who was one of the judges for the Friday event, noticed that quite a number of stories that were submitted for the annual media concert were AI generated. The other one, we had even to remove it almost the last day. We didn't know. The guy had edited the date of the production of the story and a few things. So you can see the extent to which even we journalists are going to go against established ethical standards. So one day, one of our newspapers in Kenya wrote an article on Tanzania elections, Jambo. And he even forgot to remove the question they had asked AI. Who is President Samia Suluhu? So he published the story, but even forgot to remove the question. So you can see those are the kind of things we are talking about. But we are saying AI is a critical tool to help journalists do their work. It's a critical invention. But can it replace a human being? It can't. Obviously, for ethical reasons, for legal reasons, AI is a machine. So when you have done a defamatory story, how would somebody sue a machine? So the responsibility goes back to the human, the writer or the editor. But there are a lot of opportunities, research, information gathering, headline writing. AI can give you ideas, but it can never and will never replace a human being. So there will be a discussion on that, and very good examples. A lot of media houses, I know now 2 media houses in Kenya that have already generated their own AI tool, a local one, localized one. So also media houses are investing in coming up, because in Africa there was the challenge of language, that they can, for example, AI then pick a Msamia from Busia. Can it pick anything from a Msamia? Those challenges. So people have already started developing localized tools that are doing that. Now there will be so after that we'll have the media events. Like I mentioned, OECD, Nuria is here, will lead, is by invitation only. There will be shown a room. So usiende kuget crash. Watu wanaweza enda huko kwao na jina mbaya yetu. So msiende kuget crash. So I mean, then there will be the Media Council one on media innovation, pathways and opportunities for international cooperation. That a lot of, there's now, we are moving away, while journalists were very keen to protect journalistic, the editorial independence and the rest, but globally because of sustainability issues, people are now adopting what is called philanthropic journalism. That international big organizations like the George Soros Foundation, like ingine health, Mudibo inaitwaje? Huyo alikuja Kenya tukasaini kitu tena wakakataa. There's this Bill Gates Foundation and other big Ford foundations are coming together and saying they must support public interest journalism. That while journalists will want to protect journalistic decision, But with the current models, where funding, running newsrooms has become difficult, a lot of now philanthropy organizations are coming together and supporting media in a big way. I know there's a representative from the independent, the International Media Support Group, one of our panels, and he will be sharing a huge opportunity for journalists. That the study, I did a study recently on behalf of Foyo University in Sweden, and the trends are showing that while journalism is moving from big media houses, newsrooms, into former journalists who come together, 3 or 4 of them, and form a startup or an online YouTube TV, and that is working very well in South Africa, in West Africa, especially Ghana and Nigeria. Kenya, we are not doing very well. We have only one. Uganda has only one. So how are we taking opportunities in terms of that philanthropy? So there will be a big discussion around that. Then there will be a film from Kenya Film Commission to show some of us who only watch these memes. Many of us watch memes and forward. We never watch serious films. So there will be a film by Kenya Film that will be showing the potential in Kenya so that it helps you move away from these useless memes you forward and watch all the time and spend your bundles on. So this will be a very informative, again, it's voluntary, those of you who will feel like, we will not force you. Then there would be election, the preparedness, a session around that. IBC, I'm sure, will be here, and other players from other countries. We have an election next year. Tanzania had an election, Uganda had an election, they finished. You can't even remember if they had elections. But in Kenya, we have an election next year, but you think the election is tomorrow. Everybody forming a party, declaring president, you doing also, you might think we have an election tomorrow. So the issue of how are we prepared for election, including the media's role in that preparation, becomes critical. Why are we in an election mood throughout our 5 years, Kenya? So again, it is democracy, or what is it? It is just noise we make. So again, there will be a very big, serious discussion around that. And I know the Kenya Editors Guild, Kenya Media Sector Working Group have already signed an MOU with the IBC in terms of how. And I'm sure there's somebody from Ghana, because Ghana has been touted as one of the best in terms of who have implemented a media election body relationship to a level where they thought that was credible, acceptable, because in an election, the bigger thing is always, is it trustable? Is the process trustful, acceptable? Otherwise, people would then refuse the results. Once people denounce the results, then they lack credibility. So we have somebody from Ghana, and obviously the Editors Guild and the other members from will be discussing with IBC what that MOU means, and is it practical? Will it help? Promoting information integrity of the youth from Hansen Sidel. I'm sure they are represented. There will be a session for youths, for the youth. Youths is not English, for the youth. And again, the issue of digital and media literacy for youth. How do we help youth to harness the digital platform for better, not just to be sending people in coffins and other things? That how do we positively help youth form their own YouTubes, their own radios, blogs, to sell content, instead of just engaging in matusi peke yake. Then there will be language, lugha, sio, information pluralism and language diversity. That for you to be a journalist or a communicator, you must have the mastery of language. Sio, those of you who are budding journalists, mambo ya mimi naitwa Victor Bwire, that's useless, that's noise in journalism. So again, which language? My sister here tells me shoga in Tanga is Rafiki, but in Kenya shoga ni nzio. So language, we must know if we are going to be a good communicator as a journalist, a communications, you must have the mastery of language, including our own local language, because we have nearly 100 local language stations in Kenya. But in every 10 minutes, the presenters talk in English. Yet this is a local station, because mastery. So the issues of framing of content, the issues of sensitivity, when you are writing headlines, when you are writing your stories, framing, how do you frame your stories, will be discussed. Commissioner Ndau Musau is now coming in majestically, walking in his navy blue. The other one will be about starting. Those of you like Wanyama, like Ken Bosire, you know, the Pan-African News Agency that existed some years back. So there's an idea of how do we come up with another Pan-African media, reviving that Pan-African media news agency. Because we say the foreign media normally writes negative stories on Africa. But when will Africa write their own stories and send? We cannot be in the book of lamentation, lamenting all the days about how international media writes poorly or negatively about Africa. Yet we have serious journalists in Africa who rarely write. So the idea of a Pan-African news agency and how do you revive that? I think if we do that for today and tomorrow, clap for yourselves. You will have achieved in the Pan-African Media Conference. Then obviously on Friday 15th evening, we come here. Now it will be free. You just buy Ino. We will be eating and dancing for the winners. Those who will have won in the media awards. So the rest of us, our work is eating, dancing, but you carry Ino so that you know how to take care. Other than that, I want to welcome you once more. I've done my work. I can now go for tea. So, Makazi karibu sana. Take over officially.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Victor Bwire. We celebrate him as a key pillar in the media industry in Kenya. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to celebrate that you are here. It's a great honor to have all of you. And welcome to Kenya, Yale. Big round of applause for Yale. Thank you so much for being here. Absolutely, thank you so much. We appreciate every one of you. And this is going to be a very interactive engagement, Zoe. Good to see you, Zoe. A big round of applause for Zoe. Zoe's here. She'll be talking to us later on. It's an honor to see every one of you. As we kick off, my name is Johnson Mwakazi. Greatly honored to be here. Started out as a journalist. Before that, oh my goodness. Beer Risper, good to see you, board member. Thank you so much, Media Council of Kenya. Wow, it's going to be a powerful session. We're talking about setting the agenda on information integrity, artificial intelligence, and the future of media. If we could kindly just have the video a bit, just a little bit, as we kick off. Let's just have the screen ready. We are standing on the shoulders of great men and women who came before us. And when I look at history, whether it's Martin Luther King Jr., one person, if it wasn't for the media, we wouldn't have known this story. I have a dream speech. If it wasn't for the media, we wouldn't have known the dream. Mother Teresa, with all that she did, if it wasn't for the media, we wouldn't have known that story. So we were there from the beginning.
This decade is the decade of African independence. Forward then to independence. To independence now.
If it wasn't for the media, that speech wouldn't have been heard. Mahatma Gandhi. If it wasn't for the media, we wouldn't have known his story. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing on the shoulders of great men and women. Tiananmen Square, the tank man standing in front of his tank saying, it's better you kill me than kill protesters. If it wasn't for the media, we wouldn't have known what was happening in China then, and in many other places across the globe. And for Kenya, we say, if it wasn't for the media, we wouldn't have known we want to rule our country.
We want to rule our country.
And so, distinguished leaders, I call you excellencies. You hold our history together, and certainly the future of humanity and civilization. And so this is your moment. This is your moment, and I take this opportunity to welcome every one of you. Please turn to the person seated next to you and tell them, welcome, welcome. You are special. You are the event. Tell them you are the event. So begin to happen. Begin to happen. So I celebrate everyone. Onzog, thank you so much. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. And because we really want to thank you, we really want to connect, we have a virtual platform that will enable all of us to share our voices. So simply scan the QR code on the screen, and I can see our guests are coming in. Excellent. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Welcome. We appreciate every one of you. The Media Council of Kenya, well represented by the board chair, the CEO. Thank you so much. Wow, what a distinguished engagement we're going to have. Thank you so much, OECD. Welcome, 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 welcome. And on that note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd kindly request that we be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem, East African Community Anthem, and the African Union Anthem. And I'd kindly request you to take note of the final words of the African Union Anthem. The tree of life. Why don't you just hold somebody's hand next to you and let's form that tree of life. Just hold their hands. It's togetherness. It's a Pan-African Media Summit where we can work together to make a difference. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats. We celebrate every one of you. IGAD, thank you so much. OECD, thank you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our dear guests. Of course, Board Chairman, Media Council of Kenya, thank you so much. We appreciate the Chief Executive Officer, Media Council of Kenya. We are ready to kick off. Our guest speakers are here. But just very quickly before we start, we want to appreciate the different countries that are here. If we can have the Menti platform on stage. I'd kindly request that you scan the QR code on the screen. We'll be using this particular platform for our questions, comments, and takeaways. You actually don't have to ask a question. You can actually give an addition, a solution, so that we can have an ideas bank after this Pan-African Media Summit. So kindly, which country do you represent? Where's Somalia? Somalia. Big round of applause for Somalia. Thank you so much. We celebrate you. The Lion of Africa, right? The Lion of Africa. Well done. Let's go. Tanzania. Where are you, Tanzania? Tanzania. Big round of applause for Tanzania. Netherlands. Thank you so much. And His Excellency is here. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, Uganda is here. Spain is here. The European Union is here. Thank you so much. We'll keep that particular tab on so that we can appreciate the different countries. Now, we want to assure you that your safety is guaranteed. His Excellency, the President of Kenya, says when you come to Kenya, you don't visit Kenya. You come home. You come home. So please turn to the person seated next to you and tell them, welcome home. And Mr. Waweru of Safari Park has a quick note just to assure us of our security. A big round of applause for Bwana Waweru briefly, just to assure us that we are home. We are home, right? Thank you so much. Fantastic. Talk to us.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Waweru from Safari Park Security Department, Security in Charge. On behalf of Safari Park Hotel and Management, I would wish to take this opportunity to welcome all of you and feel at home, though far away from home. To begin with, I would wish to assure you of your security when you are here. Your security is guaranteed. We have a well-trained security team that is take charge of your needs. I would wish that all protocols should observe safety and security measures. I do believe that you've been issued with badges. That means for access control, each one of you will be required to have or to wear his or her badge as you enter. We familiarize ourselves with the fire emergency exit doors. They are behind us. In case of the sound of any fire alarm bells, we always advise that you cease any activity you are doing. Do not panic, remain calm. Then we walk fast out of the plenary room, through at the back, the pre-function area. There are other exit doors. We can use those doors, and at the same time, the one we came in through, then we go out. From there, we proceed to the building, to the lawns in front of the building. That is our fire assembly point. It's called Block 300 lawns. It's just in front of this building. And we have to remain there until we are given directions to re-enter the room. We must remain there and follow the instructions given. I would wish also to assure you that the room will be under security surveillance. The security personnel at the entrance will be coming here during tea break and during lunch hour. That means you can leave your belongings here behind. They'll be safe. We also have a staff clinic here. I don't know whether there was to be a medical tent here at the Zebra Lawns, but we have a clinical doctor and doctor on call. Should there be any health issues arising, you can always get in touch with our personnel or our staffs here. You'll be assisted. For Personal items, as I've said, please make sure that the laptops, you leave them here, but with the mobile phones, make sure that you take care of them from point A to B. We have exhibitors. The exhibitors, please kindly also take care of your exhibition booths. Make sure that you are within your booths at any given time. Those in-house guests who are in our rooms, please kindly safeguard your variables in the room safe provided. You have the room safe provided, always make sure that you safeguard your variables there. We have prayer rooms for our Muslim brothers. It's located at our Safari Plaza meeting room next to casino. So in case of our Muslim brothers, you need of prayer rooms, they are provided. You can always inquire from our staff and they'll guide you. We also request that kindly report any incident immediately. It happens for prompt action. Finally, those with us here, we always say that the hotel policy does not allow food and drinks from outside for your security reasons. I believe with those few remarks, sorry, I forgot for the washrooms, bathrooms. As you exit, we have from my left and also from my right. You'll be guided. They are feasible. With those few remarks, I do wish you fruitful discussions and feel safe with us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Let's have the screen ready as we kick off. Distinguished guests, to give us a warm welcome, please welcome.
He is a communications and media specialist, leading media training and development at the Media Council of Kenya. With extensive experience in journalism, advocacy, policy communication, and media safety, he continues to shape the future of the media industry in Kenya and across Africa. Please welcome Victor Bwire.
Thank you, Johnson. Having known how to keep time, I had already done the assignment I was given, climate setting or setting the climate. I did it before the guests came. Sio, bwana coach. So I'll not repeat. Like wanasiasa wanasema, I want to repeat like the other one said. So I want to quickly then welcome the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo MBS, to then give us his remarks.
He is the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, bringing extensive experience in journalism, media management and communications. Passionate about media development and community engagement, he has played a key role in strengthening Kenya's media landscape and promoting dialogue through community radio initiatives. Please welcome David Omoyo.
Thank you very much. Looking at this room makes you feel warmth, such that the weather in here is totally different from the weather in the rest of Nairobi. Distinguished guests, Dr. Wokne from IGAD, Ambassador Naila from the EU, from the African Union, ladies and gentlemen from the World Association of Press Councils, the East Africa Press Councils, people from East, West, North, and Southern Africa, and the rest of the world. Good morning. It's a great honor that we are gathered here so that we sit and discuss the future of media in our vibrant continent. In this room today is gathered true African storytelling. And while we may have a difference of accents, you know, we had a discussion recently about who speaks finer English between Kenya and Nigeria. We are still the same people, and the stories still get to be heard. You know, many times when you gather many journalists in one room, they are either gathered because there is a big event or there is Wi-Fi being scrambled for all around where coffee is being set. But today we are here just to discuss storytelling and information integrity. I have a special regard and appreciation to our colleagues and planning partner, the OECD, represented here by Naila, who will speak after me. and really a major discussion about the bridges we are building. We are discussing about information integrity. Last year, we met in Europe, in Lithuania, to discuss the same. And this year, it coincided that it was a chance for Africa to discuss the same matters on information integrity. Because the ecosystem has evolved rapidly fast. Less than 10 years ago, we were discussing the future of media, the accessibility of media. Suddenly now, we are not, it is in less than 1% of the world are people accessing whether they can access information. It is the integrity of that information that is at stake and that we must reflect about. That's no longer about whether people will access that information, it's whether how clean is that information, and that's where we are gathered here, all of us, from regulators, the policymakers, the journalists, the editors, and all that. What is the role of each of them? Platform accountability, the regulators, the content creators, and the people who make money out of it. It is a little scary, as we discussed with the ambassador this morning, that there is an entire ecosystem, an industry founded on making money from disinformation. Gets fairly brutal, especially around elections. Not just Kenya alone, but the rest of the world. We have had these experiences from Europe. We had the experiences last year. So as we sit here, I ask that we open our minds and make these sessions truly interesting and mind-building, so that by the time we depart here, hopefully with a Nairobi Declaration for Africa, we know how to chart the way forward, that we have a sustainable media ecosystem that ensures that then the information that we give to our people has full integrity and can be relied on. Allow me now to invite our planning partner, OECD, Madam Naila, come and welcome people to Nairobi. In the meantime, feel welcome.
She
and thank
leads
you
the
very much.
OECD's Anti-Corruption and Integrity in Government Division, driving global efforts to strengthen transparency, accountability, and integrity in public institutions. With extensive experience in international governance and anti-corruption policy, she plays a key role in advancing data-driven reforms and global cooperation on public integrity. Please welcome Nejla Saula.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the OECD, I'm pleased to welcome you to the 2026 Pan-African Media Summit and the OECD Regional Dialogue on Information Integrity. Thank you for joining us from across the continent and beyond, both here in the room and online. I'd like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the Media Council of Kenya, under the leadership of its CEO David and Mr. Chairman, who's here with us as well, and of course of his dedicated team for the great cooperation over the past months. It's the strategic vision and your team's tireless efforts have made this dialogue possible. I would also like to warmly thank Their Excellencies Stephen Isabobeke, Principal Secretary for Broadcasting and Telecommunications of Kenya, Dr. Wokne, who's here as well, Executive Secretary of IGAD, and last but not least, I wish to acknowledge the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And Ambassador Baker, thank you for joining us today. The support and the leadership of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and of Interior have been invaluable. So this really has been a collaborative effort to deepen the dialogue between the OECD and our partners across Africa on what is undeniably one of the defining policy challenges of our time: strengthening the integrity of an increasingly complex and dynamic information ecosystem. So at the OECD, we've launched this work as a pillar of the OECD Reinforcing Democracy Initiative. We've realized that empowered citizens that trust effective public institutions actually underpin social and economic prosperity. And this power is sustained by access to accurate, reliable, and diverse sources of information, as well as by the ability of people to freely express themselves. Together, these are the conditions that are key enablers for individuals to make informed decisions and participate meaningfully in public life. At the same time, information, whether accurate or not, now spreads at unprecedented speed and scale. We increasingly see how this dynamic can be amplified by coordinated efforts to shape opinions, to influence public discourse, particularly online. The digital transformation has fundamentally altered the way people produce, consume, share information, moving beyond the era dominated by newspapers, radio, and television. So this context raises important questions that we hope to look into today with all of you. Which sources of information do we trust? Why? Are we truly equipped to approach what we read with a critical eye? We've seen research from the Reuters Institute that shows that globally young people aged between 18 and 24 prefer video content and increasingly rely on social media platforms and influencers rather than traditional media outlets to access news. This is an important figure that we need to pause on. In this continent, 60% of the population is under 25. So it's really critical to understand how this young audience engage with information. And the consequences are real. The quality of the public debate, the trust in institutions, the security of elections are all affected. There are numerous national elections coming up and taking place across the continent in 2026 alone. So these are issues that we need to tackle. So what is our approach at the OECD? Our work is driven by the OECD Hub on Information Integrity, launched in 2022. The idea is to help address the challenge of determining how governments, as well as all the actors in that ecosystem, can play a constructive role in safeguarding the integrity of information and upholding freedom of expression. The OECD recommendation on information integrity was adopted in 2024. It's the first internationally agreed standard on information integrity. And the key points that are reflected in this recommendation will also help us guide the discussion throughout the coming days, looking at support for media sustainability and independence, the impact of artificial intelligence, the accountability of transparency and information sources, particularly online platforms, alongside issues such as language diversity, youth engagement, and electoral integrity. As David mentioned very eloquently, no actor can address these challenges alone. Doing so requires collaboration across governments, regulators, media councils, journalists, private sector as well, as academics and civil society. All of this supported by strong international cooperation. And this leads us all here in this room today, or at home, as I feel like already, only 2 days in Nairobi. During the public consultation that helped inform the development of a recommendation, we had a journalist from Cameroon who emphasized that as we develop international standards, they must be relevant, not only to the OECD countries, but to the wider global community. And this is the spirit of mutual learning that has guided our work from the outset and is reflected in our gathering today. We recognize that while the challenges we face are global, they require international collaboration. We know that the responses must be anchored in regional and local realities that are adapted to historical, cultural, and economic contexts. This is our first regional dialogue from the OECD, and it's by no coincidence that it's taking place in Africa. It reflects the strong relationship between the OECD and Africa, including through the OECD Africa Governance Platform and the Africa-OECD Strategic Partnership. It responds to the need to exchange perspectives, experiences, and learn from the innovations emerging across the continent. Africa is already home to 385 million social media users. Its digital advertising market, projected to be $1.5 billion in 2025, is growing rapidly. African innovations are also a source of global inspiration, as shown during the Africa Forward Summit this week in Nairobi. And what is more, Africa's rich and multilingual cultures deserve to be preserved and celebrated, especially as global information flows can flatten discourse and trend towards uniformity. So the OECD is here today not only to listen and learn from each other, but also to offer all of you a platform to contribute and to shape what is inherently a global conversation on information integrity. So I'll stop here, David. I think when we first discussed this event, that was a couple of months ago, we did it really fast. You had shared your ambition to set a high standard and position Kenya as both a Pan-African and a global hub on information integrity. And I have to say, looking at this room, as the size of the participation coming from across the continent and beyond, at the level of expertise that you will be listening to today, you've realized that vision, so congratulations, and wishing you all a very interesting and fruitful conversations today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Naila, and how we helped make this work very fast. Initially, when we started planning meetings, we would confuse when we want to do the Zoom meeting, whether it is Nairobi time or Brussels time. But eventually, we learned how to do the time here and there. So I have an apology for lateness, not absence, from the ministry, the minister and the peers. They are appearing in Senate this morning to be questioned on a matter that is very relevant here on child online protection. So they sent an apology. They were required to appear in the plenary of Senate this morning to do that presentation, and then they will join us. But you see, we are not alone here. This is a Pan-African summit. So from the African Union, Dr. Huya Sali, please come make the remarks before we proceed. A clap for her. I am not a good MC like Mwakazi, but then I am trying in my next life.
Good morning to all. I'll start by recognizing Your Excellency, the Executive Secretary of IGAD, Mr. David Omoya, the Chief Executive Officer and Secretary to the Media Council of Kenya. All the distinguished representatives of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, His Excellency Ambassador of Netherlands, government representatives, a representative of the regional and international organizations, editors, journalists, media owners, regulators, digital innovators, and civil society leaders gathered here today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I introduced, my name is Huyam Saleh. I'm the director of the African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources and the head of African Union Mission to Kenya. It's my distinct honor to address you on behalf of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, who regrets his inability to be present today with you here. I'm bringing with me his warm greetings and his unwavering conviction that the media is not just a spectator to Africa's transformation. It's a chronicler, it's conscience, and it is catalyst. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I extend sincere congratulations to the Media Council of Kenya for convening this important summit and for the strategic vision it demonstrates in partnering with OECD to elevate this platform to a truly Pan-African and global level. Kenya's leadership reflected in its election to the presidency of the World Association of Press Councils and the chairpersonship of the East African Press Councils signals that this country is not merely a host of conversations about media governance, but it is shaping them. So we meet at a defining moment. The African continent is home to the world's youngest, fastest growing, and most diverse and most digitally connected population. Never in history has the potential for an authentic, self-determined African narrative been greater, and never has the responsibility to protect the integrity of information been more urgent. In just a few years, artificial intelligence has moved from the margins of media practice to its very center, generating content, personalizing information, and shaping public discourse at scale and speed that no regulatory architecture anywhere in the world has fully mastered yet. Africa is not immune. Indeed, given disparities in digital access and uneven media literacy across our member states, the continent has faced compound risks: misinformation that travels faster than fact, AI-generated content that exploits existing fault lines, and influence campaigns that can distort democratic processes. At the same time, these technologies offering extraordinary promise. Newsrooms across Africa are using AI to extend reach into local languages, to automate data journalism, to serve communities long neglected by mainstream media. The question before us is not whether technology will transform Africa's media. It's already done. The question is who controls the narrative, on whose terms, and governed by what values. The African Union is unequivocal on these questions. Agenda 2063, Africa's blueprint for a prosperous, integrated, and peaceful continent, explicitly recognizes that free, independent, and professional media is foundational to democratic governance, inclusive development, and the rule of law. The AU has consistently championed press freedom and a non-negotiable pillar of the political and institutional architecture we are building together. We also recognize that the battle for information integrity is inseparable from the broader battles we are fighting as a continent for food and nutrition security, for One Health, for climate resilience, and for economic integration under the African continental free trade area. Whether it's development framework, early warning systems for health, for drought and famine, or the reporting of cross-border trade policies, the accuracy, independence, and reach of African media directly determines whether science-based public policies reach the farmers, pastoralists, fishermen, value chain actors, and communities who depend on them. Mis- and disinformation in development narratives will cost lives. It is for these reasons that this summit's theme and organization is addressing digital and emerging technologies, language and information inequality, and the economic sustainability of journalism issues, which are not merely sectoral concerns, they are continental priorities. I therefore call on you gathered here to produce outcomes equal to the urgency of this moment. The African Union stands ready to work with the Media Council of Kenya, with OECD, and all partners, with media regulators and the governments across our 55 member states, to advance harmonized continental frameworks for media regulations that protect independence while establishing accountability in digital age. Invest in media literacy and digital information skills as a public good, especially for rural, pastoral, and marginalized communities. Ensure that Africa's diverse languages, cultures, and perspectives are not drowned out in the increasingly algorithm-driven information space, and secure sustainable financing models that allow African journalism to thrive as an independent institution, not one beholden to political or commercial capture. In conclusion, His Excellency the Chairperson has asked me to convey to each of you his personal encouragement for the deliberations ahead. The resolution and policies briefs, documents, declarations that emerge from this summit will be received by the African Union Commission with the seriousness that they deserve. To the journalists, editors, and media practitioners who will be honored at the annual Media Excellence Awards, your work matters beyond the boundaries of any single story or publication. You are the custodians of the African truth. I wish you productive and impactful deliberation. Asante Santa, shukran jazilan, Merci, obrigado.
Another round of applause, please. So, Dr. William, you have 2 more assignments to do before you leave Nairobi. Number 1, protocol requires that we hang around until all the presidents go. Otherwise, you'll be stuck in traffic like our ambassador did yesterday. He says he's loved Nairobi for 4 years, except one day, last evening. Pole, Balozi. At least to wait for the resolutions and the declarations of this summit. And number 2, to wait to know which member of the African Union will host the 2027 Pan-African Media Summit. So please don't leave here, because by tomorrow evening we will have made those 2 declarations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest in here, the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Kenya, in a special way because working with the OECD, they facilitated the arrival and participation of participants from the rest of Africa. Please put your hands together for His Excellency Henk Jan Becker. Karibu sana.
He is the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Kenya with a distinguished diplomatic career spanning international relations, economic cooperation, and sustainable development. Having served in key postings across Africa, Europe, and Asia, he brings extensive experience in diplomacy, trade, and multilateral engagement. Please welcome His Excellency Henk Jan Becker.
Dr. Workney, my old friend, Nela Saula representing the OECD, my old home, David Omonyo, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. In our world, information is more than just some pieces of knowledge. Information is the foundation on which free and democratic societies are built. When this foundation erodes, our societies become unstable and our freedoms and democracies are weakened. It is thus vital that we protect the information ecosystem and that we promote information integrity. Around the world, we are already witnessing the consequences of eroding information integrity. Disinformation campaigns are used to influence elections, to undermine trust in public institutions, and to increase tensions within societies. False narratives can spread across borders in minutes, propelled by systems that reward what is shocking or divisive, rather than what is accurate or constructive. And in addition, rapid advances in artificial intelligence are transforming the information landscape. Deepfakes and other AI-generated content make it increasingly difficult to distinguish authentic images, videos, and voices from fabricated ones. This affects public health when false information about vaccines or disease spreads faster than verified facts. It affects national security when foreign actors manipulate information to destabilize other countries. And it affects social cohesion when online harassment and hate speech silence voices that are already underrepresented. These are global challenges. No country can address them alone, and the erosion of information integrity does not stop at national borders. A video created in one country can go viral in another within seconds. A false narrative launched in one language can quickly be translated and adapted to many others. And this is why international cooperation is not a luxury, it is a necessity. And it's therefore that the Netherlands is proud to be contributing to this year's Pan-African Media Summit and the OECD Regional Dialogue on Information Integrity. We see this gathering as an important opportunity to learn from one another, increase cooperation, and bring together insights from all relevant stakeholders. Over the past years, the Netherlands has already been actively promoting information integrity. In 2023, together with Canada, we launched the Global Declaration on Information Integrity online. Many countries have now endorsed this declaration, committing themselves to protecting a healthy information ecosystem that supports human rights and democratic values. And we are also honored to serve, again with Canada, as co-chair of the OECD Hub on Information Integrity, which brings together governments, experts, and platforms to share knowledge and develop better policies. Since 2023, we have seen a welcome rise in international attention and cooperation on information integrity. The work of the OECD, the United Nations, UNESCO, the African Union, IGAD, and many other organizations shows a growing recognition. Safeguarding the information space is essential to safeguarding democracy, human rights, and sustainable development. And so the Pan-African Media Summit is a key part of these efforts as it brings together journalists, policymakers, civil society, and researchers from across the continent and beyond. Ultimately, information integrity is not only a technical or regulatory issue, it is a shared responsibility. Governments must protect the information environment without restricting legitimate speech. Technology companies must design and operate their platforms in ways that do not reward deception or hatred. Media organizations and journalists play a crucial role in verifying facts, providing context, and holding power to account. And citizens need the skills to think critically, to question what they see online, I do that every day myself, and to engage in open and respectful debate. In an age of rapid technological change, providing information integrity means protecting the integrity of democracy itself. It means ensuring that citizens can make informed choices, that minorities can speak without fear, and that public debate is based on facts rather than manipulation. So as we open this Pan-African Media Summit, let me conclude with 3 brief messages. First, we must act together. No single government, company, or organization can secure information integrity alone. Second, we must put people at the center. Our response must always be grounded in human rights, in the safety of journalists, and in the voices of those most affected by disinformation and hate. And third, we must stay hopeful and ambitious. The same digital tools that can be used to mislead can also be used to inform, to connect, and to empower. The Netherlands looks forward to working with all of you to build an information environment that strengthens rather than weakens our democracies. Ladies and gentlemen, let me finish on a slightly philosophical note. We are talking about information this morning, but what we do with this information, whether true or false, is an entirely different matter, because information is not knowledge, and knowledge is not wisdom. I wish you an inspiring and productive summit. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Information is not knowledge, and knowledge is not wisdom. Well, you can trust the Dutch to come up with new advice every day. Now, as Balozi will tell us, there is something called the law of the land. The law of the land in Kenya is that you don't report someone as missing unless you haven't seen them for 48 hours. Now, everybody said last sin. Last sin. Our next speaker, the chairman of the Ghana Board of, what is it called? Right to Information Commission, was last seen 12 hours ago. So while he is not here with us, it is not 48 hours yet, so we can't launch a manhunt for him. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcome Dr. Wokne Gebiye. I've never known how to pronounce them. He's here. Oh, last scene has appeared. See now. Please, a lot of applause for him as he approaches the podium.
He is a distinguished media scholar and communications expert with over 2 decades of experience in print and broadcast journalism. He continues to play a key role in advancing media freedom, public information, and journalism excellence in Ghana. Please welcome the Right to Information Commission Ghana Board Chairman, Dr. James Kwaku Asante.
Thank you very much. I bring you greetings from Ghana. I'm glad to be here, and I also want to thank the organizers for this opportunity. It's an honor, once again, to represent Ghana, a nation long recognized as a beacon of press freedom and democratic resilience on the continent. Our shared pursuit of information integrity unites us in an era when facts are under siege. It behoves us, therefore, to fortify the foundation of truth to secure Africa's future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, scholars have offered a range of insightful perspectives on information integrity. These views align with Hubert's 2014, who emphasizes that the integrity and ethics center on wholeness, coherence, professional responsibility, moral reflection, and values such as incorruptibility, adherence to the law, moral principles, and exemplary behavior. For my presence here and for this discussion especially, I have opted to define integrity as, let me quote, Van 2004 says, it's a complying and exemplary way with specific moral standards, while keeping in mind its significant impact on governance and society. This means that society must come together to establish a framework that respects and upholds essential moral values and norms that govern human and institutional behavior, particularly in the realm of information management. It is within this context that I place great importance on this dialogue today, as it presents a valuable opportunity to collaboratively explore how, as Africans, we can effectively diagnose and address the challenges posed by the phenomenon of new media, along with its accompanying issues of information anomalies, even as we acknowledge the positives it brings. Fellow participants, it's clear that access to information is crucial across the human ecosystems, spanning politics, business, sports, conflicts, and wars, among other areas. Experts argue that access to information is a foundational human right, and any effort to misuse it or deprive society of necessary information can severely undermine other rights that support governance in a decent democratic environment. Permit me to quote Justice Brandeis, American legal luminary. He said, "Sunlight is the best disinfectant." This timeless truth captures the essence of freedom of information and expression, which is the lifeblood of accountable governance, informed citizenship, and thriving democracies. In Ghana, we have embraced this principle not as an abstract ideal, but as a constitutional imperative and a daily practice. However, this landscape, in fact, I'm referring to the media landscape in Ghana. Time will not permit me to talk about the landscape, but I just want to emphasize the fact that we have a vibrant media, very strong media. We have a history that is checkered in nature. After our independence in 1957, we've had to go through a lot of military interventions until 1992, when we re-embraced democracy. Since then, the media has continued to work as it should be. I must indicate that we have about 130 television stations in Ghana now. about 200 radio stations, and over 400 print media and then the online outlets. And you can imagine what this platform can be doing. I must indicate that this landscape has its share of cracks. According to 2025 Reuters Institute Digital News Report, information is on the rise, with 45% of Ghanaians encountering fake news every week. Adding to this are competitive markets and economic pressures. And to interest you to note that advertising revenue for traditional media dropped by 22% last year due to shift toward digital platforms, leading to closures and jeopardizing editorial independence. These figures highlight the paradox, and the paradox is that while access to information is plentiful, the quality and integrity are increasingly in jeopardy. This is where my institution comes in, the Right to Information Commission. It was established under the Right of Information Act 2019, Act 989, and it provides for the implementation of the constitutional right of information held by public institutions and individuals, and it is subject to exemptions that are necessary and consistent with public interests. All these are geared towards fostering accountability, good governance, and weeding out corruption. Now, complementing this is the National Media Commission, our constitutional guardian of media ethics. The NMC has sanctioned 120 violations since 2020, including partisan biases, while accrediting 80% outlets through self-regulatory codes. Together with the Ghana Journalists Association and the National Communication Authority of Ghana, we have enforced the 2023 Information Integrity Framework, which mandates fact-checking protocols and digital literacy training for media practitioners. CSOs play a vital role in strengthening these initiatives. The Media Foundation for West Africa runs the Fact Check Ghana program, effectively verifying 90% of viral claims within 24 hours. In collaboration with the Open Society Initiative for West Africa, Fact Check Ghana, Pemplas Bites, and some universities in the country and CSOs in the media space have trained over 5,000 youth volunteers and media practitioners who have successfully debunked election-related hoaxes with a remarkable 95% accuracy. These partnerships have significantly increased public trust. As we discuss information integrity, we cannot overlook the challenges posed by social media, which is a double-edged word. In Ghana, as of 2025, platforms like the WhatsApp, which is about 60% for adults use, Facebook, 7.4 million users, and then TikTok, 7.8 million users, have open access to information and enabled real-time citizen journalism during emergencies. And a typical example is the 2024 Akosomo Dam spillage, where user-generated videos prompted swift official action. However, the risks are significant. A 2025 study from the Ghana Internet Safety Foundation revealed that 35% of social media content during elections was disinformation, including deep fake videos impersonating leaders that attracted 2 million views. And this contributed to an 18% decline in public trust. Algorithms aim to enhance sensationalism. For example, it's about false health claims related to the Mpox outbreak, which gained 5 million impressions before being removed. Furthermore, access to reliable information is compromised as covert state actors flood this platform with propaganda. While harassment silences whistleblowers, I must also say that female journalists in particular face 40% more threats. This is according to the GJ, that's Ghana Journalists Association, the Ghana chapter of the Committee to Protect Journalists. These dynamics pose significant challenges for traditional regulations and regulators. The borderless nature of social media often slips through national jurisdictions. And under our digital platform regulation of 2024, only about 25% flagged content is removed quickly. As Amadou Hampati Ba noted, in Africa, when an old man dies, it's a library burning. It's a library burning down. Now, this quote highlights the vulnerability of truth and cultural wisdom, emphasizing the crucial role of information integrity in preserving our collective knowledge. Echoing Ba's words, we must recognize that losing sight of information integrity equates to setting our shared wisdom ablaze. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we face are significant, but they are certainly manageable. And to start with, regulatory silos continue to be a problem. Citizens' proficiency in the RTI Act is low. In recent times, the tendency of some political actors to request sensitive information, even though it is their right to do so, has risen to an alarming proportion. However, the Commission excels at ensuring access to information. The NMC focuses on content, while the cyber security agencies also prioritize enforcement. Unfortunately, coordination among these entities is often lacking, leading to inter-agency referrals that take on average 30 days to process. I'm talking too much. Let me cut it short. All right. So the swift spread of misinformation appeals to our liability to verify claims. During peak periods, fact-checkers tackle up to 500 claims a day. But sadly, about 20% still manage to slip through the cracks. Public skepticism remains a hurdle, with 52% of people distrusting government data, according to Afrobarometer, a sentiment boosted by a history of opacity in governance. Ladies and gentlemen, on a global scale, Ghana is learning from the experiences of OECD member countries. Example, the governance models seen in Estonia, where 99% of public services are delivered digitally, serves as an inspiration for our own portal achievement advancement. Meanwhile, Singapore's Protection from Online Falsehoods Act provides valuable insight to how to regulate without serving free speech. In fact, in the face of significant challenges, there are also remarkable opportunities ahead of us. Embracing digitalization serves as a pathway by enhancing our RTI portal with AI-driven search capabilities. We could potentially triple access, aiming for an impressive 80% penetration by 2028. This is implemented by other initiatives like Data.gov.gh, in addition to our public-private sector partnerships. In African tradition, truth is more than just possession. It's a trust, a flame passed from one person to another. To distort it is to dim the light that guides community's path. In Ngugi Watongi. Dear fellow participants, the challenge of information integrity is not just a struggle for Ghana. It's a shared destiny for our continent. As a commission, we committed to providing strong leadership. By 2027, we aspire to achieve 90% compliance with the right to information and ensure universal media literacy. However, we cannot achieve this goal alone. I urge this gathering to build alliances such as media organizations, and we encourage the media to embrace artificial intelligence. Regulators, we also encourage to streamline your enforcement efforts. And then the CSOs, we are also encouraged to expand verification processes, and platforms make the truth a priority. Imagine an African where sunlight shines on every dark corner, where citizens harness information as a source of power, not danger. Let us respond to Brandy's call, and that Ghana is prepared to take the lead. Together, we will strengthen integrity and verify factors at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot to share with you about Ghana, particularly the Right to Information Commission, what we are doing, and that is the area I've been encouraged to talk about. So I think in the discussion, I'll take the opportunity to share with you. Time is not on our side, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Another round of applause for him. Now, Dr. Kwame, for my penance for declaring you lost while you are still here, will allow you to take a second cup of coffee at no fee. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our final speaker for this ceremony this morning has a very special space in his heart for the media, in that he introduced the IGAD Media Awards when he took over office in the second term in 2023, and he has made sure that they always take place. I think the first one took place in Djibouti, 2023. 2024, it was in Kenya. 2025 was in Addis Ababa. And I have a rumor that 2026 will be in a neighboring country, which is represented here, but he will say that himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our final speaker this morning, Dr. Wokne from IGAD.
He is the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, and a seasoned diplomat with extensive experience in regional integration, governance, and international relations. Formerly Ethiopia's Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Transport, he continues to play a key role in advancing peace, cooperation, and development across the Horn of Africa. Please welcome Dr. Wokne Gebeyehu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. I want to recognize the presence of very important personalities here, starting from David, who has organized this program, my friend, Ambassador Heng, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands, all senior people who are invited here, and most importantly, the journalists and the media owners who are the one who is the owner of this session. So, good morning. It is a profound privilege to stand before you today and to speak up on this very important issue. And I sincerely thank the Media Council of Kenya and the OECD for the invitation to this landmark gathering. As we gather to talk about triple convergence of the powerful alignment of public policy, technological advancement, and media excellence that will define African destiny in the 21st century. And it is always very much worth to remind the media outlets, media personalities about the dual-edged power and our responsibility to master it, and the decisive role institutions like IGAD and this gathering, as well as other media outlets, may play to this transformation. Media is the nervous system of a modern society. We can say safely this when it functions at its best. It illuminates truth, amplifies marginalized voices, echo the voiceless voices and accelerate development. And media also holds power of accountability, and also media turned the isolated rural innovations into continental movements. It has exposed corruption, mobilized response to crisis, and projected African excellence to the world. Positive media has built investor confidence, celebrated our entrepreneurship, and shaped the narrative of possibility rather than perpetual crisis. Yet we cannot ignore the other side of media as well. The same media, when captured by propaganda, unprofessionalism, and sensitization, or different individual interests that spreads division, fear, and falsehood of the speed of the light. It can undermine any kind of democratic process, including elections, inflame ethnic tensions, destroy reputations in ours, and erode trust in institutions in anywhere, not only here in Africa. In Africa, we have witnessed how coordinated disinformation campaign distort public policy debates and public policy making, scare away investment, and leave citizens confused in a fog of half-truths or zero truths. The negative impact is not an abstract here in Africa. It costs us life, millions of lives. And also it damages our collective destiny. I can raise a lot of examples here, and also allow me to talk a little bit about the Republic of Sudan, which is also part of our East Africa. The biggest nation in this continent, a very civilized people who were hosting millions of refugees. Now they themselves are refugees. We don't know exactly, there is no accurate information which we are getting from there. So we are not in a position to report really what is happening inside Sudan. But for sure we know. One of the biggest countries of this continent is almost at the verge of corruption, collapse. Millions of citizens they left their home. Hundreds of thousands of them are dead. So from out of this, how many percent has a media, the negative media reporting, sensitization, all the things which I have said has contributed for these challenges? So it can be a subject of debate and a discussion. We now, it's very clear we are living in an era of unprecedented technological complexity. The ambassadors and others were saying the generative AI, deep fake, algorithm amplifications, and micro-targeted propagandas. Distinguishing truth from fabrication has become harder than ever. So how do we get accuracy or integrity that we are talking about in this very, very difficult environment? That is the point that captured the attention of this gathering. We get it through institutional rigor. Is that okay? We can make it. Or technological mastery, and also the ethical commitment, some of the things that we can make an improvement to distinct between the fake and the real media, to assure the integrity. That is a subject for the discussion. We need a media literacy embedded in the school curriculum from primary level. We must demand transparency in algorithms that what our citizens see. Journalists require continuous training in verification tools, data analytics, and digital forensics. Public policy must create initiatives for excellence, that is a kind of initiatives for example, tax breaks, awards, which we were talking earlier, and public and government recognition for the best, the excellent media findings. So, what do we expect from the African media nowadays? We here from this region, we expect the excellence as a norm, not as exception, because we are at this stage and we don't deserve less. We expect media houses that do more than chase and clicks. They must create the shape our own narratives. For too long, others have told African history. This time has come for us to tell it with authority, nuance, and pride that we have to talk about our own issues. And also, we should not only focus on negative issues. In spite of not hiding the challenges that we are facing, also we should not shy to talk the positive aspect of our own history, culture, and daily activity, including governance and democracy. So we expect media that fearlessly expose fake news and propagandas, whether domestic or imported. Well-informed society is our strongest defense against this manipulation. Citizens who can critically analyze information make better decisions at the ballot, in the marketplace, and in their community or whatever the profession that they are in. An aware society is an empowered society, and an empowered society should be the future of this continent. This convergence of policy, technology, and media is not optional for us. It is existential. Public policy must create an enabling environment. Technology must provide the tools, and media must deliver the reach, credible, and the impact. In this mission, Excellencies, colleagues here, IGAD stands as a critical pillar, and IGAD, we have already demonstrated a clear witness that our region, regional cooperation, conflict early warning, and economic integration. We now are working on how to call upon IGAD to expand its mandate to the information ecosystem, championing cross-border fact-checking mechanisms, harmonizing media policy frameworks across member states, and building a regional digital resilience centers. Today, I affirm for you to full commitment and support to your efforts in this domain. We will work shoulder to shoulder with you to elevate media excellence as a cornerstone of regional stability and prosperity. Together, we can turn information from the source of vulnerability into our sharpest competitive advantage. Let us move from rhetoric to action. Let us build newsrooms that rival the best in the world. Let us train new generation of African storytellers, data journalists, and digital truth seekers. And let us create policies that reward a depth over the dramas. Let us shape narratives that reflect our realities, our resilience, and our remarkable potential. But not only the weaknesses, lot of weaknesses that we have. Distinguished participants, the media does not merely report reality. It helps to create a reality. In our hands, there is the power of script of African Renaissance. Media is the forefront soldier for African Renaissance. As we depart this gathering, let us carry with us the words of the great Nigerian writer and thinker, Chinua Achebe, who understood the power of narrative better than most of us here. I quote, "Until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter." Today, African lions are rising. Let our media be their historian. Let our technology amplify the roar, and let our public policy clear the paths of their domination. Thank you very much, and asante sana.
Excellent. Thank you so much indeed for those remarks. We don't record reality, we help create reality. Our media, our historians. If you can, please, let's just be upstanding for a moment. Let's just be upstanding. In the spirit of collaboration, why don't you just hold the person's hand, the person standing next to you, and tell them, we're still together, right? Just tell them we're still together, right? We're still together, right? Absolutely fantastic. Excellent. Well done, well done. It's good to have a stretch after that session. You may kindly take your seats. Now, I'll be walking randomly. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats, Your Excellencies. Thank you so much. So I'll be walking randomly because we want to engage. We want to know who is here. So I'll come to somebody like this. I'll say, what's your name?
Rashid.
Rashid. Rashid from which country?
Kenya.
Kenya. So far, what's standing out for you, Rashid? What have you picked from the different conversations we've had so far?
Matters of information integrity and maybe disinformation on matters concerning on AI. Yes, that's all.
Okay. Information integrity, disinformation, the place of AI. What about you? What's your name?
Hi, my name is Lillian Mwangi.
Lillian, a big round of applause for Lillian, please. If we can showcase Lillian on the screen, we'll really appreciate. So Lillian, so far, what have you captured?
The fact that we are no longer talking about information access, we are now talking about the integrity of information that people have access to. Yeah, that's what I've gotten.
It's not just about information access, it's information integrity. Fantastic. Let me come here. Olivia, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what have you picked so far?
So far about Africa's media landscape, and it's dynamic in our fast-changing continents.
All right. Fast-changing continent. Fantastic. Well, let me come here. What about you, sir? Your name?
Kelvin Nyangweso.
Okay, what's standing out for you so far, Kelvin?
I think from His Excellency, I would like to see the regional framework on the information integrity and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, Kelvin, a big round of applause for Kelvin. Thank you so much, Olivia. Thank you so much, Lillian. Thank you so much, Rashid. We appreciate. Distinguished guests, we want to talk about sustainability, independence, and support for media. And for us to have that conversation, why don't you get your phones, everybody. Get your phones. I hope they are. Please don't put them off. We need you to engage. We may not deliver the microphone to you, but we need your comments. So we'll have the Menti platform on the screen. We started with a simple question, which country do you represent? And I can see where's Namibia? Namibia, where are you? Zoe, a big round of applause for Namibia. And she's coming up shortly. We want to appreciate every one of you. Give me sound right there as we introduce our panelists. For the next 40 minutes, we will engage and we will have this platform. Let's have the question. What is your question? What is your comment? Let's have the second question. So we'll have this. Okay, the one for questions and comments. The one for questions and comments. Absolutely. So back again, fantastic. What are your comments and questions? As we start, post them. If you care to put your name, we'll also appreciate. We'll have that particular platform on throughout the panel. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to welcome our panelists. Please welcome our first panelist.
He is a respected human rights campaigner and development communication specialist with nearly 2 decades of international experience across Africa, Europe, and Asia. With deep expertise in advocacy, strategic partnerships, and media development, he continues to champion public interest media and human rights across the region. Please welcome Mahmoud Kamara.
A big round of applause for Mahmoud. Up next, ladies and gentlemen.
She is a respected media development leader and advocate for press freedom, diversity, and inclusion. As chairperson of the Global Forum for Media Development, she is championing sustainable journalism, digital rights, and stronger media systems across the globe. Please welcome Zoe Titus.
Big round of applause, please. Up next.
He is a seasoned international cooperation expert with over 20 years of experience across Africa, Europe, and Asia. Passionate about governance reform and sustainable partnerships, he works to strengthen local ownership, build trust, and deliver meaningful impact through international collaboration. Please welcome Thomas Anzorg.
Big round of applause, please. Up next.
He is an award-winning journalist and media strategist serving as Group Editorial and Strategy Director at Royal Media Services. Renowned for moderating Kenya's historic presidential debates, he has played a pivotal role in shaping political discourse and journalism in Kenya and across the region. Please welcome Linus Kaikai.
Big round of applause, moderated by...
She leads the OECD's Anti-Corruption and Integrity in Government Division, driving global efforts to strengthen transparency, accountability, and integrity in public institutions. With extensive experience in international governance and anti-corruption policy, she plays a key role in advancing data-driven reforms and global cooperation on public integrity. Please welcome Nejla Saula.
Big round of applause. 40 minutes to engage the panelists, 20 minutes to engage the audience. Over to you, Nejla.
Thank you very much, and good morning again, everyone. Welcome to the panel on the future of media sustainability and information integrity in Africa. We have a shortened panel, so I want to really get right into it and get this conversation going. This is really important, I think, to look at sustainability and independence of media that goes hand in hand. Sustainability without editorial independence risks undermining credibility and trust. Independence without viable economic models is difficult to obtain over time. So we're really happy to dig into these issues today with an incredible panel that I'm happy to introduce. First, well, actually it was introduced already, so how about we just go right into it. Before we begin, and in particular as we're a bit short on time, I'd like to encourage all the panelists to reflect not only on the challenges, but also to be practical. I think we want this conversation to really draw some examples and issues that can help us move the way forward. So let me start with a question for the four of you. How would you define media sustainability in the African context? Could you share some insights from your experience at the national or at the local level? So what does sustainability mean to you? This will help us frame the conversation. Please, Mahmoud. Okay, we'll start with Mahmoud all the way.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, distinguished guests and members of the African media ecosystem. So the question of media sustainability is not a new topic. And it's not something that we've only been discussing within these rooms. We have had decades, actually, of conversations around what constitutes media sustainability. For us, at the International Fund for Public Interest Media, we see media sustainability in multiple folds. First, the media has to have money. For my journalist colleagues in the room, please, I want to use this opportunity to make a call. Because most of the time, when people talk about media sustainability, we focus the attention on advertising revenues and stuff. But there is a lot more to the capital that media needs to ensure that it self-sustains, that it becomes economically resilient, and it goes beyond just the training and capacity building of journalists. So the International Fund for Public Interest Media was actually established to help in promoting economic resilience of media. It is the world's first multilateral organization that is dedicated specifically to providing financial capital to media in low and middle-income countries across almost 40 countries now in the world. And we have given financial grants to almost 150 media outlets in the world. Now, in Africa and the Middle East, which is the portfolio that I cover, we've currently given over 72 grants to organizations and entities in 10 of the 15 countries that we operate in. And what we have seen within this ecosystem is that, firstly, the media needs operational and production money to do the work that we've been talking about here. For the media outlets to provide credible, verifiable, and trustworthy information, they have to have editorial independence. And for that editorial independence to be guaranteed, the media has to have the money to firstly pay salaries to journalists. Journalists have to be well paid. We talk about public or information as a public good, but we don't invest in that public good. We see information integrity and independent public interest media not just as a conduit to well-functioning society, but as one of the nucleuses of a functioning society. So if you want the media, especially journalists operating within this ecosystem, to provide the information that is needed for society to function well, to hold power to account, to provide the good stories that my brother, the ambassador, was talking about, to tell the stories from the continent, they have to be well paid. They also have to have the functionalities. We have situations in countries where media outlets don't have fuel to run the station. They don't have generators, so when there's no electricity, there is no information, the media shuts down. So we provide core flexible grants to give the media outlets to ensure that the lights are on, that the journalist gets paid, that they have the recorders, basic things like recorders, to ensure that they interview the people on the ground. So media sustainability starts first with those essential elements of ensuring that the lights are on, that the journalist gets paid, that the editorial integrity of the institution is protected and is preserved, and that journalists are able to hold power to account. The second thing is around ecosystem sustainability. No individual outlets can function on its own. So for us to ensure that if you have one outlet that is doing well, functioning well, has all the resources, it is not sufficient. It has to be an ecosystem-wide or whole of society intervention to ensure that when the media undertakes investigations or wants to hold power to account or wants to provide information that is in the interest of the public, it is the entire society that benefits from it. So we also undertake ecosystem intervention, and we have examples for countries like South Africa, Sierra Leone, and other countries within Africa where we have provided grants to set up the National Fund for Public Interest Media in Sierra Leone, which now gives grants to outlets. But we also supported the Association of Independent Publishers in South Africa to enable them to negotiate with tech companies like Google, for instance, to set up the Digital News Transformation Fund, which is now giving grants. So they don't have to come to IFPIM to get money. They can work within the South African society. And I'm sure Zoe and others will talk about the various initiatives like Trust that have been established to ensure that the media has the resources, the media has the capacity, and the media has the enabling environment to ensure that it self-sustains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think I'm going to deviate much from what Mahmoud has said, but I think it is important to add perhaps a little more context. because I think this discussion is a lot more intricate and nuanced. And I'd like to start with, I think, a conceptual problem in terms of how we are framing media sustainability in the first place. I mean, the dominant assumption is that this is a finance issue. You need money. You need money first and foremost. That, you know, a business model or diversified sources of income or, you know, focused support is going to change and make an outlet sustainable. When, in fact, I think it's more complex, and one of the processes that I'm involved in is the African Media Barometer. And just to give you some background to the African Media Barometer, it is an African locally developed assessment tool that is based on African normative frameworks. So it fully and truly understands the African context. So in making this assessment, I think, and looking at media viability, the AMB, I think, would probably tell a more structurally honest story. And my approach is a structural approach. And what it says is that sustainability is fundamentally, it's not fundamentally a financial condition. It is, as you have indicated, an ecosystem situation. So let me give you some examples of what the AMB says across three very, very different contexts. Namibia, for example, which is considered one of the freest, most enabling environments for media freedom, has its own complications. And Namibia, for example, would show that the press freedom agenda is incomplete, and that whether or not you have the institutions in place and you have the laws and the frameworks in place, if those frameworks are not operational and they are not independent, then those frameworks have very little value. For example, Namibia has had an access to information law since 2022. It has yet to become operational. The incredibly important office, the independent office of the Information Commissioner is yet to be established. So, I mean, those are just a few examples from Namibia. Zimbabwe, for example, sketches a very, very different story. Same region, but Zimbabwe, it's a situation of where progress and constraint is operating in a parallel fashion. In Zimbabwe, there's been substantial progress in the last few years. The criminal defamation, for example, has been struck from the books. There is a $10 million fund created. The problem, though, is that the governance infrastructure supporting that fund is not particularly transparent. Community radios, after years and years of campaigning, is now being licensed. So progress, but the impression that you get from the situation in Zimbabwe is that where there is progress, at least on paper, that progress has been produced in such a way that new legislation is constraining that progress. So what does it mean? The institutions are still being controlled through the same governance frameworks that were there previously. Malawi, wonderful example. I mean, this is where you really speak about media diversity. I think there are about 57 now community radio stations, diverse, broadcasting in local languages, diverse reach. But in terms of the AMB assessment, the African Media Barometer assessment, it found that in terms of the assessment on advertising, it was scored the lowest, 1.6, because it found not just that the advertising market is too small, but that advertising is being weaponized through government controls. So in an environment where advertising is weaponized, where media ownership is questionable, we cannot speak about the conditions that enable sustainability, and that is why it is important to look at the ecosystem approach. And this is then the ask to those who are involved in sustainability or supporting media development to look at this ecosystem-wide approach, because it's in terms of where the institutions are when we need to structure our interventions. Because let's say, for example, in the sense of Namibia, you can create and support media, but in Namibia, that support would culminate basically in managed dependence. That's what it would come down to. So we cannot speak about supporting independent media if the ecosystem does not support the creation of that independent media. And the one thing that I want to say is that I do appreciate the recommendations of the OECD, because I think it does consider the institutional infrastructure and how that forms part of the whole sustainability question.
Yeah, very good morning to everyone in the room, ladies and gentlemen. I'll pick up on a few points that were now already mentioned, also earlier in the morning. I think media sustainability, you asked the question, what do we understand by it? I think it's much more complex. It goes way beyond just looking at business models, as you also said. I think it's a much more systemic issue. It sits between governance, trust, and economic viability. I mean, like the OECD recommendations, I think, put it very nicely. You can't have independence and sustainability without having the finance. You can't have a well-financed, a well-moneyed model, but without independence, where does that leave us? So we talked a lot about trust this morning. I think that's, to me, a really, really important one. And let me just sort of distract you with a little story that came to my mind this morning. I broke down a week ago or so. I was traveling with my family to Amboseli, a very nice place in Kenya. The car broke down on the way back on the road in a place called Sultan Hamoud, a relatively small town. And we did manage to find someone who drove us back in the car to Nairobi, someone from the local community there in his car. And I spent the next 2.5 hours, I don't think we had a break, talking about politics to him. And I do work on governance issues here in Kenya. I've been here for 4 years. But he informed me for 2.5 hours of what's going on in county politics. And that, to me, is highly impressive. And it also speaks to me, taking back to where we stand here. And someone said in the very beginning this morning, how does Kenya rank in terms of, you know, the media, the freedom, the trust, and all that. And for me, coming actually from Zimbabwe to Kenya, you know, and looking at how well educated people are, how much people engage in politics in Kenya has to do with the level of quality of media in the country and the freedom of media here. That's not to say everything is working very well, but I think it puts it in the bigger picture for me of a governance lens and what you call the ecosystem. So I think if you have accountable systems, accountable institutions, if you look at transparency issues, if you look at corruption issues, if that's advanced, it will reflect on the media. The media will thrive. You will have a better media. If there's high corruption, journalists come under pressure. Reporting will become much more difficult. So I agree with you. I think you need to look at media sustainability in a much bigger picture. You need the money, you need the models, but you need to gain the trust. You need to establish that link to citizens, and that you do through supporting the bigger governance environment in a country as well. So media sustainability for me goes beyond just economic viability, it really needs to look at the bigger governance context.
Thank you. Ines, please.
Thank you. For me, I look at media sustainability from just 2 points. One is relevance. And two, after relevance, is adaptability or adaptation. In terms of relevance, media is on a daily basis in a battle to remain relevant in a society that is increasingly transforming. When you look at newsrooms, we all know now that breaking news is no longer a preserve of the mainstream media. Breaking news has indeed moved to the hands of the very people involved and the first ones at the scene because of the evolution of the mobile phone. So yours as a media industry is to come in as a second stage to provide factual information, to provide verification. In a recent study by the Media Council of Kenya, it was indicated that a majority of Kenyan consumers now consume news through the social media, not through the traditional means. Television is second and radio is third. This is a massive change compared to where we are coming from as Kenyans. It used to be radio first, and then newspapers, and I think television was third, depending on the level of electricity penetration. So we are in a battle of relevance. Does the audience need you on a daily basis? Does the audience find your content relevant on a daily basis? Why I need to talk about relevance is because funding cannot change irrelevance. And funding doesn't go to irrelevance. Even if you fund something that is not relevant, you'll not go far with it. So it's not a money issue yet. That's number one. Number two is adaptability. Is the media adapting to the changing environment? When breaking news is gone, that people used to wait for the newspaper of the next day to know what happened. Now they know it on the mobile phone. So that calls for agility in changing your approach to what you want to do, and be relevant to those audiences. I just want to comment on what my colleagues have spoken about the ecosystem. And realizing we're in a Pan-African setup today, the ecosystems we have are so diverse, extremely diverse. I've been as a reporter to environments across the continent where I found myself really culturally not fitting into the media environment in those places I've been to. I still remember a press conference in which the local journalist started by pouring a lot of praises to the minister and basically, talking so nicely of him. In Kenya, we are more direct in our approach. You go and ask the question directly. The Kenyan media is not known for courtesies. So that is our background. Now, in other spaces, the ecosystem, because of the differences, will require different prescriptions for how to fit. There are places in this continent where government-owned, state-run media is still the big deal, is still the owner of the public information. But there is a bottom line that must go into this sustainability. Do we still serve public interest? And I say this remembering that definition of public interest has always been contested very much. Government says it serves public interest, not you. Institutions that argue that media is not serving public interest. That has to be solidified, where we understand what public interest in your ecosystem means. In the Kenyan case, I'm actually delighted to report that the media here has entrenched that role of a watchdog, where if you don't find it any other place, if it's hidden somewhere, you might likely find it in a newspaper page or in an investigative report, all in the service of public interest.
Thank you very much. I think this is a great way to start and frame the conversation. And just to pick up on a couple of points that you've already, all of you raised, I think the structural approach, Zoe, that you mentioned is very much one that we consider to be helpful in framing the conversation, but also identifying where are the action points in the entire ecosystem that have a role to play. I also picked up on the point by Mahmoud on public good, and that I think links to the public interest objective as well, that I think is one that underlies a bit some of the discussion. So we're really seeing that media sustainability goes beyond financing. I'd like to still go back to that for a moment, because ultimately that's still one of the elements that the industry also needs to take a look at. And I think the conversation is not necessarily just around which model, but how do you manage the trade-offs in terms of where this money comes from, where it goes, and how to safeguard editorial independence, and how to avoid this perception of political capture. I think this links to the trust issue as well, that helps to strengthen the media industry. So going to you, Mahmoud, and perhaps you, Thomas, as well, in terms of how you would see the role of governments and development agencies in providing financial support to media, and if so, how to safeguard then the editorial independence?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a tricky one, right? When you're talking to journalists and you're making a case for government to support the media. Now, there are cases where governments have supported the media ecosystem in a country. And the support can come in different forms. So when we're talking about government support here, we should not just narrow it down to financial contributions. Now, there are cases where, of course, the government gives subventions or yearly subventions to the journalist associations in the country. That does not necessarily take away the independence of the journalists. So there are cases where the government gives to the association, not to the media outlet. It still keeps the editorial integrity of the individual media outlets. Now, the reason why I believe that it is important for governments to actually support the media sustainability, media viability, and media development in any country, especially in low and middle income countries, for the following reasons. Firstly, it is cost effective. It is a cost-effective way of ensuring that the government's own information, the government and society generally thrives in information that is credible, that is verifiable, and that is trustworthy. We're talking about trust here. And I have an example of a situation where we had a country was experiencing a coup. And the coup plotters went to different places. But the reason, one argument that we have made, that the reason why the coup did not succeed was because the media gave the coup plotters a media blackout. That is very important because even though there's a shift in media and listening or consumption patterns, people still rely on radio. In majority of our countries across the continent, radio is the go-to channel for a trustworthy piece of information, right? And of course, television is not as popular in many countries, but in countries like Kenya and other places, people still watch television to get information from the state or from other trusted public institutions. So the coup in this particular country failed because the media did not allow itself to be used by the coup plotters. So that is one reason why governments should and should not see it as a favor. It is actually should be a must for governments to support the media ecosystem to thrive. Another reason is that, and this builds on the point I made earlier, the example I made, independent public interest media remains the last bastion for the protection and the strengthening of democracy, for the advancement of peace and stability, and for the promotion of social cohesion across our continents. A lot of our continents are politically fragile, they are unstable, and the media plays a crucial role, not just as witnesses to this instability and fragility, but as serious promoters and protectors of those of the peace and stability that is required in society. So if government wants to thrive, government wants to operate in a peaceful, stable, and democratically open space, they need to support the media. It is not a favor, again. And by supporting the media here, I'm not talking about going and giving journalists huge forms of advertising revenues. In fact, they are, as Zoe mentioned earlier, they are weaponizing the advertising space. I know of a situation where a country, I won't name the country, the state owed the media outlet. The media outlet is in huge debts. So what the state is doing is that if you don't provide favorable coverage for us, we will not pay you your money. That's not the kind of support we're talking about. We're talking about support where the government sees the importance of having an independent, editorially independent media and ensure that the Journalists Association, because if they can support bar associations, they can support other institutions, why shouldn't they just support Journalists Associations? The journalists are the fourth estate, right? They are the fourth arm of government. So every other sector gets support from government. And our call here, and this is how we operate as a multilateral institution. We don't just operate because we don't see this as an us versus them initiative. We see it as both and, because supporting the media is crucial to ensuring that society operates in ways that people have access to information. But as the colleague mentioned earlier, it is not just access. It is information that is accessible information to information that is has integrity. I'm waffling now, but I'm going to wrap up. And the final point that I want to make is that a multi-stakeholder approach to supporting the media is crucial for the intersectional and a multi-sectoral interventions that is required to ensure that media is sustainable, that the information we get is credible, and that people don't just amplify, they verify before they amplify. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's important to distinguish the models that you mentioned in terms of the kind of support that the government can provide to the media industry and what comes with it and what strings are attached or not. And I think here it perhaps comes to Zoe's point earlier around the enabling institutional and policy framework to pay particular attention to those and to the transparency standards that are in place to ensure the independence of the media while also providing the economic sustainability. Looking to you, Thomas, what is the role of development agencies that you can see in terms of providing that important support and backing?
Yeah, I think I agree. It's a tricky question. I mean, coming from a development background and working for Development Corporation, I mean, the short answer, I think, should governments, should Development Corporation or donors support media? Probably be yes, but really only under the right conditions. Or perhaps to rephrase the question, it's not so much about should, but it's about how that support is governed, right? And you just mentioned accountability, transparency. There should be clear criteria, I think. But then also, as we heard this morning, right, there are different media markets, of course. And I think Kenya is one media market, and we see the room full of media houses and journalists. I suppose if you go to other countries, that might look very differently. So you will have smaller media markets which are much more under pressure. It becomes a different question, I think. So yes, there needs to be support if you want pluralistic, independent media. But it also comes, of course, with a risk, as you point out. So if it's not designed well, not governed well, you're running the risk that you're doing exactly the opposite of perhaps what you wanted to support. And that would undermine the information integrity again. So you have to be quite careful about this. I think setting up safeguards would be a way to do it, right? So you need to have very clear criteria, I think, in terms of who do you support, how do you support, and that needs to be transparent. I mean, the public needs to know. It needs to be discussed, and ideally maybe you also have civil society or citizens involved in these processes. I think secondly, you need to have institutional separation here. You can't have political actors taking these decisions on who is supported and who's not supported, as you pointed rightly out. So there need to be independent bodies, oversight mechanisms that govern such support. I mean, I was thinking also, now we're looking at a very fast changing environment at the moment, and development cooperation, of course, is affected by this as well. So I think the question definitely also comes to, well, is this still a priority for development cooperation to support the media if you look at the priority changes, right? And if so, then what will be the priority? So I think it's also looking at the media here and kind of being prepared for the environment that is rapidly changing, and to look at where does that support come from, and why would development cooperation actually still support the media, right? So I think it's important to have that exchange and dialogue. And again, I want to take it back to the bigger picture and the ecosystem that we've now been talking a lot about. So, for example, German Development Corporation, we have a program in West Africa that supports the strengthening of resilient information systems. It looks at different levels, right? So one of them could be looking at media diversity. It could be looking at information flows. It could be looking at the capacity of media institutions. And it will look at regulation issues. So it will look at the bigger picture again. So whatever the support we're talking about to media, I think we're not talking just about financial support to a media house. We're looking at enabling exactly what you said, the media to be that arm of transporting information for people to take informed decisions.
Thank you. This actually brings me nicely to the issue of trust in the media ecosystem and in the media industry itself. How do media outlets actually build trust? And I think this links also to its relevance and its adaptability. I mean, to be able to continue to be a trusted source of information, how can they continue to be relevant? So how do you I'll start with you, Linus, and then to Zoe. How do media outlets actually build trust? How can they differentiate themselves from disinformation actors, which is a serious threat to the information ecosystem in a country? How do you compete with environments that are by algorithm and virality? So, Linus, please.
Thank you. Let me start with a quick comment on the question you asked to the Thomas and Mahmoud earlier. That is on the issue of government support. In my view, there should be no other form of support by government to media than to accept the role that the media plays. And for governments to accept the role that media plays, governments must also invest in understanding what role the media actually plays in the space. And I think there was reference to the fourth estate. Go to the history of it, what fourth estate actually means, and come to the present days, which is media is the mirror of society. Media is the watchdog. Because we've seen governments spending a lot of time arguing with media headlines than understanding that this is merely the role that they play, expose so that some action is taken towards that end. Now, how do we build trust? We build trust, in my view, by remaining absolutely faithful to the doctrine of public interest. And secondly, you have to be seen as a media to be independent. And we have all these values that are spoken about. They sound basic, but they're very, very important. Accuracy, balance, objectivity, those things actually matter. That is how you build trust. Because society is very diverse, people have very different opinions. And in the Kenyan case, people consume the media as a middle ground. Unlike other places where you know that either media is conservative leaning or too liberal, here we sit in the middle. And for that middle to work, you have to be trusted with basics like accuracy. You have to be trusted with basics like independence. Is what I am reading objective journalism, or is it the voice of my opponents? That is the question that people ask constantly when they are consuming content. They need to believe in you. They need to believe in the entity of the media, and that is the institution, and then the individuals that are in it. When they have doubts about the institution and doubts about the person, the journalist, then the consumption of that content does not generate trust. Trust is built over a long period of time, and it's built around very basic, long, time-honored values like accuracy, like objectivity. Now, in the era of, you asked about, and I would add AI. What this means is our role as media must transition now to that of fact checkers. AI is an enabler, but AI has also been misused. Algorithms and things like that coming in to give a different impression of things. The human intervention will have to be the newsroom, where people who are trained in consuming AI and separating fact from fiction will be the ones now moderating the news space.
Thank you. It also brings to a point that hasn't been raised yet, but I think throughout the 2 days is also the training and the skill set, and investing in journalists also as people who will, by their own capacity, bring credibility and trust to the information they will be sharing. And I think this is an important point. Thank you very much. Zoe, please, over to you.
I want to complicate this very slightly, if you'll allow me. When we, generally, when we speak about the issue of trust in the media, then I think what people tend to do is that they put the problem and the solution at the level of the individual media house. For example, I mean, the kind of formula that we talk about is, okay, better journalism plus better verification methods plus more transparent correction policies equals trust. But I want to put to you that this is not a bilateral arrangement between just the audience and that individual institution. This is we're talking about, we have to acknowledge that we're speaking about a larger information system. And you've correctly indicated earlier that, okay, I'll leave that. Let me first deal with something else. Let's look at the context. I mean, across, I earlier mentioned 3 countries. And Zimbabwe, for example, proxy owners, very, very opaque information about media ownership. So, I mean, how does the audience actually know who owns the media, who shapes that narrative there, and who impacts on the editorial policies? In Malawi, during elections of all times, the regulator shut down, broadcasters. So the role of the regulator, which is essentially critically about the integrity of information, that came to question in Malawi. And then again, access to information, access to credible information. I've given you the example of Namibia, where this is a law on paper, and Namibians are yet to really experience information as a public good. So this is the context, this is the environment, and as I said, you've already spoken about the role of the algorithms, because then we have to consider that this disinformation, it's an issue of amplification, and that's where the algorithms come in. But I think what I'm going to leave you with is my belief that media that is in a precarious financial situation, they don't have the benefit of being or providing the credible information that we all need, and I think that we all depend on. So again, after all of this has been said and done, it brings us back to governance, because media viability, media sustainability, and the trust factor, this is not a technical issue, this is a governance issue.
There you go. I have it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Zoe. I think it's. I feel like we're just warming up. Unfortunately, we're reaching the end of the discussion within the panel. But I'd like to take 10 minutes or so to engage with the audience. I have about 1 million other questions myself, but I'll let the colleagues in the room direct them directly to you. So opening the floor now, please don't be shy. Now is a good moment. Please make sure to introduce yourself and ask your questions. Thank you. Please.
Hi, it's on now. Thank you so much for the amazing insights that you've shared this morning. My name is Zubeida. I'm the president of Kenya Editors Guild. I was listening keenly to Mahmoud because he spoke to the current situation in the country. In Kenya, I'll speak to Kenya about Kenya at the moment, because we've seen many newsrooms shut their doors, and we appreciate what you're doing to keep the many newsrooms that are affected operational. But how sustainable is this support model, and where do you see the future of legacy media? Because many out here believe that legacy media is dying, and something that speaks to what Zoe has spoken about currently, and we had this conversation last Friday, there's a growing concern about commercialization of truth, you know, where financial influence is increasingly shaping narratives and compromising journalistic integrity. Because someone who has not eaten for days, or someone who is going through mental illness, how do you bring the two and how do you address them? So I would like the panel to speak to this as well.
Thank you very much for these questions. We'll take perhaps just a couple more questions and then do a first round of response.
Thank you very much. My name is William Ogonda. I'm a communications consultant based in Kenya. And I've been attracted to respond to what Kai brought out about adaptability. How are we then giving media support the way we are supposed to do within the ecosystem? For some time, community radio was very relevant. And Africa has a number of community radios. Interestingly, Mali has the highest number of community radios, yet it has never had reasonable media freedom. And so how much support then can be given to such settings? Can we have, for example, hubs that can encourage the communities or members of the communities engage effectively and reasonably within their own spaces? Because they are good content creators, so to speak, as communities. They can form their own groups, and out of that get reasonable discourses driven. Then when we are talking about that, emerging independent content creators, how then are we supporting that under media support and sustainability? Are they our enemies? Are they enemies to the traditional media outlets, or are they friends? Can we have reasonable collaboration or co-creation systems? And then when it comes to media models, which media models are ideal as we get forth into what we are talking about? Are we going to create media models that are a hybrid of traditional media, community media, and digital media? A hybrid, kind of. And how can that then bring about sustainability? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to the panelists for this first round of response. But first, a third question? Okay. Okay, then a last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Ali Sifai. I'm from Senegal. I speak in French, please. Can you translate?
I'll translate.
Okay, thank you very much. Oui, en fait, je vous remercie pour ce panel très intéressant. Je vais m'appesantir sur la communication de Mahmoud pour dire qu'en fait, c'est une question extrêmement préoccupante parce qu'aujourd'hui, le modèle économique des médias s'est beaucoup érodé. Et en réalité, en fait, la publicité ne vient plus. Et les contrats publicitaires aussi deviennent de plus en plus rares. Et les médias souffrent aussi des tensions internationales, des crises au Moyen-Orient et un peu partout. Et malheureusement, oui,
Okay. Let me just translate very briefly this first part, which is an introduction to his question. Recognizing the increasingly preoccupying situation of media, including with lower advertisement revenues, in an increasingly tensed international context as well, and political context. Please continue.
Ok, et malheureusement, en fait, ce qui doit être fait par les médias africains, les États et les partenaires, n'a pas été fait par rapport aux GAFAM, parce qu'aujourd'hui, ce sont les GAFAM qui captent tous les revenus et la redistribution est extrêmement faible.
The challenge he's raising here is the fact that a lot of the revenues has been captured by the online platforms, and there hasn't been yet action including policy and regulatory action taking place to address this shift in the media environment.
Ok, je vais terminer par là. En fait, on parle beaucoup d'intégrité de l'information, on parle également aussi du professionnalisme dans le secteur des médias. Mais il faut dire qu'aujourd'hui, en fait, notre secteur est très agressé et parce qu'en fait, quand il y a la crise économique, les gens activent le mode survie. Et quand il y a un mode survie, les gens se contentent parfois des pratiques viles pour pouvoir exister. Et maintenant, en fait, il est important pour moi d'effectivement travailler sur l'intégrité de l'information, le fact-checking et également aussi le data journalisme et tout, mais faire en sorte que les médias se réinventent avec de nouveaux plans d'affaires, mais surtout des plans de relance. Et c'est là où intervient, disons, IFPIM, comme, disons, la structure dirigée par MacMid au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et je pense que c'est des initiatives importantes à saluer, mais également aussi à mieux coordonner par les différents partenaires. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. And just a final point around the fact that as we're talking about integrity of information and the importance of good practices, when the media is under such economic pressure and is in survival mode, there's also a need for a shift towards a new business models, and this is where IFPIM can play a role. Thank you very much. So we have about 7 minutes left for our panelists to respond to all these important questions, and then we'll wrap up. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm going to start with a question from my sister Zubaida. Good to see you again. So how sustainable is the grant-making model? It is definitely not sustainable, and the point is not to be in perpetuity, or the media to be dependent on grants funding in perpetuity, because it's actually shrinking. The funding landscape is changing dramatically, and different and traditional funders of the media are shifting their focus to technology, or looking at the intersections of technology and journalism, or technology and society. So what we give as a funder, and that's why we don't see ourselves as a media development fund. We see the International Fund for Public Interest Media as a media financing mechanism, because the financing element enables the media that receive our grants to think about new ways of diversifying their various revenue streams, to ensure that they don't rely on the 2-year grants that we give, to wait for another call for proposals again, to write applications for our fund. So we are very clear, and when we give grants, our process is very thorough in the sense that we focus on the books. We focus on the books of the outlets. We check your debts, we check your financial health, we check your financial trajectory and your financial plans. We look at your 3-year budget plans, for instance, so that if we give you money for 2 years, we know that you have a runway for the next 3 years, and you are thinking of new ways of unlocking other sources of revenue so that you are not wholly or solely dependent on IFPIM funding. So IFPIM funding, that is why we give up to 30% of your annual budget. That's what we give to initiatives. And this is to enable you to focus your attention on what else you can do in firstly accelerating your production capacity, increasing your audience sizes, but also think of new ways to unlock new revenue. So that is the first thing, and because we believe that the existing models of just giving grants year in, year out, it's not sustainable. We've seen, and that's why we also don't give project grants. We give core flexible grants that enables the media to think of new ways they can use our money to make more money. So that is, I hope that responds to your question. On the question of legacy media, it is in an existential crisis across the world, not just in Africa. We see how people are questioning the BBC, for instance, which is known as one of the prominent media outlets, right, on the world, and that relies as well on public funding. You know, it's the British Shakespeares that actually supports the BBC. But we do need legacy media, and it is why we need to support the legacy media to continue to thrive, to continue to exist, even as other emerging media outlets take hold. They're in one country, very small country, they have over 512 media outlets. These are just newspapers. These are not radio or television. 512 for less than 10 million people. But we still rely on the traditional legacy media for some of the information that you need to ensure that people make informed choices on the health, on climate, on gender, and a range of other issues. So I think we as media supporters and media enablers should ensure that legacy media continues to survive and, you know, to use Linus's phrase, to adapt. And adaptability here can take different forms. It can take internal, there's a critical self-introspection that is required from legacy media to ensure that they operate within the society and the contemporary terms that they deal with. What is the ideal media model for sustainability? That's my question, and perhaps I could also respond to Ibrahim Faye. There's no one-size-fits-all for a media model. Even within the country, even within one geographic space, you have different and diverse media models that could be explored. And what we are doing at the fund is actually to support media outlets to explore what models could work for them. Some institutions operate without advertising. They operate on partnerships. Partnerships with businesses, partnerships with banks, partnerships with their audiences. Others operate on a different model. And so we cannot come and sit and say, this is the ideal model. There is no one size fits all, and I think we need to be exploratory, we need to be experimental. And then finally, how do we address the shift in media revenues? That is a really good question, Ibrahima, because we focus more on the media consumption patterns, and we often forget about the shifting funding and financing patterns in media. We have a lot of influencers now. In some cases, some influencers have more followers than traditional media outlets. So the advertisers look for numbers. It is a numbers game. So they go to those who have more followers, who have more YouTube likes and clicks, who have more Facebook likes and shares, to advertise their products. So how do we ensure that the media continues to do its work within this changing financing? This is where we come in as a funder. No, our model is to ensure that we look at all these gaps and give you the financial capital to ensure that you're able to compete with those influencers and with those other players to ensure that you open up your eyes, because sometimes the solutions are there, but we don't have the resources to experiment those solutions. It's about risk-taking, prudent risk-taking. It is about ensuring that we also experiment and explore new ways of doing things that is not, if you keep doing the same thing and having the same results, you will not have any change, right? So that's why FPIM exists, and that's why we are multilateral in nature, and we work with partners to not just support the sustainability and survivability of media, but also support them to innovate and find new ways to unlock revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikmid. I'm conscious of time. I see 1 minute and 18. I'll push to 4 if you'll allow me, just to give time for everyone to say their final words. Please, Zoe, over to you.
I think everyone is more interested to hear from Ahmed. He's a money man, isn't it? Yeah. But what I'd like to emphasize on, and it's something that you brought up, is partnerships. I think one of the most successful partnership in terms of media viability is the experience from South Africa, but I will not go into detail about that because my colleague from South Africa will speak to that in quite a level of detail. Partnerships probably potentially with your enemies. Those are partnerships that you must consider. But again, the ecosystem-wide approach, and where government also plays a very, very important role. The biggest concern for us in our context and from years and years of experience is that our government is not necessarily our best partner. Our government in many instances has been the institution or that has repressed media, has repressed freedoms, has very clearly complicated the work of journalists. So that partnership has to be reconsidered. Our biggest question, and this is my challenge personally, is that it is very, very difficult to shape a partnership with government that appreciates independence and does not see support as an attempt to control. But the one and final thing that I do want to leave you with is that I'm appealing to you. I see a number of editors and journalists in the room. A lot of policy is being developed. Really, really exceptional policy at national, regional, and global levels. If we are going to influence policy at a continental level, we should be speaking to the African Union and be looking at how trade is flowing in and out of Africa, because we are the biggest trade bloc globally, and that should sit with you because Africa has great potential. And so I'm asking you fundamentally to become involved in policy advocacy because it's that framework that determines your ability to act and perform as a journalist.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Could have been a closing remarks, actually. They're even better than mine, but please, Thomas.
Yeah, I'll keep it very brief. Just more a few thoughts that came during the questions and some of the responses already. I think one thing that sticks out for me that we all have to be aware, information is power. Right? So let it sink in. I mean, that's something you're working with, and you need to look at it both ways. Information is power in terms of what you're putting out there, what do people do with it? But also the other way around. People are interested in you because you will tell people that information. So it's also power who supports you, right? Takes me to the question about models. I don't know, I don't think there's an ideal model, but I believe in diversity is beauty. So I think you need to look at all the different models that there are, and obviously you go with time, right? People's demands and appetites for different models also change. And I think the richness of having these different models is really important. I mean, someone here talked about community radio and is it dying or not? It depends if it's used, but it's one aspect and one part. Someone in the morning talked about the importance of people-centered. I think let's not forget about that. Also when it comes, we're talking about international models, we're talking about international media systems. You look at Kenya, you look at the news, you know, what has been in the news here, data centers. We also see the AI bill in Kenya being discussed and the wish for it to be people-centered. I think these are very, very current issues that we need to really look at when it comes to models and what sort of media we're looking at. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Final words from the industry lines, please.
Thank you. William, I think we are unanimous here that there is no ideal model, but we may talk about a path towards an ideal model. And from your description of including community radio, I think one that is close to an ideal model is a model that is very close to the audience sentiments, because our sustainability as a media, and whatever platform you are, it's down to the question of who is consuming you and what do they feel, what do they think, and what do they want. That conversation has to be had with the audiences for you to keep having what I spoke earlier about relevance. Without that, there'll be an information gap between yourself and the consumer, and that marks the end, the beginning of your end. And then you know, we've had a lot about sustainability and funding models, including government models. I think the best way government can support that environment, back to my point earlier, is to ensure that the right environment exists for media houses to operate as businesses. Let them be able to operate commercially. Let them be able to sell their services, which they can in form of advertising, and let them be paid for that. That will amount to supporting media sustainability. Lastly, media won't be sustainable if it loses focus on public interest, serving public interest. Media must continue serving public interest independently and fiercely for it to remain sustainable. In fact, it is the beginning, in my view, of any media model. What is it at the core? At the core is public service, it is independent, and it is objective, it's credible. All those things must be the basis of which a media house shall start seeking sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Linus. I'll stop here. There's a lot to conclude, but I think we'll be able to pick up on some of these points across the 2 days that are coming our way. So I want to thank very warmly and ask for a round of applause for our great panelists. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much. Big round of applause for the moderator. Thank you so much. AI alert. Let's have the video. AI alert. So we've got your photos turned into images. I don't know whether we can know that's you, but that's AI for you. A big round of applause even as they take a photo. Let's take that photo right there. Zoe Titus, Thomas Ansog, thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right, many thanks. There we go, Linus. And of course, our moderator right there, Nejla. Okay. Wonderful. A final big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And just to let you know, we have a special guest here with us, the Principal Secretary, ready to engage us. But to welcome him, please welcome once again the Media Council of Kenya, CEO, Bwana David Omoyo. A big round of applause for him, please. And thank you for all your questions via Menti. We've taken note of them. Over to you, Bwana CEO.
Sorry, my freedom of expression had been greatly impeded by the lack of this. So I know that it's time for a coffee break. Earlier this morning, I gave an apology on behalf of the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of ICT and the CS who I said had been summoned to appear before the Senate to answer questions regarding to a matter that is broadly relevant to why we are here today, online protection of children and vulnerable persons. But at some point during the session, I think PS thought it wise to sneak in and at least welcome all of you from the rest of the world and allow us to proceed. So without further ado, I want, ladies and gentlemen, for you to allow me to welcome Bwana Stephen Isaboke, the Principal Secretary, State Department, Broadcasting and Telecommunications.
He is the Principal Secretary for Broadcasting and Telecommunications, a seasoned business executive with over 25 years of leadership experience across media, telecommunications, energy and consumer sectors. With a strong background in regulatory affairs and strategic management, he is driving policy and innovation in Kenya's broadcasting and telecommunications landscape. Please welcome Stephen Isaboke.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, members of the fourth estate, as we call the very esteemed media, ladies and gentlemen. I think the CEO of Media Council of Kenya has introduced me. So I would like to apologize, first of all, for not obviously making it in the morning. That wasn't deliberate, but we got national duty. So there was a Senate appearance and appearance at the Africa Media Summit, so we had to split a bit of morning time at the Senate, which I've just finished, with actually the Honorable Cabinet Secretary. And then I thought it's wise for me to actually come and actually deliver the message on behalf of the Minister and also on behalf of the Government of Kenya. Just before I go to my official remarks, I want to affirm and actually acknowledge some of our celebrated and really senior media leaders in the room, because after all these things are made by people. Before anything else, is really the leadership that makes it. I'm actually informed that this session is obviously facilitated by the OECD, who are actually the co-organizers. And OECD leads broadly, even from my previous life, in terms of policy, in terms of best practice. So we thank the OECD for actually facilitating this forum. And then we have in the house, just for me to affirm, Madame Zubeida Kananu, the president of KEG. I'm sure you know her. She's very, very vital in the media space. We've got my brother Eric Oduor, who is the Secretary General of KUJ. You know, those are the practitioners of the media, and they actually bring us all the news that we consume. We've got Quinton Mbori, the AMWAC ED. We obviously have the MCK board that are co-hosting here, led by Bwana Maina, whose video I actually watched last night promoting this event today. We also have the Media Complaints Commission, led by Bwana Kiprono. As you see in Kenya, there's a lot of structures to actually ensure that media freedom is actually safeguarded or actually entrenched. And then my good friend, brother, neighbor, from where we come from originally, Bwana Linus Kaikai, the editorial director of one of the leading media houses in this country. I saw you upstage, I affirm you. So we've got Mr. Lin Chiru. Many of our generation will know him as a quintessential broadcaster, a man of all seasons. He's still around. He, in fact, has now published also a memoir, in addition to all the great work he did for this country. Mzee Nchiru, we celebrate you. And then we've got the World Association of Press Council, WAPC reps, and the East Africa Press Council, and all the other dignitaries, members of the media from also across Africa and actually across the globe, because I'm told we also have people coming from Europe and all that. So I'm really happy to join you this morning and also welcome you as we convene to advance conversations on the information integrity, digital platforms, and the future of media in Africa. The summit comes at a defining moment when rapid evolution of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and platform economies is fundamentally reshaping or shifting how information is created, distributed, and consumed across the continent. And actually, as they say, globally. The digital shift has happened and it's forever. It's almost like the world before digital and the world after digital. So what we are experiencing is a very, very early age, nascent age of the world after digital. Total shift. So the government of Kenya remains firmly committed to strengthening a media environment that is free, responsible, innovative, and adaptive to technological change. Our approach is anchored in the Constitution of Kenya and supported by progressive broadcasting regulations, cybersecurity frameworks, and digital governance reforms designed to promote information integrity while safeguarding freedom of expression and media independence, which, as we all know, is actually embedded in our Constitution. Kenya's media and communication sector is one of the most advanced and dynamic in Africa. I keep on saying this because I've actually been very exposed across the continent. I've widely traveled in my previous life. I've seen media cross from South Africa to Nigeria, Ghana, all these territories. But Kenya is got one of the most robust media landscapes, not just in Africa, globally. It is supported by a very strong infrastructure growth, and you know that in the current administration, we've actually committed digital superhighway and creative economy. All that infrastructure is actually intended to enhance access and digital sort of penetration across the population. There's also high mobile penetration, as we know, and rapid digital adoption. There's a huge, huge, huge wave happening, especially you also go to the rural areas. As the Kenyans in the room will know, the mobile penetration in Kenya actually exceeds 100%. So you're getting Kenyans having more than 2 mobile phones. So when the guys are tallying, they find you've got more than 2 lines, and it actually has hit 100% in terms of penetration, reflecting a near universal access and multi-SIM usage, while internet connectivity continues to expand through mobile broadband and fiber infrastructure, which is what I've spoken about, the digital superhighway and creative economy. It's actually going now across. That infrastructure is being expanded across all corners of the country. And Kenya's broadcasting landscape is highly competitive and diverse, with over 200 licensed broadcasters spanning from national television stations, radio networks, and community media. This diversity has strengthened our media pluralism, expanded vernacular content, and deepened civic participation across the country. At the same time, Kenya is actually undergoing a clear structural shift in media consumption, with more than half of citizens now accessing news and entertainment through digital and social media platforms. Essentially, because of a very good internet experience and also affordable internet, people are actually switching into mobile fast. So literally before you sort of pick news, maybe in the evening, you'll have seen it on your mobile, and probably in the evening you're seeing the long form, maybe the detail or the news behind the news. Radio consumption remains deeply entrenched, particularly in the rural areas and peri-urban areas, while television continues to enjoy strong national reach. However, digital platforms are now the fastest growing space for information consumption, driven by mobile fast access and algorithm distribution. So literally, if you like consuming, for example, political news, you'll see the algorithm in the morning cues all the political news that happened last night or what's coming and all that. So essentially pushing that onto your mobile. This transformation also is reshaping the economics of media in Kenya. And I think my brother Linus alluded to it in terms of, so how does then media survive? How do they make, business? Advertising expenditure is steadily shifting from traditional platforms to digital channels, placing pressure on conventional media houses. In response, newsrooms are increasingly adopting digital-first strategies, subscription models, content diversification, and data-driven journalism in order to remain sustainable and competitive. Across Africa, including Kenya, broadcasting regulations can no longer be viewed solely through the traditional lens of spectrum management. Previously, you could be managed by either you get a license to operate a TV or a radio, or you don't, then you actually don't appear. But in the new space, digital space, you can literally launch your broadcast platform on any of these social media platforms and literally reach millions of people, maybe even more than what a traditional channel will have reached. It must evolve to address converged, AI-driven, and cross-platform content ecosystems that transcend national borders while safeguarding public interest, competition fairness, and information integrity. And I think there was a reference to the panelists here about public interest, and that media will have to keep the core values, some of which include public interest in terms of what you cover, what you highlight, and what you focus in terms of your content. The African media space remains vast, influential, and dynamic, yet it continues to face structural and institutional constraints. And changing media freedom requires strong legal protections, sustainable business models, and responsive regulatory systems. Allow me to place this transformation into a broader perspective through a few statistics. Because in this AI era, you just can't talk without backing what you're saying with data and facts. Today, Africa has more than 615 million internet users, representing approximately 43% of the continent's population. Mobile penetration has reached 67%, while over 408 million Africans actively use social media platforms. Importantly, almost 98% of internet traffic in Africa is now mobile-based. And that's why really everything is shifting to mobile fast, demonstrating how deeply digital connectivity has become embedded in our everyday lives. These developments present extraordinary opportunities in African media. Digital platforms are expanding access to information, amplifying African voices, and enabling the rise of new creators, podcasters, digital publishers, and citizen journalists. Across Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and other countries, young creators on platforms such as TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and X are reshaping public discourse and engaging audiences that traditional media has historically struggled to reach. African media economy is also evolving rapidly. Total advertising expenditure across the continent is estimated to be about 25 billion US, with the digital advertising account for a rapidly increasing share. Mobile advertising now dominates digital spend, confirming that Africa's media future will be digital, mobile fast, and increasingly AI enabled. I repeat again, Africa's future media will actually be digital, mobile fast, and increasingly AI enabled. Yet, along these opportunities come significant challenges. Across Africa, misinformation, disinformation continues to threaten public trust, democratic institutions, public health, and electoral integrity. Recent experiences in multiple countries have shown how false information amplified through social media can trigger panic, distort public discourse, and in some cases, cause really harm. And I'm really glad to see that that theme that you put there to say, in the age of AI, Africa chooses truth. So we really have to choose truth in the midst of all this confusion, especially when there's so much, sometimes deep fakes and all that, and sometimes you have to fact check before you actually authenticate whether what you're reading online is fact or fake. The rise of generative artificial intelligence and the synthetic media further intensifies this challenge by making manipulated audio, video, images increasingly realistic and difficult to detect. Studies show that most journalists globally now believe AI will significantly increase disinformation risks. In Kenya, emerging evidence shows that while awareness of AI-generated content is increasing, many citizens still struggle to distinguish between authentic journalism and synthetic media, creating a growing verification gap that poses risks to information integrity, public trust, and democratic discourse. So basically, this noise around deepfakes and all that confuse. And while some enlightened people like yourselves can quick fact check and say, no, this is fake, some people see something on social media and see it's gospel truth until you have to explain and say, no, that was a deep fake, it's not true. And you can imagine the amount of havoc that's causing to the wider population that's actually not as empowered as yourselves. Economic sustainability also remains a pressing concern. Traditional journalism revenue models continue to weaken as global technology platforms dominate digital advertising markets. Many African newsrooms, including those in Kenya, face declining revenues, staffing pressures, and increased operational strain, raising important questions about long-term editorial independence and viability. At the same time, digital inequality remains a structural challenge. While Kenya continues to make strong progress in urban digital connectivity, rural and marginalized areas still face access gaps that limit participation in the digital information economy. And that's why I think the fifth administration has committed to actually digitize the entire country, for example, by putting the 1,450 digital hubs across all the wards, the lowest representation in terms of our country's structure across the country, so that every remote area in this country can get a digital access, and every youth in Kenya can have a chance to actually digital access and be trained. We must also remain vigilant against coordinated, inauthentic behavior, cyber-enabled propaganda, and malicious uses of artificial intelligence. Kenya continues to strengthen its institutional capacity to detect, attribute, and respond to these threats through the enhanced coordination, regional cooperation, and cyber resilience frameworks. Distinguished guests, despite these challenges, the future of African media remains exceptionally promising. After all, we actually say it's time for Africa, and actually Africa is rising. Africa has got the youngest population across the globe. Actually, yesterday we were attending the Africa Forward Summit, which was basically the Africa-France Enabled Summit. And one of the stats that was shared was that 1 out of 4 people in the world will actually be Africans by 2050. So that's so close. That tells you it's a moment for Africa. This demographic reality represents not only a large audience, but also a powerful generation of innovators, creators, and technologists, and storytellers. Artificial intelligence, data analytics, multilingual platforms, and mobile journalism are opening new frontiers for the content production and distribution. AI adoption within journalism is accelerating, with newsrooms already using some of these tools for transcription, for example, translating languages, verification of facts, as I said, research, and audience engagement. If governed responsibly, these technologies can strengthen journalism, improve efficiency, expand local language content, and enhance access to credible information. The future African media ecosystem must therefore reset on 3 pillars. Number 1, trust, safeguarding credibility and public confidence in the information systems. Innovation, building Africa-led digital platforms and the AI ecosystems. We can no longer rely on AI data coming from across the globe. We must have our own hyperlocal data, be it in languages or in fact, any of the demographics, so that when we're actually configuring any of the communication, it's actually local relevant. And inclusion, ensuring that no citizen is excluded from the digital information economy. After all, we're actually in the digital era, so none of us should be locked out when we are seeing this digital transformation happening in our generation. Finally, as I close, I want to commend the Media Council of Kenya, led by the board and the CEO, for convening this important summit and for its continued leadership in advancing the professional standards, ethical journalism, and policy dialogue within the sector. The government remains committed to supporting this mandate and strengthening collaboration across public, private, academic, and civil society. As this summit progresses, let's ensure that our discussions translate into practical outcomes. We must pursue updated broadcasting codes, responsive licensing frameworks, enforceable platform accountability systems, and harmonized regional approaches that address AI governance, child online safety, and electoral integrity. And as a matter of fact, my minister and myself were actually in the Senate today to answer questions around what we're doing as government to actually ensure and safeguard child online safety. And it just tells you it's not just this gathering, it's actually a whole of government approach to some of these very fundamental issues that impact our society, and especially our youth and children. Africa has an opportunity not only to participate in the global digital transformation, but to shape it in ways that can reflect our values, aspirations, and democratic principles. Let's therefore work together to build a media and digital ecosystem that's actually inclusive, trustworthy, resilient, and future-ready. Before I declare this forum open, I'm also informed that His Excellency, the IGAD Executive Secretary, Dr. Wake Gapeheu, actually made a pronouncement on the floor today to say that there is a proposal or some thinking to actually establish a center of media excellence in Africa. That is actually very good news because, you know, we can only progress by being innovative, by actually thinking on step changes. And I actually want to respond and say that's an idea that as government we support because Kenya has got one of the most robust media platforms across. And if that idea is actually seen to fruition and is realized, Kenya will want to offer to actually midwife that process and actually host that media center of excellence. Please, a round of applause. Because I think the best we can do is also borrow obviously from each other, but also borrow from those who have actually run ahead of us. And in the media space, Kenya has got one of the most robust media that you can get. I mean, be it, for example, when you see parliamentary coverage in our, both houses, Senate and National Assembly. When you see our political debates, and now Kenya, we come to a case where we even have presidential debates on, like you'll get, for example, in the US or Europe. So you've got very, very robust media platforms, and we're happy that when that center is actually conceived or in fact formed, Kenya will be very, very happy to host it and obviously give a chance to lead in that process. With those few remarks, I want to thank you again for obviously traveling from across the globe. I'm told we've got delegates from across the world, Europe, and across Africa, and basically just to come into Nairobi, I'm told we've got nearly 300 delegates. So we've got our own hospitality in Kenya. We say we're the cradle of civilization. You know, Kenya has got everything you need, from our coastal beaches to the Mara, to obviously the mountain. You've got anything, you're spoiled for choice. And I keep on being told, everywhere I am, whether Europe, Middle East, or wherever, that Kenya's got one of the best hospitality in terms of our own people, our own reception, and the way Kenyans receive you. So I want to say that you've got the freedom of the city. Please, when you finish the actual summit and you've got some time to spare, do visit any of the Kenyan attractions across the country, and you're welcome to obviously overstay or come back again, as we say, Karibu Kenya. With those few remarks, I want to declare this Africa Media Summit officially open. I thank you.
Well, thank you so much. AI alert, let's have it on the screen. Let's see whether when a principal secretary would recognize this particular moment. When PS, would you recognize you doing that? Because that was just a photo and the AI did something. All right, a big round of applause for the PS. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our break. We only have 15 minutes for our break. So, our timer, let's have it on the screen. Our timer begins now. Immediately after that, we kick off our next panel discussion. See you after 15 minutes.
itaingia vizuri. Vuta hizi za katikati nyuma. Weka kavu. Weka kavu. Wapi jamaa wako? Unaona hivi? Sasa ikai kama iko hivi. So hizi zirudi nyuma hizi. Zirudi kidogo hivi. Hapo. Hapo. Hapa mbele itakazubaya huku kwa kona pale karibu na KCB. Kama hapo kwa KCB because already hizi unajua hizi ni mpya. Hii na hii iko basi. Iko fiti sasa. Tunaweza toa podium. Hatuhitaji podium until kesho. Bro. Hii inaenda sio? Hii shuka hiyo. Wacha nikuje na mimi.
Welcome back, dear delegates. If I could have this microphone a bit higher, a bit higher. Welcome back, welcome back. We want to kick off the second installment in good time. If it's your first time in Kenya, welcome. Wow. Welcome, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Our panelists are ready. Welcome back. Just a bit high, just a bit high. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, dear delegates. We want to kick off the next session in good time, fully loaded and engaged. It's time for the lion to tell its story. And I think Africa's lion, the media. So welcome, welcome back, dear delegates. Ready to kick off in good time. Thank you so much. A media center of excellence. It's a powerful recommendation. That we can now tell a story, our stories, in a very powerful way, engaging way. So distinguished delegates, welcome, 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 welcome. We want to kick off the session. Our moderator is already here. We'll have 30 minutes for this particular engagement, so the panelists, please be ready. We're about to welcome you. Simeon Kone, please be on standby. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Our panelists, well done, good to see you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first panelist.
He is the Director of Legal Affairs at Côte d'Ivoire's High Authority for Audiovisual Communication with over a decade of experience in media regulation, legal reform, and audiovisual policy. He has played a key role in shaping legislation for digital media regulation, online content governance, and intellectual property protection in the evolving digital environment. Please welcome Simeon Kone.
A big round of applause for him, please. Up next,
She is an accomplished media leader with over 2 decades of experience in journalism, editorial leadership, and media governance. She leads the Press Council of South Africa, championing ethical journalism, media accountability, and freedom of expression across the continent. Please welcome Fathiswa Magopeni.
A big round of applause, please. And then, of course, we have the Executive Secretary, Rwanda Media Commission, Emmanuel Mugisha. Please welcome. A big round of applause for him, please. There we have Simeon Kone already on stage. We also have Dr. Fathiswa Magopeni already on stage. And we do have Mercy Ndegwa, Public Policy Director for East Africa, Meta. Please welcome. And our moderator, Chief Executive Officer, Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo. A big round of applause for him. 30 minutes for this session. 30 minutes. Once you start talking, the clock starts ticking. It's 20 minutes to the top of the hour. We should be done by exactly 1:30, ready for lunch. But for this session, 30 minutes. Over to you, moderator. Your 30 minutes begin once you start talking. The gong signals that your time is over. All right, over to you, sir.
Is it working? Is it working? No. Okay. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of the day. We're looking at strengthening the dialogue between regulators, online platforms, and the whole idea is about information integrity. The panelists have been introduced already. So I have the first question from our neighbor, Emmanuel Mugisha, and your neighbor, Kone. How can, in 3 minutes each, I will try to cut in so that we can go around before we flow back. In 3 minutes each, tell us about how core regulation can balance platform accountability with freedom of expression. How that regulation then does not infringe on freedom, it just creates accountability and allows that work to do. Emmanuel, tell us about it.
Hello. Thank you so much, Bwana CEO, and thank you for coordinating this wonderful event. So regarding the question, I think let's first agree that this issue is a call to each and everyone to come together and find a solution. It's not something for the regulators only. I usually approach it from that angle, the issue of information integrity. Someone talked about, I think Zoe, who talked about looking at information integrity as not dealing with a media house or a single journalist. It's a system. So that means it involves regulators, government, civil society, academia, to find solutions to what we are facing today. So in the case of co-regulation, I don't know who is coming into this space, but where I come from, we have constructed what we call media self-regulation and avoided co-regulation at some point. Because the co-regulation aspect brings in some other forces that we think we don't need in this space. The state, let me put it clearly, or the governments. But when we talk about self-regulation as a mechanism, we are talking about empowering each and every actor involved to become a responsibility of everybody to ensure that this space is sanitized and integrity is maintained as far as information is concerned. So we wish to promote information literacy, media information literacy, as one of the key approaches to ensuring that information integrity is upheld and to ensure that the codes of ethics are owned by everybody, not in letter but in spirit. This is very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bonacone, now in legal language, you know, that was a communicator's language, you are a lawyer, isn't it? Tell us how you can use that co-regulation to balance accountability and freedom of expression without each infringing on the other one.
Thank you so much. I know that I'm the second French speaking here with my friend of Senegal. My English is not so perfect, but I will try. I would like to thank Media Council of Kenya and OECD for this panel. Concerning your question, I think that mechanisms of co-regulation between platform and self-regulation and strict state regulation, co-regulation constitutes an effective compromise. Why? Because this can include negotiated codes of conduct, common technical standards, independent audits, measurable commitments with monitoring mechanisms. Because the regulator have many laws to apply when there is not something that must be punished, but it has to have rules. But what platforms reproach to regulators is that it applies rule with very difficulties, and the rules are very hard. And this, I think that you must have a compromise with between regulator platforms and civil society.
Thank you very much. I think you bring about the point of accountability and transparency and clearly set out guidelines. Yes, I think getting from that, I want to talk to Dr. Patricio. We have been in these corridors for a while. Tell us, what are the unique challenges you think that African press councils face, especially when they are dealing with online platforms? Because there could be global challenges, but those that are unique to African press councils, or basically African regulators, when dealing with what we like to call big tech and online platforms.
It's open. Yes.
Okay, all right. Good day, everyone. I think the question you're asking is a serious one, and I always get to respond to the difficult things. I think what we also, while we are talking about our information integrity and in relation to how we should be working with platforms and the challenges that are unique to the continent, I don't think we should overlook the issue of media integrity, because information integrity is a byproduct of media integrity, because that talks to the moral architecture and the ethical posture of media entities. In most cases, if that is not fixed at source, the problem is what we see in the information integrity space. So I do think that it's something that we need to pay attention to. But what it also does is compromise the posture of press councils or media councils, depending on where you see it, in terms of holding the media accountable and public trust in these councils to do their work. So that's the one part. The second part is the language blind spot problem. We know that the existing infrastructure that deals with moderation and verification of content is English-based, and there are also those dominant languages, but outside the continent, that you would find accommodated in that infrastructure. So it means that any disinformation that comes through digital platforms is difficult to detect in African languages, because the current systems are not designed for that function. but also the challenge of press councils themselves, because they lack multilingual digital monitoring mechanisms. So it makes it difficult for press councils to actually do their own work. But the other part is that in instances which is general in the African continent, because we have a strong oral tradition of storytelling that's based in vernacular languages. And what tends to happen is these information disorders migrate to audio platforms like WhatsApp voice notes, and the TikTok platforms, and many other platforms that are not falling within the domain of the press councils in terms of regulation. So these are the fundamental things that we need to address.
Thank you very much. Mercy, before we proceed, I want us to be sure that when we speak meta, it is okay for us to say we meant Facebook, YouTube, and WhatsApp, among others. Is it true?
Yes.
Okay, now.
And Instagram, which is also very commonly used.
Instagram. So when someone represents Meta, the entire thing there. So now tell us, she's spoken about the language problem. So then how can you, as this big platform, adapt your content moderation into Africa's regional context, especially local? Because you go to communities, we may not be many, but you go to Swahili speaking. We're in the millions. You go to Nigeria, we are in the millions and all that. So how can then this big tech and the platforms adopt their content moderation to fit into our regional contexts?
Thank you so much for that question. I'll just take a minute to, first of all, congratulate the Media Council as well as the OECD on this wonderful roundtable to have a really important discussion on the information integrity subject. And to say that the way Meta postures itself across the region, to directly answer your question and maybe to also provide clarity and more information to my other panelists who have touched on the subject of how do we cover the question of language diversity, cultural context and nuances when it comes to our platforms and how they're used. So Meta as a company has invested very, very heavily, let me say, in three particular areas. First, it's in improving the platforms themselves. How we do that, we invest, of course, in making sure that the platforms, as they are being accessed across the world by the different populations of people, whether they are here in Africa or in other continents, they're able to be served the same in terms of the way they experience the platforms. But the question of language then, for instance, would come up because you have people who are English speaking in some continents and actually have different languages across the world. In Africa, we have over 2,000 dialects that we think about. We do actually have improvements and a lot of investment we've made in programs that we are running to improve our artificial intelligence to be able to recognize and support African languages. We already are doing that actually, so just maybe to provide some clarity. For all languages that are spoken by majority of populations, if I may put it that way, of course we haven't covered all 2,000. We still have a long way to go. But we do have,
for the first time. By majority, what is the threshold? At what point do you start?
Yes, that's what I want to explain. Where you have, for example, Swahili, which is actually an African language now, nationally recognized by the African Union, we have Swahili covered, not just in terms of having people who speak Swahili being employees of the company as full-time employees, but also involved in the work of content moderation. So we do have Swahili speaking, and we're not talking about somebody that is maybe Swahili trained on Duolingo with no, all respect to Duolingo, it's fantastic, I use it myself, or learning Swahili maybe in a university out there. We're talking about people who are from the region, speaking Swahili, that understand Swahili context, that are actually employees of the company, that moderate that language. When it comes to Swahili, we have diversity even in Swahili itself. Think about it. The way we speak Swahili in Kenya differs with how the Tanzanians speak Swahili. We do understand each other, but then we have, let me say, different levels of, let me say, complexities in how we use Swahili. How Swahili is used in DRC and other places also could have local language being an influence in how the words are spoken or said. And so we have those kinds of diversity represented, and they continue to be a challenge because we have to keep improving. When you think about Arabic, for instance, we cover languages like Arabic because they're widely spoken. Majority of those who ascribe to the Muslim faith have Arabic as a language that they interact with on our platforms, and it differs. When you come to South Sudan, for instance, Juba Arabic is very much influenced also by local language. And so for us, we do cover it from that perspective. Largely spoken in terms of Arabic as a general language will be covered. But now to the nuance of Juba Arabic, as it differs from maybe Arabic spoken in the Middle East or Swahili as spoken in Kenya vis-a-vis DRC and so on, that's where the difference will be. So we have trained our systems to be able to understand local languages in widely spoken languages across the region. We've covered Swahili, we've covered Igbo, we've covered what is the languages in South Africa? Some of the ones that we spoke, we have quite a number of languages basically covered. I'm sorry, they're coming off my mind. So we have quite a number, over 80 languages actually, to be precise, in Africa, that we have integrated into artificial intelligence to be able to be usable on our platforms and actually also used in terms of content moderation.
Thank you. I will wait to hear later on when you tell us what you're doing to languages like Shem, which keeps evolving every day. You have new words that come all the time and how that will happen. And it's a challenge we face, even those regulators who work on certain language, because the young people or rather the linguists keep getting language that is evolving. But secondly, which is a matter also to reflect, is we are an oral society, and dialect can be very creative, so that people have certain idioms and sayings that can hide very deep meaning. And that's a challenge we face even at the Media Council when you try to listen to content, radio and TV in vernacular. Even if you feed the system to look for specific keywords, the storytellers on this part of the world have a way of hiding very harsh or very strong words in very colorful, intonations. How would you go about that? Yes, in 1 minute, please tell us how you're going about that, because also it is evolving. A new word gets born every week. How do you do that? Thank you.
Yeah. So to expand maybe even to the explanation I was giving earlier, so besides having local teams represented within the company, we work with local partners across the continent. We have that in Kenya, for example. They are the ones who assist us to pick up what you're saying, patterns, trends, slurs. And we work also a lot with the media, who also provide us that kind of intel. They will let us know about trends. For instance, around key civic engagements moments, like now when you have an election coming up, or there is, I don't know, maybe a change in a constitution in a country, things like that, you find that there will be an uptick in terms of the traffic on our platforms, people who come onto our platforms to engage. And in those instances, you have new language that will come in, where that language might be problematic in terms of may cause harm on the ground if it is used on the platforms. We will then prioritize in removing those and actioning them. So we work very much with local partners and the media.
Thank you. Back to Patricia. Now we're going back. You have your press council. How are you able now, or what is your strategy? Because you have this white paper on audiovisual media and all that. A white paper is another name for a working paper and some place for people to go what's in. How are you going to co-regulate global platforms? Or does the white paper reflect about, because if content is in your country, you have to find a way of regulating it. Has the white paper reflect about how you're going to co-regulate the global platforms, and what are the strategies you're broadly exploring?
Okay, what is being done in South Africa is, in terms of the white paper that you're referring to, we've found deficiencies as the media in the paper as it was designed. And we've given input in terms of how we think things should be done. Because it's one thing to think of regulating platforms. Okay. But one of the things that we are now observing as quite important in how we think of rights-based governance of digital platforms is that they have become the value chain for the media ecosystem. In fact, there are media entities that wouldn't exist without the digital platforms. So there is a different approach that we need to take, that it's not just us regulating digital platforms in a punitive way, if I were to put it that way, as enabling online harms. But there's also the aspect of digital platforms being the enablers of the media to actually publish its content and reach its audiences. So the approach is going to be completely different, because we now have to co-create the regulation.
Thank you very much. I think you realize that they are moving beyond just the content to even the monetization and sustainability of the source of the news. Emmanuel, Rwanda, you are doing a new media policy. and you're talking about multi-layered accreditation and post-publication accountability. In our context, we say that when you say post-publication accountability, it's like saying you have freedom of speech, not freedom after speech. Is that what you mean, or how do you hope that this will promote, and stop the spread of disinformation and misinformation on platform? What is it, the policy about, and how will that make sure that you promote the freedom before speech and after speech, before publication and after publication?
The media policy that you're trying to come up with in Rwanda looks at different aspects in addressing the sector's issues. So misinformation, disinformation, fake news is one of them. The other one being sustainability of the media. We are looking at the government considering supporting the growth of the legacy media or the traditional media so that it remains relevant to communities and societies. So the issue of freedom of expression before and after expression, I think we have been progressing on this. As I said earlier, Rwanda has adopted a self-regulatory approach to media. The biggest question we have in the policy is, should we accommodate online content creators as journalists? Defining who is a journalist is one of the key challenges we are having. So most journalists are saying that the definition should be reserved to the professionals, those who do the business on a daily basis to serve the audience with public interest content, that is information, educative content, entertainment, and the rest. Others are like, if you define it restrictively in that sense, you're not being realistic to the situation, to the realities of what is happening. But I would love to learn from this audience how some of you are dealing with this question, with this issue. How are you defining journalism? So that is the biggest question our policy is having. And if I can get an answer from this congregation, I would be glad. I would say that my coming here wasn't a waste.
Thank you. I will tell you that even the World Trade Organization and the UN High Commission for Refugees, they are trying to argue whether journalism is a profession or a trade. In Kenya, I know that we have two parts of accrediting a journalist, either by meeting the minimum academic qualifications or by consistently engaging in the practice of journalism, either through writing or broadcasting in ways that are verifiable. And I can assure you that that debate went on for more than 3 years, and we had to find that middle ground. And now in Kenya, they speak a lot about comedians taking over the work of journalists in the media, especially broadcast media. And it's a very complex debate to follow up. But we will come there because there are fears I want you to reflect about when I come back about your intent to engage age restrictions on social media. That is very good. We've seen that being happening in Australia and a few countries. But is it going to stop youth civic engagement? Think about it. But I want to talk to Simeon Kone. The high authority in your country has service level agreements with content creators. Is it only on the code of ethics on what they could publish or not publish? Or are you also negotiating with big tech so that these content creators can benefit from their work? So what is the high authority doing? Because we have certain agreements on audiovisual productions with the individual content creators. Are you only dealing with the information given, or are you helping them get some money out of their work?
So in Ivory Coast, what is not in Ivory Coast, we see that content creators are not remunerated. They are not remunerated. So what we do in Ivory Coast, we authorize radio station, television station, and also media in digital media. But content regulators are not remunerated. So, but we work with platform, online platform, to perform this. We have meeting with Meta, TikTok, but what they talk about our regulation and our law is that our law is too hard, that they cannot apply in this context remuneration of content creators. That is a very big difficulty in Ivory Coast. So, but we know that we have laws who can be applied to radio station or television station, but not content creators in Ivory Coast. It's a problem in Ivory Coast.
Thank you very much. I know the big tech, and they are represented here, they tell everybody that your laws in the country are not good for our work, and that happens a lot. So it's not Ivory Coast alone. I think even South Africa and all that, and that's how I want to move. Because the OECD from a course for increasing the plurality of information sources. And you all agree with me that Facebook has become a major news aggregator now. It brings news articles up and all that, developed by this and all that. So, number one, so that when we are using algorithms and they are pushing globalized digital media, and they're not pushing the news on the local media platforms, what is the Press Council planning to do about that? And what has been the response from Facebook, the largest aggregator, especially to ensure that these platforms then promote local public interest journalism and not interesting news from any other source? What are you doing yourself? And immediately after you speak for 1.5 minutes, let us hear what the response is, because she's next to you anyway.
We've just had, but it was November last year when it was concluded, the competition inquiry that was triggered by the South African National Editors Forum. And the recommendations are to the effect that platforms must be transparent in how they apply their algorithms, and to the extent that public affairs content, which is usually not sensational and not as sexy to drive audiences online, must be prioritized in the way the algorithms are set up. But there are many other remedies that have been recommended to that effect. And we are engaging with the different platforms. Meta is one of them. Google, we have had conversations with them. And in fact, the remedies are already in effect. They are being implemented. And we have had Microsoft as well. And we are talking to many others who were scrutinized by the Competition Commission. But what we are not happy with, and I think as lessons for others on the continent, what we have seen, there's already an appeal on the outcome of that commission of inquiry, because the amount that has been allocated for compensation is not sufficient, and some of these tech platforms actually got away with murder because there is no monetary requirement from them. It's just providing training, and some of those are being appealed. So I think it's a lesson for the continent. If you are going to go the route that we went with your competition inquiries and competition commissions, make sure that you actually get the benefit for your media sector.
You must see, and to help you frame this, the OECD says that these big platforms, to move away from inward-looking business models that just bring you money alone, and make sure that you promote local digital content and don't squeeze away local content creators from the dollar or the shilling. What are you doing deliberately in aligning your algorithm so that you also promote local digital content, either at policy level, and to avoid these conflicts? You hear almost every African country is saying big tech is not cooperating. What are you doing, or what are you planning to do about it?
Thank you. I think one of the things that we're doing is these kinds of conversations. We have actually shared contributions, our contributions, and are aligned 100% with the recommendations from the OECD with regards to information integrity. We actually contributed the work with regards to that recommendation. And AI transparency is one of the things that is provided for in that recommendation, and which we agree with. And maybe to just touch on, and to also maybe clarify on the let me call it perception of certain media being amplified over others. I think the question of algorithms is one where there is a little bit of awareness we need to maybe create more of in terms of how algorithms work. And one of the things that draws people to platforms, one of them is actually news, like somebody said, even you said that there's lots of people who come to Facebook to interact with news pages and others who are sharing information that is newsworthy. And the content itself is what informs where people go and who they follow and why they're following them. It is not so much a question of Meta itself determining which media source should be amplified over the other. So we don't have a preference. We allow the platform for everyone. The users, the actors behind the content are treated similarly on our platforms. We don't have a preferential treatment of benefiting others over the others. And I'd say it's a question of how creative your content is. What is it that the people want to learn about or know? Their experiences maybe with your content or how you write your stories and so on. I wouldn't say it's so much a question of us in our platforms skewing in favor certain sources over others. Yeah.
Thank you. Of course, I understand where you come from, that Africa is a homogeneous, multi-level, different sized types of democracies and all that. Gentlemen, Emmanuel, I know that Rwanda thinks about multi-level accreditation and all those matters, but then you notice that most of the disinformation in Rwanda is through encrypted messaging, because they say that when men learn to shoot without missing, then the bird learns to fly without patching. How is Rwanda going about getting to police these platforms without infringing the freedom of expression in social media and other platforms?
To be honest, I don't think there is any policing of these content creators. The one thing we have...
Sorry, I hope you all believe him, but it's a good way, isn't it? Thank you.
Yeah, they should believe me, because I'm the authentic source. So what I'm saying is our major concern is especially on our historical reality. When we talk about the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, you know, something means a lot to our history. So you'll find like we have means of, you know, dealing with such a kind of content. And maybe I would like to request the Meta East African team to also maybe help us on dealing with this, because I think this shouldn't be an issue of Rwanda, but it's a concern for all of us. We've been seeing, you know, rhetorics in DRC promoting the genocide ideology, and nothing's being done, and yet this is a crime that we all know that is, you know, that should be dealt with by anyone who believes in a better world. And maybe this is a discussion I'll have with her if she...
Thank you very much. You notice that when you're talking to colleagues from Rwanda and the DRC is mentioned, and the genocide ideology is mentioned and all that, the line gets very thin. You must balance certain interests, historical happenings, and all that. Now, I want to ask our colleague...
But before I finish, Mr. CEO, maybe.
Yes.
The question you're asking. So, what I wanted to note is there is no policing of content creation in Rwanda. In fact, it's difficult to do, to be honest. It is not easy. Because Rwanda has what you call the Rwandophones. The community of the Rwandophones. They're all over. They're here in Kenya, they're in Tanzania, they're in DRC, Brussels, they're all over. All these are content creators. You cannot police them. You can't. So this is why we are putting much emphasis in literacy, so that people become responsible and accountable consumers and contributors on these spaces, and they get to know how to, you know, put barriers and limitations on what they should be doing in terms of what is right and what is wrong.
Thank you.
So that's our policing, through self-regulation.
Okay, thanks.
Not through
I was not
means,
accusing Rwanda, I was just doing the conference show.
Yeah, thank you.
Ivory Coast, we know you're doing a lot of agreements and these plans about how to regulate content creation and all that. The fears is that Ivory Coast is not engaging with any international standards. You're just locking yourself and setting local standards which are not aligned with any international standards or global regulations. Are you, as you do these regulations with the Audiovisual Commission, the High Audiovisual Commission Authority, isn't it? Are you trying to align with the UN, AU, and freedom of expression, or you just close the borders, do your own document, and everybody aligns?
We apply global. We are member of networks. For example, we are member of ECRAN, which means let me see the real definition of this network. Excuse me. African Communication Regulation Authority Network. We are member, and also Kenya is member of this network. We have a French-speaking network which we are member, and we have the microphone.
No, they switch off the microphone when it goes off. So you will give us only 4 minutes for closing remarks so that we finish. So
we participate to many regional organizations with UNESCO. I think that we went in 2023 in Paris during a conference organized by UNESCO on Internet for Trust, and also many conferences where ACA of Côte d'Ivoire participates.
Thank you. I interrupt because of time. Really, I think the feeling is that as you do, the regulations align with international standards, and we are happy that you're doing it. Now, for the parting shot, ladies and gentlemen, I know I have been shown the time clock there. For 45 seconds, ladies first, of course. Someone else would say men before, ladies first. What would be parting shot? So that we go around.
My parting shot is a response to the question that you've asked about content creators and the regulations around them. We're taking a different approach. We had a roundtable in Parliament in March, and our view is that if you look at the information ecosystem itself, you have infrastructure, you have actors, and you have content. And you've got to be clear about where you want to regulate, because content creators, podcasters are not necessarily part of the infrastructure that you want to regulate. So are you going to look at the content? Because what that means, we already have press councils that are regulating the content space where the media is concerned. But what it means is also to look at how the information ecosystem is designed. You are going to require genre-based codes. One code for entertainment content creators, and another code for journalistic, which is already what press councils do. And in fact, in South Africa, they are already starting to join the press councils because they do journalistic work. And the third one is going to apply to influencers who work in the marketing commercial space, driving brands, which means that the advertising regulatory bodies would have to deal with that. But I do think that the whole idea of international global frameworks is a good one, but you also have to think about the fact that we could actually set global standards by thinking differently.
Thank you. Oh. Mercy, tell us about global standards and local laws in 1 minute.
Yes. So, like I said, we already partner very actively across the world with key organizations, OECD being one, in support of the framework that you set up and the recommendations around information security. But we do that across different other entities at the global level, but also locally. And we continue to be open to working with like I said, local partners here, and those who are interested in seeing how we can continue to shape the local context and nuance insofar as our systems are concerned, to make sure that any gaps in being able to have proper representation on our platforms can be addressed. So we welcome those who are in that area to see how we can work together to improve that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, David. I think my remarks on this is, we as media councils, how do we strengthen our efforts? How do we cooperate together, either at regional level, like we've studied the East African Press Council Association, we have NIMCA and everything. How do we ensure that we work together to promote the freedoms that we think our constitutions guarantee, freedom of expression, but also ensure that accountability is entrenched, and also work with these big tech companies on how to hold them accountable for what they can do to damage our societies? I think this is something that me and you and the rest in this room should be thinking about.
Thank you. Simon Kone, your parting words?
My last approach is that I think that we have to have much cooperation with platforms, not when there is a conference or a meeting with those platforms, because I think when we want to meet Meta in 2023, we came here in Kenya, Google, we came here in Kenya to meet a representative of Kenya. And after we went to Dubai to meet Meta. But I think that we must ameliorate this cooperation between platform and regulators.
Thank you very much. I know there's a lot of discussion, especially from Kenya, about this big tech having physical offices in countries so that we have people who can engage with, because when you have people used by 80% of a country and they don't have a physical location in a geographical country, it gets tricky and all that. So ladies and gentlemen, the conversation continues. Please send in more comments and questions, and I can assure you that everyone here is here with us for over the next 2 days. So an additional question or follow-up can come as it goes, unless MC wants to allow us to do one or two from the audience. Up to you.
Quick comment? One question? Okay, we'll just take one question because of time. Your name? Question? Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Paul, but David, I would like to ask my question in Swahili, and I'll direct my question to Messi. Messi, umezungumzia swala la lugha. Watu au nchi ambazo vijana wao wanaongea Kiingereza wanapata faida kutokana na maudhui wanayopandisha kwenye mitandao yao. Sisi ambao tunaongea Kiswahili hatulipwi. Sasa kuna jitihada gani zinafanyika kuhakikisha na watu wanaongea Kiswahili maudhui yao yanalipwa, wanafaidika? Kwa sababu tunahimiza vijana wajiajiri ili waweze kuwa na maisha yao wenyewe. Asante.
Thank you. Before Mercy answers, he simply asks, saying that he comes from Inchi Jirani. Kenyans know what Inchi Jirani means. And he's saying that the Swahili speakers on social media don't get to be paid as much as the English content creators. And I know he's simply by using Swahili means many other, minority languages on social media. Is Meta doing anything, an affirmative action to make sure that any language that has enough eyeballs gets paid equivalent to its neighbors? English. At least he can speak Swahili, but he can hear English. Ama sivyo ndugu? Ako sawa.
So kwa ufupi, hatubagui watu ambao wanapost kwenye mitandao yetu. Kila mtu ambaye, kama kwenye nchi yenu kunayo monetization ya content, tunawalipa watu wote the same. We don't differentiate between those who are English content creators and those who are Swahili content creators. Where we already have availed monetization in a country, any creator that is putting out content will receive money for their efforts the same. We don't distinguish. There's countries where we don't have it, like he mentioned already in their country, but we are continuing to see how we can expand monetization to all of those. But in Tanzania and in Kenya, in Uganda, in East Africa, those countries already do have monetization for all creators similarly.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Because of time, we'll stop there. A big round of applause for our moderator and the panelists. Let's have the sound right there. We do have AI alert. AI alert. AI alert. There we go, Emmanuel. A big round of applause for Mr. Emmanuel. Can we tell that's him? Simeon Kone, that's you right there. Okay. So take a photo. Thank you so much. Dr. Magopeni, thank you so much. Okay, you may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. And by the way, all the comments, questions, takeaways via the Menti platform, we take note of them. So keep sending them. Keep sending them. We really appreciate. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, 24 minutes past 1 p.m. Quick announcement here. We come back, we kick off at exactly 2:20 p.m. I'd kindly request Where is Mr. Meno? Mr. Meno, are you here? Fantastic. So 2:20, we kick off with your panelists. For lunch, lunch is set. All you need is your badge. If you don't have a badge, make sure you go to the registration desk to get your badge. Once you have your badge, as you walk towards Nyamachoma Ranch, that's where we're serving, make sure you have your meal voucher. Meal voucher. And immediately after lunch, we have an exhibition spot at the pavilion, next to the pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, bon appetit. Let's meet at 2:20. All the best. Conversations on information integrity, digital platforms, and media in Africa. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We appreciate that you're here, and if it's your first time, welcome to Kenya. And as we say it, you don't visit Kenya, you come home. So welcome home, welcome home, welcome home, welcome home. Bwana Mudibo, good to see you. Looking forward for that session. It's going to be powerful. Absolutely, it's going to be powerful. So distinguished guests, welcome. I can see our moderator is ready. Thank you, Mr. Meno. In a moment, we'll be kicking off. Welcome, 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 welcome. I'm looking forward for the establishment of that center of media excellence in Africa. I hope you do the same. The future of media, according to the Principal Secretary, it will be based on trust, innovation, and inclusion. Very important. And as we kick off, there is this particular animal. It's called a, you know it, you know it, you know it. Good to see you. The lion. Even if it is in a cage, it has a sense of boldness. Dr. Magopeni, welcome. It has a sense of mission. And I feel we are, as journalists, as media practitioners, we must walk into the future with that kind of boldness. That even in the face of artificial intelligence, we cannot be replaced. But let us beware. We will be replaced by somebody who uses AI. So we must use it and protect the integrity of information, no question about it. But beyond just being bold, we must begin to see into the future. 100 years ago, none of us was here. 100 years to come, certainly none of us will be here. But is there something we can do today that will live for generations to come? I believe even this engagement is one of it. So welcome, welcome, welcome. We're at 2 minutes, 1 minute, and we'll be kicking off with our panel discussion. Our moderator is already here. Technical team, are we ready? Technical team, are we good? Fantastic. I just want to randomly, I want you to identify something that stood out for you, that is a take home for you when I come to you, just mention it very quickly, then we can kick off. So, Olivia, I know we spoke, but let me come here. Ah, fantastic. Lillian once again. So let me ask your two colleagues, what stood out for you so far? Camera team, is it possible to focus on the two as well? Okay, go ahead. What's your name?
My name is Victoria Wamboi. I'm from AMWIC, Association of the Media Women in Kenya. What stood out for me today is being able to know that ethical journalism needs to be valued. And in the era of digital world, especially for us Gen Z, we have to make the media industry to be very relevant by establishing the ethics in media.
Wow, technical team, if I may kindly have another microphone, I'll really appreciate it. And I know our moderator, you're ready. We'll still, do we have the panelists ready as well? Okay, so we'll give it about 5 minutes. But Victoria, you're bringing in something absolutely important. And I appreciate the generational touch to it. Media, ethical media is absolutely important. Let me ask her a quick question. If we're able to see her on the screen, from a Gen Z's perspective, because even the kind of panelists we've been hearing from, and even the questions that have been asked, you kind of feel this is just still up there generationally. From a Gen Z's perspective, is there something you can say these guys up here are missing?
Okay, from a Gen Z perspective, what I can say is missing, probably understanding the new generation. Yeah, it's quite hard for the millennials and Gen X to understand us, especially in employment.
When it comes to employment?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. What is it that they cannot understand? They can't seem to understand.
Gen Z, they need flexibility, and they can. Gen Z they are very good. They can work things out instantly, but they don't need pressure.
Oh, no pressure.
Yeah.
No, oh, by the way, a couple of feedback here. I can see you loving it. What do you have to say about that?
Come on, they're getting us on our necks. It's a very good observation, but on the other hand, they are taking this syllabus too fast for us. Yeah, for us to learn. Because they want us to walk at the same level or to fly at the same level with them, of whereby the way they are grasping these things. Because for you, for example, simu ilikupata, yeye amezaliwa simu ikiwepo. You get it? So kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha kwamba their speed matching ours is absolutely hatuendanishi, inakuwa ngumu kidogo. But we are trying all our level best to see whether we can be where they are. Yeah.
You have something to say as well? Yeah, when it comes to the old age, they're experienced, but they are not informed.
My goodness. They are experienced, but they are not informed. What do you mean, my friend? What do you mean? Do you agree with that? The experience, but information about what's happening. Because what's your take on the whole discussion about Gen Zs and this well-experience? What was your name again?
My name is Huntington Koikai.
Huntington, you're saying no pressure, no pressure. We came here with, in fact, the mobile phone found us.
And then experience is the best teacher. So we are more learned and educated on that. If they say that we have experience and no, I don't agree with that.
What about you, sir?
Thank you. I think, thank you, Johnston, for asking a very important question.
Right.
I think that is what we've been missing. If you look at what she's saying, the way we talk about young people, like the way we are putting them into categories, like we're talking about Gen Zs, and the assumption there is they have universal experiences. So it's one monolithic group. That is where we get it wrong. So even as we talk about Gen Zs, within that Gen Z group, there are other subgroups, there are different experiences, and so on and so forth.
Wow.
So that is my take.
Okay, many thanks. A big round of applause for the team. And Victoria, thank you so much. Just let's hear from your colleague as well. So Lillian, Victoria, what about you? What do you have to say?
My name is Mercy Avoga, and have 2 points. First, I just want to say, I feel like the thing about Gen Z, people just have a perspective that is not true. It's more of like, before, there was nothing like Gen Zs, Millennials, X, Generation X, and all that. We were just coexisting in the same environment, doing things differently. And just because we are a generation that sees things differently, chooses to do things differently, chooses to talk about things that we're not impressed about, doesn't mean that we are inexperienced or we just talk for the sake of, we're just different.
We're just different.
Yes, accept us with our differences. Like, let's just learn to coexist. We're not in a competition. And another thing on content creation, I feel like we could work on it is like in other countries. Right now we're in the digital era, like everyone knows. It's mobile phone, like content, news in the journalism industry. If we could monetize our content so that creators are able to benefit from making content, and you know, hakuna jobs. So like content creation is still like a job for many young people in Kenya right now. So why don't we find a way to monetize and not just depend on dealing with brands, or if you know someone that helps you, so that you can make money from your content, so that we don't have to struggle. You know, the opportunities, just like we just need to know how to make money from doing that.
Boom!
Yeah.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was Mercy and Victoria. Thank you so much. What a way to segue into AI in the present and future of information spaces. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, I hope they're all here, but I'll quickly go straight to our moderator from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Netherlands, Cyber Officer. A big round of applause for Mr. Menno Grease. I want to find out, you've heard, is this just a Kenyan debate, or whether does it also happen in Netherlands? Please respond to that. A big round of applause for our moderator. We've got about 30 minutes once you start talking, but once you have your panelists confirmed. But go ahead, Menno. What are your thoughts? Is this just a Kenyan debate we're having here? There we go.
Well, the easy answer is no. I think the reason we're here with so many different countries is the fact that it's not just a Kenyan discussion, it's a discussion in Europe, in Africa, more globally. So I was also glad to see the many different countries present here today and the many different stakeholders to really have this discussion. So let's get it started with the many different backgrounds.
All right. Take it away, take it away. Do we have our panelists ready? Okay, fantastic. So I'll call them straight up. Do we have Ambassador Philip Thigo, or a representative? Special Envoy of Technology, Office of the President of the Republic of Kenya. Let's also have reporter, Nigeria, AFP Fact Check, Oluseyi Owuyu Lugbe. A big round of applause for her. Welcome. Oscar Otieno, are you here? Oscar Otieno, Deputy Data Commissioner, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner of Kenya. And let's have the head National Crisis Management Center, Lithuania, Vilmantas Vitkauskas. Wow, big round of applause for him. And Article 19, Senior Digital Programs Officer, Janet Bam. Big round of applause for the panelists. So 30 minutes to engage the panelists, then you'll have 20 minutes to engage the audience. Over to you, Menno.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for being here. It's the first panel after lunch, so I know that's always a difficult task, and it's up to us to keep you on the edge of your seat. And I think the conference planning has done that by including the two words that over the last 2 years has made sure that rooms have always been filled, which is artificial intelligence, of course. Over the last week, I've been pondering a certain question in preparation of this panel, which is whether or not artificial intelligence should be seen as one of a significant development when it comes to information, a development in the likes of the printing press, electronic communication, and the internet. Well, that is something that we're going to discuss today. I have multiple panelists here with distinctive backgrounds to discuss the impact we've already seen on information spaces and the impact we might be seeing over the coming period. So without further ado, I know we are a bit short on time. We're just going to go straight into the questions. So my first question, and I have it here because we did prepare this, as ones do, is for Vilmantas. As you've been introduced, you have an experience as the director of the National Crisis Management Center in Lithuania. What impact of AI have you seen in your work and on threats such as disinformation and coordinated inauthentic behavior, and what do you expect the changes to be in the upcoming years?
Thank you very much for, first of all, for invitation and for opportunity for our small country to be represented in this wonderful format. I think it's a lot for us to learn, but I think also it's a lot for us to share with this audience, with the experiences and what you just asked about how our government perceives AI and what are the main thoughts about it. I think we all understand the challenges. We understand, and I think we understood quite early that AI, in a way, it's a systematic challenge. At the same time, it's also opportunity for wrongdoers, to use the methodologies, to use the systems to make effort and to make effect on our public opinion about our decision-making process, about controlling the situations which requires calmness and understanding from the citizens, because a lot of panic can be caused because of the possible intrusions with the information space. So I think it's for us it was considered at the very beginning that it's a challenge. At the same time, we all understand that this technology, AI technology, makes the news to be prepared much cheaper, much faster, and also to be automated in a way that it could be tailored to a specific audience for the specific needs. So these are let's say the negative impacts, but we always have to look at the positives. And we always say that it's not just a challenge, it's a great opportunity for our government and for governmental institutions to look for possible solutions, how we can actually understand the narratives, how we can understand the essence, the origin of those narratives. And also what is very, very important is how we can look for attribution, because I think what we need to discuss, and we always do discuss, we want to understand the reason and the cause, why the certain disinformation was affecting our public and our society. Because with that, it helps us to fight it, it helps us to become resilient, and also it helps us to communicate with our public, not to put them into the mood that is not favorable for our country.
Thank you for that. And as you said, it makes it automated, easier, faster. These words, Janet, if I may come to you, I think are also related to your experience and your work as someone with Article 19 and a background in journalism. As we're talking about how AI is automating it, is making it faster, how do you see this change in your work, and also especially related to how it's reshaping journalism and information flows? And the question we've had this morning a little bit, if you could also look how it's affecting freedom of expression, especially for marginalized voices.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to say, I'm not a journalist, I'm a lawyer, but my dad was a journalist and even headed the National Television Authority of Nigeria before retirement, so I guess in some way I can say I'm a journalist. And to come to your question, I think for Article 19, we see AI as a tool which needs to be used to simplify tasks and also help a lot of processes, but we also understand a lot of issues, especially the ethical use of AI. And this is usually the starting point for a lot of things, especially in information landscape. In traditional media, radio, TV, print media, you have very thorough editorial processes and human oversight that go through, a news item by professionals before it is sent out. So that automatically means that whatever is put out has been deliberated upon. But with AI, it has sort of broken down some of these walls and now democratized information landscape where everyone is now a media practitioner online, a content creator, and is dishing out contents by the hour. And when I was listening to the person from Meta speaking, and when they were saying about how it's a level playing field, I said, I don't think so. There is so much pressure on content creators to put out content that is sensational. And in that way, it automatically makes it difficult for real journalists to go online and share information that has been verified and is truthful. And what that also now does is, it also, and I'm just giving examples from the work that we've done, it also means that there's now a frustration from the government who now try to regulate, and in trying to regulate the online content creators, the media is now disproportionately affected. So for instance, we've experienced cases in the Gambia where the government was working on media regulation. I think the term it was more of an accreditation document for journalists. But what they really were trying to do was moderating content for content producers online. And we had to call their attention to this to say, look, this does not seem like a document to regulate the media or help with media accreditation. This is more of a content regulation for social media, sensational, content creators, and that distinction has to be made. And I also feel one of the things, and as Magmeed was saying earlier, is also the importance of ensuring that in protecting the integrity of information is to fund traditional media. And I'm saying this because I work in Senegal and have seen how during the issues of lockdown, when we all depend on the internet, when there is internet shutdowns, everyone runs to the traditional medias. But if the traditional medias are not empowered and equipped at that time to fill in this gap, then there is a big lacuna. So I feel like these are some of the thoughts that I'll just put out there and hope to come back to it later.
Yeah, and if I may ask one follow-up question quickly. You said, of course, the space for verification and there's pressure. Do you feel that this pressure to be fast is also then limiting the quality that we're currently seeing?
Oh, absolutely. And I know that then it was generative AI, and now we're moving into agentic AI, where everyone is now automating processes. And it's so easy to see online where someone would say, oh, this is not me speaking, this is my AI. This is my agent speaking. And I also want to say that I've tried using the agentic AI, especially in booking my trips to come here and going to Zambia. And what happened was that I got a faster process, but my hotel for the safari park here, my agent that I used did not include the meals in my hotel booking. So every morning when I wake up here, there is no breakfast. The hotel has told me that there is no breakfast. So it means that irrespective of how you train your agents to work, there has to be that human oversight. And at the end of the day, that's what makes the difference. Because if you just put it out there to churn content by the seconds because you want to meet up your production targets, then it's not the right thing to do.
Thank you. And now, Oleshe, I'm coming to you. You've done a lot of work relating to elections. We've discussed a little bit about what we're seeing as how information is put out. We've discussed how disinformation is affected by AI. This will all be coming together in elections. What have you seen? What changes have you seen of AI on the investigative journalism that you have done?
Well, certainly AI has made our work more difficult. because before, in the past, when you see AI content, you can easily say, oh, this is AI, because you can see 6 fingers or an extra limb sticking out from the elbow. It's no longer like that, and so the work has become more difficult. But at the same time, we must acknowledge that in some ways it's been easier, because from my experience working at the AFP, which is a multilingual newsroom, rather than wait for somebody who understands French or Wolof, the AI tools can just help me translate, and the human or my colleague can just come and do some quality control. Right. And even for elections, we see that it's not just about someone putting out tools. Now, the politicians and their team have access to these tools, and they use that to influence the outcome of elections. Like I told a colleague that when you study the trends and the patterns of false information that is circulated before an election, you can likely tell who will win that election, because it's the clear winner or the strongest opponent or candidate that is mostly targeted by that deep fakes. You know, like for instance, in Nigeria, you have a lot of false information and linking a certain politician to certain foreign actors just to paint the picture that that person or that candidate cannot be trusted in the eyes of the electorate. So these are some of the ways that AI has changed what happens in journalism and elections.
And in your work, have you seen this lead to actually significant differences in outcome? How can we investigate that? How does that work? Can you tell us a little bit about how you do this work?
Well, we're still trying to work that out, because at the end of the day, your eyes will see some details, yes. But sometimes what we found out now with the Synth ID tool, we have a tool in-house that we've also developed at the AFB, is that the signatures, these content, they have these digital signatures that these AI tools can, at the end of the day, tell you that there is a 90% chance that this was generated using artificial intelligence. So on one hand, artificial intelligence is being used to create this false content. On the other hand, you can also use artificial intelligence to detect this false content. In the middle somewhere, there's a gray area where we get false positives, where the AI tools themselves cannot say if that has been created using artificial intelligence. And this now speaks to the need for collaboration between big tech and journalists and the media, because the media should not just wake up one day and find out that there's a new tool that can do this. We're now running to catch up rather than being carried along in that process. If at the end of the day, our common concern are the consumers or are the users, then we must find a way to talk and work together, rather than one person is using another person's content to train LLMs, and the content creator, the person who is doing the grunt work of investigating, of contact sourcing, is now trying to catch up.
Thank you. May I summarize that in basically saying that all stakeholders should have a seat at the table, and that currently the table is a little bit too small, so to speak. Philanthropic, may I come back to you? I mean, we've talked about how AI is shaping elections, how it also can be used to detect AI. In your work, of course, as you just said, you fight AI, but also use it in certain instances. What do you say are sort of the practical parts how government can implement AI to fight disinformation and combat coordinated event behavior and other threats?
Yeah, I think we already touched on this detection opportunity, which arises because of the new technology that you can use. It helps you to do it quicker, and this is, I think the timing is very, very important. And I'm a practitioner. I'll just give you some examples. You know, it's not related directly to AI, but in a way it was from some historical situations that we had before, how the false narratives were created around big stories that were
quite influential for our society. So we had 2 infrastructural accidents in Lithuania. One was quite recent, about 2 weeks ago, when we had in 36 hours 2 train crashes, and it was not fatal, but in a way it was quite significant because there was suspicion that there might be a sabotage attacks that were carried by Russia, which they're doing quite oftenly in our region. And the second incident was more than a year ago, 1.5 years ago, when the plane crash occurred near Lithuanian capital. It was not with the passengers; it was is a cargo plane. And those 2 instances represents how quickly we had to react in order to inform the public what has actually happened. Not to leave any time space for false narratives to go into mindsets of our population and cause panic and unpredictable behavior. So in the first instance with the plane crash, we reacted almost in 1 hour, which helped us to avoid some speculations that were automatically occurring from the Russian media. There is a specific site, it's called Pravda, which is automatically generating content and coming up with some false stories when something significant happens, in Lithuania at least, but in some other countries too. So I think this quick reaction helped us to avoid those speculations. But the second instance, with the trains, it took us about 3 or 4 days in order to make sure that it was not sabotage attack. It was actual natural cause that caused based on some infrastructural problems and human mistake. And I think this gap of 3 days, I think it's too long because it builds a lot of narratives and it creates a lot of panic. And I think this is what we have to be very careful with the timing. If I have a few seconds extra, what we are trying to achieve in Lithuania, we want to build the sort of institutional response in order to make sure that we have not just our government institutions ready to detect, but also to have our society to be ready to receive information, to have a critical thinking, and also to have also our media community to be cooperative, which is very, very important. So we call it whole of society approach, which everyone connects. It really helps when you have a common enemy. That's why I was talking about attribution. That's why it's important, but it consolidates the society. When we know who is behind, when we know what the intention is of the adversary state against our state, when they want to destabilize the country, want to discredit the government, want to cause panic for the society, this helps us to unite and have a common approach in order to fight it.
Thank you. And I think, as you said, we've had a similar case in the Netherlands where there was a fire in a church, and this sort of the time it takes to respond, this space wherein no information is spread, that's exactly the moment where indeed foreign actors or foreign adversaries use to spread false information. So I cannot agree more with having to respond fast, but responding fast, as we just discussed, also creates some issues of how do you verify it in the same speed. So a lot of work to be done, and a lot of work we can learn from each other. I've seen that we had about a little bit more than 10 minutes, so I'm going to pose a final question to you, Janet, before we go to some questions from the audience. In your work on freedom of speech, and as a government, we're always very thankful for all the work that Article 19 is always doing. We're obviously discussing a lot of the time, we're discussing safeguards. And my question to you is, what do you think, what safeguards should be in place to make sure that AI is an enabler of voices rather than something that silences voices?
So I would say that for AI, the bulk of the work is maybe in 3 fronts. First, with the tech companies who are putting out the AIs. We've seen the issue with Claude and OpenAI in the US about the military contracts. You know, that now brings in ethical issues. And then second is on the state. The state must find a way to pause and not rush into regulating what we are all still just trying to understand better. And also from the people to try and understand. And I was really impressed by the Gen Z and the other debates that were happening here. irrespective of what generation we're in, technology and AI and all the tools that keep evolving have come to stay. We must find our way to grow with these tools and technologies as is, because that could really be the only way. Because I could sit here and tell you maybe from a lawyer's perspective that laws and policies, and the OECD has its integrity policies, UNESCO is working on some, GIZ, NDI, everyone is working on so many regulations, but at the end of the day, and now from a lawyer's perspective, the law is only as important as its application within the various contexts of where it is operating. So we can have all the beautiful laws on paper, but if they are unable to be applied within the various service areas, then it is useless. So just ensure that the technology companies take the ethical, considerations in the design of, tech. And sincerely, if you ask me, in the speed at which AI is moving is too fast, can we just pause a bit and slow down and allow this to, move a bit slower? Because everyone is now in a rat race to be the one who brings the next innovative AI, creation, and governments. So imagine as a government, you bring up a document today and by tomorrow it's already obsolete because there are new dimensions to the AI that have been introduced that make whatever regulations that you've put forward today, not necessarily applicable. So it's a lot.
Those are, valid points. We've seen it with multiple regulations that when we're close to being finalized, they basically have to go back to the drawing table because they said this no longer applies because new technology came out. So thank you for that. I think for now, for the last 10 minutes, we would like to go to the audience and see if there are some specific questions that would be posed to our panelists. I'm looking around to see.
Absolutely, we do have questions. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Laban Kiplimo. I am a media trainer from ICS Technical College, Nairobi. And my question goes to Madam Olusei. I hope I'm getting your name right. You mentioned something very interesting. You mentioned that it is becoming increasingly difficult to verify, to fact check. And there is a gentleman called Mustafa Suleiman who wrote a book about AI. He's called it The Coming Wave. And in this book, he predicted that we're going to have what we call an information apocalypse, because in future, perhaps everything on social media won't be trusted because it will be deep fakes and synthetic media. And another scientist called Neil deGrasse Tyson mentioned that AI would be the death of the internet. So do you think we'll get there? Thank you so much.
Men of the moderator, should we take all the questions first?
I think as this question was posed directly to Alicia, I think we can start with that, and then we'll go to one more question from the audience. So if you have 2 minutes to respond to a not so easy question, good luck.
Yes, I don't think we'll come to that. We might get close, yes, but we won't come to that. Because when I look at the AI information conversation, it looks a bit more like when the world was transitioning from print media to online media. You had a lot of print practitioners who resisted it. But now the online media has come to stay. Has the print media gone obsolete? No, it's still important. Maybe its influence has reduced, but it's still important. And what I would say is that so that we don't get to that point, as newsrooms and as media practitioners, we must also be transparent about our AI usage. So the audience needs to know if the photo was just to illustrate events, if we use AI to translate, if we used AI to transcribe. Do you understand? Such that the audience knows that when I come to this platform, I know exactly what I am getting. And for the media organizations, what it also does for us is that it makes us attractive to talent, because the Gen Z and the new crop of talent is coming up. So we must differentiate ourselves from just the online blogs who use AI to churn out information, and maintain our place as not the gatekeepers, but as the trusted sources of information.
All right, 2 questions from the Menti platform. Is Africa shaping the future of AI or simply adopting to technologies developed elsewhere? How prepared are African media houses to handle AI-driven misinformation and deepfakes?
No easy questions today. Who would like to respond to that?
I think yes to the first question. We are shaping the future of AI, and maybe not at the speed I would expect, but we are. For instance, the Global South contributes to the highest workforce for the AI developers and also AI trainers. You know, that's verifiable statistics. But also, I think to some extent, I may say we are also just adopting, because at the end of the day, the AIs that make up the bulk of what is universally accepted and used is produced by the West. And almost everyone uses the back end of OpenAI for whatever generative AI they want to use most of the time. And then it makes it now difficult. But we are here today for the Pan-African Summit. And so I believe that with the declaration that the minister said earlier, that when such issues come up and we develop such standards, we are in a way helping develop AI. So I really don't think that we're just following it. And there's so much expertise on the continent that is being used.
Maybe a few sentences to add. I'm not expert on Africa, so don't get me wrong, but just in general, we are talking about moving target. So it's not like there is a continent or there is the country that has the silver bullet or golden recipe. It doesn't exist. What is important, I think, is to share the experiences and to learn from each other. Because I think this, what happens in some country, it could be repeated in the other country. So this exchange, I think, is the key, and there is no leadership in this. I think the common approach is the recipe.
All right.
Over here.
You want to respond to that?
Yes, I wanted to just also add that at the end of the day, look, for anyone developing the AIs and most businesses which develop this, I don't even think their allegiance to it is to any country. They're very business-oriented. It's a business, and it's not about Europe or Africa or America. It's now left for the people within these countries to decide how these tools work for them. So it's purely, mostly AIs are developed purely business decisions, irrespective of continent.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Michelle Award. I'm from Code for Africa. And I have 3 very quick questions. Please feel free to respond to any, but if it's going to be too technical, we can use that as sort of a spanner in the works, right? So my first question is on AI and coordinated inauthentic behavior, right? And I'm going to draw my insights from the 2025 Digital News Report from the Reuters Institute, which Code for Africa also helps to put together. And my question is that we noticed from that report that there was actual attacks on knowledge-based platforms, specifically for the media industry, right? And I'm talking about platforms such as Wikipedia. We cannot in any way assume the role that such models play in our industry, because first of all, the research shows that journalists themselves use such platforms as sources of information, right? But then what we saw is that the trends are shifting such that attacks are now being launched on the watchdogs. So I feel like we are focusing so much on helping other people, which is correct and good, but what happens when now the attack comes at us, right? So if they start attacking, if malign actors start attacking your sources of information, what then does that mean to each and every one of you from where you work from, right? My second question is about the frameworks that sort of govern your work. We have the recent EU disarm framework that has placed so much emphasis on disrupting the economy system of malign actors. And by that, I mean coordinated inauthentic behaviors, right? We are no longer just naming and shaming. We want to disrupt, because we all know if you touch the money, then you disrupt everything. You have disabled whatever it is that the malign actors are doing, right? So what are we doing as Africa to make these frameworks relatable at home? Because we cannot assume it at the end of the day. They're so important in that they help us package the normal fact-checking and the normal forensic investigations that we do in a way that can be used in a court of law as evidence. So then what we would be, for lack of a better word, very ignorant if we say, for us, we're just gonna publish fact checks and leave it at that point. So what are we all doing to ensure that such frameworks trickle down to the very fact checks that we produce on a daily basis? My final question is about the tools that we use, especially you guys as fact checkers, right? These are tools that are made for profit. I'm gonna use an example that's widely used. For example, meltwater. What happens tomorrow when you wake up and you find that meltwater is no longer functioning? Or what happens tomorrow when you find that foreign information manipulation and interference has crept its way into meltwater, such that every other query that you're feeding into this tool is giving you results based on the people who are actually trickling money into that tool. Thank you.
Do we have 2 minutes to respond to that? Or can we do one more question? One more question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Opio Hansen from Kisumu, and I'm a freelance journalist as well. And I'm a lover of AI. I use AI in most of the occasion. Number one, I use AI to design a portfolio, design a website, and do a lot of things. So my question is, AI in the present and the future of information spaces here, should AI open room of sacking employees, or so that the industry can save its finances, or open room for creativity and innovation? Remember, there are several procedures that can be followed when maybe we are doing fact-checking, all of that. Then again, a lot of media houses use AI, such as 11 Labs, and we have Runway Lab to design creative and cinematic videos or adverts. Whereas there are these people who are doing this voiceover and they're doing all of these things. And there is Kimi as well that we use is an AI app as well that is being used to develop a website. You only feed what you want, you design everything by yourself, and it gives you a perfect design of what you need. So what about us that maybe have gone through a web design classes? I know JavaScript and everything. Where are we located at? Thank you.
Looking at the time quickly. Oh, we granted some more time. Thank you. Oshie, would you like to respond first, and then just feel free to drop in?
Yes, I'll just touch a bit, not to respond totally to your question, and then I'll come to a question. Like he said earlier, it's a moving target, and we just have to try to catch up. Yes, we've learned different tools. I can tell you that the tools I started using as a fact checker are not the same that I use today, because it's changing, and it's changing very fast. And today what we find in the newsroom is that you can't just use one tool anymore. Sometimes you go as using 3-4 tools before you get to a conclusion, and you can say, this is true, this is false, this is accurate. Do you understand? So it's where we found ourselves. It's moving, and we have no choice than to move along with it. And then speaking of tools, and she mentioned earlier that what happens when the attack comes to our doorsteps. We should not wait for it to come to us. We have to be prepared. We have to move. And I can speak for AFP where I work, and even Code for Africa, because Code for Africa does a lot of work on this, and AFP also has a number of tools that are open to journalists, such that when we create these tools ourselves, we can have some form of protection. We might not be totally protected, but at least we are sure that we did this. Of course, those tools have been developed with the help of funders, and that's what she was talking about, funding coming in. The AFP is also partly funded by the French government, so the government cannot shy away from this conversation, and African governments need to step up. We can't hide. We can't hide. It's coming for us. It is here already, and we must act. And so for journalists, it's not just about learning one tool. It's about being in the action. You're not just publishing. You have to think like a tech developer. You have to think like a graphic designer. You have to think like the user, the consumer, and you have to even think like the journalist and the data analyst. It's difficult, yes, but it's where we found ourselves. So it's either we evolve with it or we get abandoned. Our choice.
Maybe a few sentences concerning the technology, how to protect yourself from possible intrusions, and let's say guiding you to the wrong direction when you do the investigation and when you do the reaction. I think the information poisoning is a big challenge, and we understand that. So of course there are ways how to fight it. You have to look, the cutoff date of that information that was put into the system, which might help you to realize if it's natural, organic or not. And of course, you don't have to rely on one of the tools. You need to have always to look for alternatives. So that's a technological part. But the other part which is important is the professionalism of those people who are investigating and those people who are actually looking at the situation. You need to build the professionalism in a way that the expert looking at the content of some narrative can tell right away, no, this is wrong, this cannot be right. So this professionalism, I think it takes a long time to develop, but I think this is what very important. And there are 3 criteria when you look at the narratives that are quite important for you to realize: the context, the content, and the source. If you understand those 3, if you look for some confirmation about those 3, it helps you to realize, is it tailored or not?
I think I'll just take from where you stopped about the content, context, and source. And I think for me, and I'm quite biased towards traditional journalists as opposed to getting your information from the content creator who has a lot of views. That is what a journalist will be taught in class. And that is what the media councils are for, to ensure that journalists stick to these standards that have already been set, and that they promote the integrity of information. So it now goes back to ensure that we have to sort of be careful where we get our news items from. And you do not just go online and see anything and think that it is the right information. And then also for journalists to ensure that we do not, you can trust the tools that you have, but you also need to work in consult with platforms. And I know that it's such a far-fetched one to sometimes get these platforms to the table, but if you really want to moderate content in a way that goes to the heart of it and makes your work a bit easier, you need to work with the platform. So it should be your Meta, your TikTok, all of them need to be in the know to say, look, these are some of the things that we're noticing. And I know that I don't know the mechanics of it, but I know that when information is created with some platform, there is that digital footprint. And even if it's taken out by maybe people who have subscribed to a premium, there is still that digital footprint that only the platform that has prepared that tool would be able to give it to you. So maybe to go back to the source and rectify with them.
Thank you, thank you. And I see that we have 3 minutes left, so I would just like to ask all of the panelists to, have sort of the final words of wisdom on the impact or expected impact of AI in our information spaces. Who would like to go first?
I'll try. I talked about that a little bit before. I talked about how important the society is, how important this cohesion, this collaboration, this whole of the society approach in order to face those kind of challenges. And there is a saying, that it takes a village to raise a child, and I think it takes the world to raise the society. So even when we have the bad things surrounding us, when we have false narratives, we have fake news, it helps us to bring the society all together, because we need to fight this phenomenon, look for some tools, and keep in one fist in order to be resistant, resilient, and survive.
Yeah, so in closing, AI is here to stay. We all have to use it. We can't shy away from it. It has changed how the information space works, and that will continue to change. So it's left for us to decide on what we want to use it for. As we said, it's a tool. And so at the end of the day, the product of any AI tool you see is because of a human behind it. So whether as journalists, whether as consumers, whether as regulators or policy makers, let's decide on how we want this thing to go.
I think I'll just say that we've seen how AI, but also the internet as a whole, has been used to revolutionize how we do a lot of things. In Kenya, you saw how Gen Zs use the internet, the power of the internet, leveraging AI tools for some of the protests that you had here. That was made possible and made easier because of, partly because of AI. But behind all of that, like she said, is the resolve of the human behind all of it to ensure that it happens. And then on the part of the government, I understand that there is a need for proactive, disclosure of information, especially in instances where, democratic settings or maybe protest. It is also important to sometimes pause, even as governments, to ensure that you verify the information before you send it out there. And for civil societies and media councils, the work is still so much, it's a lot, and we should not be wary and continue to do it. And for platforms, please, you need to be more responsive, especially to support traditional media, because this is a very important aspect, especially now where our hope for credible information that has integrity may just be going back to watching TV, radio, and print media.
Thank you, and thank you to all our panelists. Thank you all for paying attention. Please give it up, a warm round of applause for our speakers.
All right, a big round of applause for the moderator. Thank you so much, the panelists. And we'd kindly request that we take that. The memorable photo, please. And Olu, we want you to show us something, okay? Are you ready? Thank you so much. So let's switch gears a bit. Oh, one of the principles is that when you are using AI in Africa, don't leave your brain at home. Okay, give me the lion. Before you leave, Olu, you need to show us something here. Meno, just a moment. Are we ready? Everybody, let's be upstanding. Come on, the lion is here. Everybody, let's just show us how do you dance to that. Let's go, everybody. Everybody. Come on, Nejla, come on. Let's do it. Let's go. One more time. Let's go. Hey, everybody. Hey, Zoe, we need to see you. Oh, a big round of applause for them. Well done. Meno, thank you so much. Well done. Excellent. 22 minutes past the hour. Excellent. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have two side events at this particular moment. The first one, which is absolutely critical, but invites only, and I'd kindly call upon Nejla to give us details on that. A big round of applause for her once again. Nejla, please welcome. This is the invites only.
I'm just stealing your mic. No, thank you so much, and thank you for this morning. It's been really great conversations. We wanted to continue and having it in a bit of a more closed setting with less people, more in-depth conversations perhaps. So we've invited all of the speakers today and tomorrow to join us in a breakout session that will take place in the Kumbaya Hall. So it's a bit of a hike. If you can bear with us and just walk through this wonderful venue. The room is on the other side, and we'll be happy to dig into some of the issues that were coming up this morning around the implementation of the OECD recommendation and how this standard can also help carry forward some of the topics we discussed. Thank you so much.
Excellent. So Kumbaya Hall is open, so we'd kind of give you just a moment. If you need to go for that side event, please feel free at your pleasure to follow Nejla, if you have a green Thank you so much. Appreciate. So this is a moment as well for us to reflect. It's important for us to have conversations, Asha. Asha, good to see you. Ibrahim, it's good to have conversations. But I want to bring to your attention, we have Victoria and Mercy. They are well clear that they are Gen Zs. And if there is something that they're probably mostly interested in is, what are the opportunities, what are the pathways when it comes to this kind of engagement, international cooperation? Have an exhibition spot at the pavilion. Once we are done with this side event, we will head to the pavilion to take our evening tea. But at the pavilion, please write it down if you can. I know it's a bit of classwork. Just write it down, because tomorrow we will require you to come to the pavilion, not here. Our session tomorrow will be at the pavilion. We're done with the side event here. Take our tea at the pavilion and wait for the film session at 6 p.m. in the pavilion. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, media innovation pathways and opportunities for international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only is going to guide us through this discussion. A big round of applause for MPRSK, Media, MC and Moderator, Communication Advisor, Norman Mudibo Makofiake. Welcome, sir. Take it away, take it away, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, my colleague, my friend. I want us to just do this. Guys, are you okay? Are you okay? Do you need a dance? Do you need a dance? Yeah? Okay, so I think we want to continue the conversation just around AI and really some of the that we ought to do and see the media really moving forward. And I'm really glad that the panelists, some of whom I'm going to call here, we've had an opportunity to work together as colleagues at one of the largest media houses in not just here in Kenya, not just in East Africa, but I would say in Africa, the Nation Media Group. So just by introduction, I'm a trained journalist, an award-winning business journalist and anchor. Used to work at NTV, presenting business, which before I used to consider very boring, so I never used to wear such suits. But it's one of the best decisions I ever made in my career, and I've never really regretted. And so I just want to do some introduction to some of the panelists that I will invite here. So I will start with ladies first. So this lady, we worked together at NTV Newsroom. We worked together at NTV Newsroom. I remember in the morning there was a gentleman who was speaking in Kiswahili. So The lady also used to present news, and she still does that in Kiswahili. This lady is none other than the managing editor at Citizen TV, Jamila Mohammed. Jamila, karibu sana. So she's like a sister to me, so if I get a little bit, free with her, please do not worry. I consider her my sister. So welcome very much, Jamila. Next, I want to introduce one of the editors that Jamila and I worked pretty well in the newsroom at NTV. But for those who know how a newsroom works, this is a very crucial time. In fact, I'm really, really shocked that Jamila has been able to make it here this afternoon. But I was to invite currently now the editor-in-chief at the Nation Media Group, Joe Ageo, but because of reasons that are beyond him, and this is exigencies of work, Joe Ageo, Dr. Joe Ageo, is represented, I'm informed, by Harrison Misiko. Is Harrison around here? Harrison Misiko, please, karibu sana. Yes, Harrison Misiko works for the Nation Media Group, and would be able to engage, and I'm very sure he'll be able to represent his boss very, very well. Last but, the next one is a lady that we had a chat with, a virtual chat, and was looking forward to this very, very important session. Madame Fatuma Sanbur, the Kenya country lead and regional program manager for East and Southern Africa at Internews. Karibu sana, Madam. I hope, it's going to 4 o'clock, so I hope the duty has been transferred. I'll tell you, we had some jokes yesterday as we were preparing for this. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I want to now invite also a person that we consider a senior in this profession. At one time, he was also a managing editor at the Nation Media Group and currently a lecturer at the Aga Khan University. Bona Dennis Galava. Dr. Dennis Galava, are you around? Please welcome. Oh yes, Dennis Galava. At one point, we worked together at the Nation Media Group. Before that, he was at the Standard Media Group. Both media houses are part of the key mainstream media houses in this country. So welcome so much, Dennis Galava, so that we can get into this. Of course, I would not want to go into, I'd prepared a thesis, like 5 pages, just to introduce this particular session. But because we've all been here, we've been following the discussion, and I just want to pick up from where we have left, especially around AI, the adoption of AI, as we've all been told and really explained to. AI is an enabler. AI is there to just simplify tasks or activities that we're engaged in, not just in the media, but across sectors. So I just want to dive into this discussion, and because I have learned, I would want to start with the lovely ladies first. And because, Jamila, you're just next to me, yeah? Because you're next to me, I just want to now kick off this. Now, the media has really evolved, and would limit ourselves to just the past 5 years. And there's been a lot of disruption in this space, indeed, as we've heard from the different speakers, as we heard also from the panelists, some of whom are in the media. I just want for you to let us know, how has this disruptive shift, really changed how editorial decisions are being made in media houses, currently? And of course, there's the issue of the gut instinct. So how is this, how are you now able, what has changed with the advent of the digital revolution? And this is a question that I would want each of the panelists to pick, because at one point or another, you are in the newsroom, of course, including myself. So Jamila, take it away.
Thank you, Norman. I really wish this was in Swahili. But I'll try my best. I think, in my opinion, in the past 5 years, one of the single most disruptive shift in African media, I think, has been the complete transformation of audience behavior. I say this because, you know, we used to have what we call appointment TV, where you'd switch on the television at 7 or at 9 to watch the news bulletin. But people don't do that so much anymore, because they've gotten all their news from social media the whole day. And news these days breaks, spreads, develops, changes online before you even get to 7 p.m. in time for the news bulletin at 7 or at 9 o'clock. In fact, research that was just released by the Media Council, they call it the State of the Media 2025 report, has confirmed this shift very clearly of how audience behavior has changed and how social media is now the leading source of news at 39%, which is ahead of TV 31% and radio at 21%. So you're all on your phones, you know what's going to happen, so what are you waiting for us to do at 7 and 9? Give you more information. But there's something else that same research showed, and that is there's still a lot of trust and credibility in the television and radio news. That's why 79% of people still think that TV and radio news is credible. So you'll come to us at 7, 9, on top of the hour on radio, just to confirm what you've been seeing the whole day is true. And usually the onus is on us to make sure that we've confirmed, we've given you more information, we've done analysis. So one main disruptive thing is the audience, the difference in audience and their transformation. And then now, as editors, we're no longer just saying, is this a good story? No, we're not just thinking about, is this a good story? We're asking, so how quickly can we verify this story? How quickly can we present it across the different platforms? How quickly can we maintain our credibility in this environment? I remember I was at an event in Ethiopia, and there was journalists from East Africa, from West Africa, from South Africa, and then someone saw something on their phone that there was an attempted coup in a country in West Africa. Then the room cleared. West African journalists all left. So social media is also a source of news for all of us. How many times those in newsrooms see something on X and try and confirm whether it happened? So there's all this disruption that's happening, but for us, we look at it as an opportunity to grow and evolve. I've been in the newsroom for, hear this, 26 years. Since the year 2000, that's when I read my first bulletin on radio. And I've seen it all. From the days of cut to having the big tapes, we used to call them Betacams, to what we call DV cams, to now we have the small cards, to having stories sent real time. If a story is 3 minutes and 45 seconds, it will take you 3 minutes and 45 seconds to download it and run around with the tape to studio, to now seeing a story being sent in 5 seconds. I mean, that shift is humongous, and I think we need to grow with it, and we are learning to grow with it. And finally, how are we learning to grow with it? By having younger people in the newsrooms. They were teaching me this the other day. They were telling me, boss, clock it, I did something good. So we're having more younger people in newsrooms. We are transforming even our structures in terms of having a whole citizen digital where I work, and we have younger people in those spaces. They take our hard news and try and make it in a way that is 30 seconds long, more interesting. For instance, when you have a politician in our premises, we're all thinking about the political questions we're going to ask them, but this young person will ask, why are you wearing that particular type of shoe? Or they'll make them do a TikTok challenge. And that's interesting. Sometimes the TikTok challenge has been viewed more times than that interview we did on mainstream TV. So that behavior, the audience change, is making us now change too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Of course, we've set the context, and as you mentioned, the Gen Zs and what they're doing. There are Gen Zs over there, and I could see the smiling faces. But just back to the conversation, I just want to know For example, like the BBC, they've got the BBC Verify, and especially in this day and age of AI. So, Bonahari, how is it done at the Nation Media Group? I know, yes, for the group you're going through digital transformation, but with it also some challenges, and of course now add AI, and for now, AI, you cannot ignore it. You have to see how am I going to incorporate, and especially based on what Jamila has mentioned, quoting the State of the Media report that was released, this was 2.5 weeks ago. You know, the numbers tell the story. So as Nation Media Group, and specifically working in the newsroom, what are those things? How has it changed for you? And what is it that you're doing, even in terms of not just adopting the AI tools that are there, but also having an attempt to really having customized tools that you can be able to use to verify the veracity, authenticity of stories or content that comes in, so that then the audiences that Jamila is mentioning are able to still stick with you. Harry.
Interesting. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm here to represent Joe. I'm his manager in charge of content strategy. I draw strategies for Nation products, and I'm glad to be here. Before I come to your question on verification and all that, and AI, I see the need to also chime into this conversation about the biggest change. And for me, as a strategist, and from where I sit, the big change for me is the so-called destination-based journalism, where you walk up to either tune into radio station, TV station, a particular newspaper, or even a newsletter from a particular supplier or publisher that you knew. Today, we are in the distributed and networked era, where news is finding us where we are, in the places we feel more comfortable, in places where Gen Zs spend most of their time, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, and all those other platforms that you guys know, Snapchat, name them, Line, Vine, and all that. Now, with that, there has been some ramifications on the practice that we have in the newsroom. Today, you wake up in the morning and you know that the biggest homepage is the small screen, the smartphone. So the question is, are you just thinking of the story or also the device and the platform? And that has been quite fundamental in terms of how do we think about our story. Initially, it was about, this is a good story. This is relatively not very good. This may get a few readers. Today you ask, is this story fit for mobile? Has it been customized to this particular audience? And can this platform still allow it to get to the destination, the audience I'm targeting? So that combined thinking of story, device, and platform has been major for us. Now, the other thing is just what do we do as journalists today and purveyors of information. Initially, it was us to gather and break news. Today, many of my colleagues here will agree that our main task is to verify and to be the people who confirm. It's no longer about breaking, it's about confirming that is true. And that has been really, really major in terms of even the type of investments we do, even the type of decisions that we have to make on the run as we run with the news cycle. Now, you asked about how does that now change us? Today, unlike in early 90s, every newsroom has this wheel that we are trying to use. It's called the user needs model. User needs model has been adopted across the media landscape, that today it's not about doing the story, but the question is, whose story is this and what purpose is it going to serve? So we have identified at least 5 user needs. That there's someone who needs to be informed, there's someone who needs a perspective, there is someone who needs a connection, and there is someone who needs a feeling. And you find that a lot of decisions are being made based on that model, in that if this story is declared calorie-free or empty calorie content, in that it's not serving any of these needs, then there is a high likelihood that we have to call a mortician to take the corpse to the other end. So that is how a good story, a bad story dies in the newsroom, that we have to make those decisions. But you asked about AI and how verification is happening in the newsroom. That today, AI has come and it speaks to the technologies we are saying we have adopted from the West. And we are just, let me say, riding the wave, because they are here and that's where people are, so we have to go there. It's quite unfortunate, because we might not have had a bigger say in the very technologies that we are adopting. But AI has helped us in 2 ways. One, there are just so many things that we can do, not just faster, but in optimized way. I hesitate to say fast, because that will be the cheap source of using AI. There are better ways of using AI, and one of the utilities we get there is just how better it can help us optimize our processes and even workflows, so that we do better. Now, in terms of verification, you find that the tools that have come on scene are helping us, yes, to detect the fake and malinformation order that we have, but also we understand it's the very genesis of the same, or the enabler of the information contamination that we have, in that we have this misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. The tools are still evolving. On a basic level, things like a fake photo, a photoshopped photo, text that has been generated using AI, and all those can easily be spotted. Between that collaboration of the human in the loop and the tools that we have, but also we are able to investigate even those, take us to another level of investigating things like open source intelligence. And I think at Nation, that is the one thing that we have found useful, that we can use AI-based tools to reconstruct the Gen Z uprising of June 24, is it June 25, and give you a rendition of what happened, from how the masses were planning in estates, how they traveled to town, how finally they gather at one point and move on to the compound of and break into parliament, that we can reconstruct that using AI, based on AI, open source intelligence tools, such as SunCalc and all those other ones. That has been the one place that we have found a lot of utility in terms of Gen AI.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, and we'll revisit that discussion. I just want to move, because we are talking about just moving beyond adoption and really trying to see and keeping in mind the realities that we face here. So, Fatuma, you manage a huge area, and here we are talking about media innovation and pathways for cooperation. How are you doing it at Internews, and are there lessons that the rest of us can be able to pick, can learn, and even replicate in the way that would also consider the realities that exist in these different markets?
Thank you, Norman, and I'm really glad to be here having this really important conversation, and at a very timely context in terms of what is happening in Africa. I totally agree with what Jamila mentioned about, how news is consumed nowadays, unlike in the past. But also I want to acknowledge that even though we are embracing innovation and pushing newsrooms to innovate as much as they can, we also need to be cognizant of the fact that most of the AI tools that we are pushing newsrooms, and even AI standards that are out there, are mostly from the West. If you look at platforms that we use for verification, are heavily built on foundations that are borrowed. They are not really ours. So there exists a problem, because we find in such platforms, deficits in terms of representation of African context, African stories, and even the data sets that do exist do not really represent the African politics, the African stories, and even the languages. So having that particular push for newsrooms to innovate and having financial difficulties because some of these tools are not cheap, and also having these innovation tools and standards like policies, the tools, the tech, having been informed externally, really do disadvantage some of the media houses and outlets in Africa. However, we have to acknowledge that newsrooms in Africa have really, and media houses generally, have really been at the forefront in terms of adapting to new ways of storytelling, new ways of doing business, generating revenue, and so on. I'll give a good example of our media business sustainability model at Internews, and that is what we use for our partners. So it's essentially moving into a country or a location, identifying a number of media houses, and mostly we work with community radio stations because they are not as privileged as commercial and mainstream media. And once we do a mapping exercise, we do identify community radio stations that can be supported, not only in trainings, but also building for them business plans. And these business plans are not the one size shoe fitting like every community radio, but looking at their context. Which audience are they serving? Which communities are they serving? Is it the internally displaced? Is it the refugee? Is it the border communities where we have the refugees and the host communities? So by defining their audience, we actually support them in identifying who are potential sponsors for programs, who are potential advertisers, and how they can build partnerships with them. So building business plans for community radio stations in their particular context actually opens their mind in terms of looking at the potential economic avenues for their community, but also for their media houses. Sorry, I'm not so used to the too much light. I'm a radio person, not, we don't have all this. So excuse me if I'm sweating too much. But once we do support that, we also do build the business models, but also give them funds to actualize their business plans. So for example, in Zambia, we supported 9 community radio stations, and these are not the ones found in the towns. They are those ones in the borders, in the village, yuko mashinani. And once we support them, we give them grants. So these grants are not for paying their utilities, but are for actualizing their business plans. So one community radio station will come and say, we have this business plan. It's in terms of buying plastic chairs and tents and renting out to the churches, to birthday parties, to weddings, and that way we generate revenue. So we support that business plan. They buy the chairs, the tents, and that one contributes to sustainability. So even if our project ends, they are able to continue with, renting out the chairs, the tents, and they generate income. In Tanzania, for example, we didn't really build business plans, but we opened opportunities for them, for some of the radio stations, in looking at which factories are around their stations. For example, one identified a power generation plant that was in a plot next to the radio station. So they ended up building a partnership where the radio station would give airtime to that power company, and in turn, the power company would supply power to the radio station. So it's the traditional barter trade. Yes. So it totally depends on a context and the location of particular radio stations. And it's different. In every country we go to, it's totally different. For example, in Ethiopia, instead of building business plans, we found that because of the war, some community radio stations were shut down. So we ended up not doing the trainings on conflict-sensitive reporting, but building their masts, or buying recorders, or repairing their destroyed equipments. Yeah. In Liberia, for example, we ended up building a content distribution platform. We called it content syndication, whereby we built a network of community radio stations and then produced content that can be distributed amongst the community radio stations. So there's a lot of, innovative adaptation going around in media houses, in community radio stations, and in Africa that can actually be used, for revenue generation. But I think it's about time that we talk about innovation that relates to our context, innovation and language inclusion in some of these data verification tools that really do take into account our numerous languages and culture that we have in Africa.
Fatma, that's a very detailed context, and especially as we talk about pathways, for international cooperation and keeping in mind the realities. And what I like also about the explanation is that you've given different examples and really also brought out the realities in some of these countries and how then that cooperation was able really to address certain realities so that then we are able to move forward. But we'll revisit that. The next gentleman was in the newsroom. We used to chase headlines, used to debate about headlines. He was a key decision maker when it comes to what you will read in terms of the big news. So that then the question to you, Dr. Dennis Galava, we are friends in certain other groups, so I'm finding it odd calling him, being very serious and all this official Dr. Dennis Galava, but you deserve it. So how are you bridging this gap, especially between the fast-paced world of news gathering and the strategic foresight of academia? Just paint some light in light of what you were talking around media innovation and keeping in mind that we need to also consider the realities.
Thank you, Norman. These lights are horribly uncomfortable.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we've realized, that side, they're having issues with the light. Jamila and I think also Harry, we are cool because it was baptism by fire for us, so we got used to. So Dennis, you'll just have to bear in mind, but also if there is, a piece of cloth that the two panelists can be able to, but just, just kidding.
Thank
anyway,
you.
Please, proceed.
That was on a light note. I'd like to raise one thing before I respond to you directly. If you look around this hall, if you walk out there, will you imagine you are coming to a media conference in Africa? If you look at all these sponsors here, where is the African media owners? If we look here, where are the dominant or the emerging media platforms in Africa? The biggest change we are seeing now is that the media is in a panicked retreat from the public. And outsiders are having conversations which cannot inform media practice because the media owners and practitioners are not at the table. It's not that they are not interested, but perhaps they are gripped by too much panic and are focusing on too much processes to look out and see what else can we do. The key change now, I joined the media before most of you were born, 1996. I was in second year in university. And the media, you could not have such a conference, for example, in East Africa, without the Nation, the Standard, New Vision, Monta, and from Tanzania was the Guardian, Mwananchi. There were banners everywhere. Media would own all conversations around the media as a sector and all national conversations. If you remember, until 2008, every time there was a crisis in the region and Kenya in particular, the media will lead a panel of eminent personalities to discuss the way forward. So as the media actively retreats, other institutions are filling the space. And that filling the space has had a dangerous impact on journalism. Everybody is instrumentalizing journalists or the media to effectively do their advocacy. The health sector, the commercial sector, the civil society. So journalists are being trained or being empowered to do specific things that serve specific sector. Why? Because lack of ownership and leadership of the sector. So from the academy, or when I look inside from outside, one, I empathize with the editors in the newsroom. Lots of expectations, lots of pressure, but not enough undergirding support. Without the investment of the media owners, if I could use Misiko and Jamila, for example, they'll keep perfecting processes, but journalism will continue becoming peripheral. They won't have impact. Remember, in 1999, where this conversation, let's say conversations around technology and the media are not new. In 1999, when the world was waiting for the internet to shut down on the last day of the year, there was a big conversation around the media. What is going to happen with the internet? The panic was worse than now because, unlike then, today, AI and social media has empowered everybody to own and control and even appropriate technology to their use. Then, these things were owned and controlled by institutions. As consumers or audiences, we were waiting for guidance. But the media will increasingly convene and chart the way forward. So, the challenge you're having today, which is also the opportunity, is that the media has lost its agency, the ownership has retreated, the leadership is maybe overstretched, the rank and file panicked. So in so much conversations will happen how to shape the media, we won't see the outcome soon because there's no that channel that can ensure adoption of all these good ideas. What's being adopted mostly is the panic. Yep, thank you.
And I just want, and I'm sure Jamila and Harry, I would be shocked if you do not react to what Dr. Dennis Galaba has raised before I move to Fatma. So, Jamila.
Galaba, you raised an important point, but I wanted to also ask you something before I speak. What happened after 2008 that caused the panic and the fragmentation? Was it policy? Was it government? Was it chasing profits? Was it changes in the media landscape? I don't know, maybe you can help me answer that.
No, before 2008, media had a bigger voice. They were making money. The media owners owned the space and they were almost overreaching across sectors. So two things happened. First of all, leading peace journalism. Remember, senior board members led peace journalism drive in Kenya. They said, well, Kenya, we are banning after this. But that election had divided the country into two. And it was so polemic that the nation was very affected. The nation chairman, Kiboro, was the face of it. And because of that, politics in Kenya is a binary. So that was one. Going forward, accept and move on in 2013. Yeah? Building on peace journalism after the contentious elections and Raila Supreme Court loss. So the media again, I believe in good intention, wanted to tell Kenya that we can't go back to 2007, 2008, let's go forward. But that again had a deleterious effect on on the credibility of media in society. But that is less than what the financial cost has become. And also, you'll notice that as the financial cost, as media began making losses, journalists began aspiring to join government. So it became a big race. The senior you are, the more you posture to a most likely faction to be appointed something. And the loss was that the younger journalists were left in a perpetuity of confusion. And now this generation today is reaping the seeds which all journalists who are in their late 40s or 50s, which we planted, our team. Yeah, but just see, since Isaiah Kabira was appointed to be spokesman for the Kibaki government, the positioning of many senior journalists became very indicative of political opportunism. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to pick that. And you've talked also about, and it is good that we have this context and we are able to really trace where we've come from. And even as we talk about now into the future, it is good to have context of what really happened before. So, and the issue around funding, finance, it has been, if you listen to the conversation since morning, the issue around funding. Fatma has mentioned what they're doing in different markets to really uplift and all that. But the question that still I would want to pose is the biggest barrier to innovation actually financial? Is it legacy culture, as Bona Dennis, you've alluded to within our newsrooms? Is it around fear? I just want you to paint this picture for the audience. Is it a legacy culture issue that you are dealing, such that then, even when it comes to really adopting and having to then fashion some of these tools you're talking about, it becomes a little bit difficult, and therefore, it is just copy and paste? So I just want to hear from both Jamila and also Harry, and then of course Fatma, you'll also weigh in.
Right. It's interesting, the perspective you give, Dr. Galava. And yes, I worked under Galava before he left the newsroom. And yes, there was that fear when we saw our senior managers and editors leave the newsroom and join the other side, the third, the second, and the first estate, members of the fourth estate joining the judiciary, joining the executive, and joining parliament. That was quite scary. Now, they say you have a voice because you have the ability to fund what your voice is going to propose. And sitting in the newsroom and also seeing how things have changed, I must say that the incapacitation of the media in terms of finance has been an issue. The rise of platforms, the coming on the shore, on African shore of big tech, and the taking away of the money and taking control of the story. The other day we were discussing about, after the monopoly of ad-driven revenue, now it's like big tech wants to take even the news product itself, that very soon, if you are not very careful, then the rest of us in the newsroom will be working for Google, Facebook, and the rest, and not doing anything useful for you, generating content to train models. You know what is going on. They have taken all the content that was available. They have mined the entire World Wide Web. Now they are still looking for new ideas, local journalism, and all those local nuances that we now grapple with and we have to innovate with and make business out of. That's what they are now looking for. Now, you asked, is it lack of ideas, culture, or money? It's a perfect mix, boiling nicely. It's boiling nicely in that all those factors have conspired, and to some extent today, There are newsrooms that have ideas but do not have the way to fund those ideas. That's why Google will come today and tell you, we have these tools that you can use for free and we can help you innovate. But ideally they're asking, how else can we get you to actually work for us? So that is the catch that we are dealing with. Someone has already taken the bigger chunk of the money that you needed, now comes with breadcrumbs, asks you, are you able to work with us? Are you able to test our tools? And eventually they're asking, how else can you get all of you to be working for us? In terms of legacy culture, it is a whole big issue. I work in a newsroom where I've been driving that change for the last 5 or 6 years. It's not the easiest because when you find a newsroom that made money during those days and has come to believe that this is the way to make money, when you tell them that the new way to make money is TikTok video, they wonder what happened to page 1 headline and what happened to the page 7 ad and what happened to selling space and time on TV and radio slots. All that has been a whole big problem to deal with. Luckily, courtesy of what Jamila mentioned, we have had the so-called legacy thinking start to fade off as we get the younger people, younger talent to come on board and actually show us how else we could do this business. So there is a lot of unlearning, relearning, and everything in between happening. Jamila?
Yeah, Misiko is so right about that because it took us quite a bit of time to be, we were dragged kicking and screaming literally to change things. Because when you've done something a particular way for a long time and it worked, we all worked at the Nation Media Group together during the time when Nation was making a lot of money and we were doing things a particular way. The splash, the top story, the ads in the bulletins and the ads in the papers, and that's how things worked. You were there also for a time. But now it's so different because the advertising space has shrunk. Advertisers would rather spend less money on an ad and pay influencers instead of spending millions of shillings to shoot that one 45-second ad in South Africa that will air during prime time. So it will cost them less to have 50 influencers do it online and message spreads faster. So that's one. And two, even changing the way we do things, the way we tell stories, even the technology that we use in the newsrooms was difficult. It reached a point where we are not using that old software from today. It's shut down. So you have no choice you have to start using the new one. So that being dragged, kicking and screaming is true to change things. But I think also we need to look at ourselves as innovators in Africa and how we tell our stories. Because we are highly adaptive as a society. We are highly in tune with what is going on across the world. We've had to be. That's why we are having mobile-first journalism. That's why we are having multilingual storytelling. That's why we are having storytelling on TikTok. We have culture. We have a belief system. We have a way that we do things traditionally, a way we tell stories through our different languages. Where I work at Royal Media, we have 13 vernacular stations which tell stories to the masses according to what interests them. For instance, the running order for, let's say, Ramogi Radio is not the same running order for Radio Citizen, for instance, because maybe the top story on Radio Citizen does not really resonate or won't matter so much to the listener in Bondo, for instance. So we've had to do that, change how each newsroom works, make sure that you tailor the content according to your audience. So number one, we need to stop telling stories within our four walls. That's what we say. It's like we're telling stories to ourselves in the newsrooms. We are not. We're doing this for the audience. So we need to adapt and do it that way. And I believe as a society we can change with the times. I believe we can do it with what we have, the talent that we have, our cultures, our belief systems. And I think we just need to have integrity and credibility also in the work that we do. I believe journalism is a privilege. I believe having to sit, having the microphone, having the camera, having the notebook, and having the audience listen and read and watch is a privilege. And we should not lose our credibility and trust in that privilege that we've been given.
So just before I come to you, Fatma, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, shortly we'll be coming to you, and I'm sure the discussion here has stirred some questions and even areas that you need some clarification. But just before I come to you, Fatma, the realities have been painted. I mean, we have listened to the realities, the different perspective. But the question is, with knowing all this, with the context having been set, with now the different realities that we have in the different markets, and the need really to guard, the information integrity amidst all this that is happening, that some we have control over, others we do not have control over. How can we fashion a model, and this is based on your experience, how can we fashion a model that, yes, keeps in mind the realities, but also protects the information integrity that then the audiences are able to get, but achieve this collaborative framework that the media so much needs in this day and age?
Thank you, Norman. I think you've kind of answered the question, and I would peg my answer to the word you've used, collaboration. I think in the past, media outlets used to be very competitive. Who is going to break the news first? Who's going to get the scoop? And so on. But nowadays, we don't have that privilege. We have to collaborate. I was just reading a book about, the ever-changing information space, and it was a study that was done in one of the countries in Africa. And someone posed a question about what if there were structures in place where media houses would collaborate for integrity. For example, in Kenya, as we are heading into the elections next year, how about we have a shared verification desk that cuts across the newsroom? How about having like a cross-newsroom threat reporting and rapid response partnership? This would work in terms of countering the false narrative out there, because even though we are equipping ourselves with tools to verify, data clean, and fact check, the other side are also beefing themselves up for deep fakes and so on. So we have no choice but to come together and look at avenues where we can strengthen accurate information dissemination to counter some of these false narratives. So I was looking at what if the newsrooms in Kenya came together and developed like a tracker where they would track rumors, fake news, hate speech, and they would come up with like an update, could be monthly, quarterly, yearly, whichever works, and they would be providing updates as media houses, saying that this is what we know so far based on our verification, and this is what we don't know. I think there's power in coming together rather than working in silos. So for me, collaboration would be key at the newsroom level and the media outlets level, but also on the partnership side and international partnerships. I think we are rich enough in Africa to actually start putting in a checklist of some sort to kind of say that if you're helping us with the trainings on AI tools and standards, how about it becomes a more of a collaborative way of co-designing the tools, whereby we have the input in terms of the language to be used, explaining our research, explaining our context. That way we are part of the tool, not you giving us, and then when the project ends, the tool expires. So having a co-design kind of model to these AI tools that we hope to use, especially during crises or election period time. And also having the avenue of, developing tools amongst ourselves. At Internews, with our digital rights projects, we've had to work with the civic tech stakeholders. And one thing that we've done with our current digital rights project in Kenya is develop, or rather have an activity around policy hackathons. So we brought together journalists, techies, those IT gurus and so on in a room, and told them to come up with tools or policies around digital rights. And we were shocked by how many of them came with policies. We couldn't even fund all of them. We were only able to fund 6 out of, over 10. looking at the knowledge and expertise we have in the region, we can actually have those hackathons or ideation of what would work in Kenya. And then now sell this to development partners and say, this is what would work in Kenya, and this is how you can fund it. So it is us owned and them funding, but also looking at the sustainability. So if you're coming to help us, it will be on funding the model, but also building the governance structure around this and contributing to the sustainability bit of it. So for me, it is more of collaboration and partnership, and I think this would be one way that we pick the conversation ongoing rather than always looking at the challenges and saying, oh, we are underprivileged, oh, we don't have the skills. We do have the skills. It's a matter of, looking at how we come together and bring it to fruition, but also actualization and sustaining it. I know newsrooms and media outlets in Africa are struggling. Sometimes, you're gotten in a fix of, maintaining the staff, adapting a new AI tool, paying your staff or paying utilities. So most of the time, what is kicked off the budget is the AI tools. So you'd rather have the rest and not the AI. So we do know there are budget issues, but I think there are avenues of, having discussions of how to go about low-cost innovations. And we do have the brains, to be honest.
That is fantastic, and I can see Jamila, Harry. They are really okay. I think they were digitally taking the notes and all that. I wanted also Dennis to just chime in from an academic perspective. However, just before you do that, I know there are some burning questions or areas that you'd want to clarify. How many minutes, or are there questions, or? Yeah? Are there questions already? Someone, you can be able to read from there? Yeah? Yeah, sure, please. Let's proceed before we give the audience also room to ask their questions. You want the mic? Cool.
All right. First question here. Are global tech platforms helping African journalism innovate, or are they creating new dependencies? First question. Second question, just at the top. How can African newsrooms build independent and sustainable media innovation models that protect information integrity while still benefiting from global AI and technology partnerships? So we can take two and then take two from the floor. Do you have okay, let's start here.
Thank you to the panel. My name is Boniface Mwali. I serve as chair of the East African Journalists for Arts and Culture. My question is regarding listening. How, because we've all said and we agree that the media has shifted. Social media is where everything is at. And one of the key things about social media is there's a lot more social listening that happens. How are we doing that in this context of traditional and legacy media today?
Thank you very much. I'm William Ogonda from Ideal Communication Concepts, a consulting firm. I just want to ask myself and ask ourselves, what is the role of research in this innovation? Are media houses spending on research? And how is that research then informing content? Not the traditional way we used to go, Dr. Galava, by getting data from Ipsos Synovet or the old Stedman, but the actual in-house research. How many media houses are spending on audience survey and getting to know what their audiences prefer or their readership prefer? And then, is there room for collaborative responsibility? What we mean here, And I like what Fatma has said, that they locked up technocrats in a room and something came up. And that is what Royal Media has done. That was the idea behind the View Sasa and digital media. I mean, what is that, digital? Citizen Digital. And I mean, those platforms are doing very well, very well. But that's internal. How about external? What is the possibility that Nation Media Group can innovatively work with Citizen TV on an innovation and say we own this innovation across East Africa? Or it's strict, harsh competition. We saw it the other day when the report was released that Citizen TV is at 76%, NTV is at 8%. Guy, I began looking for that data. What happened? Why that variance? And experiential media, how well are we using experiential media? Because when I worked in the media house, the days of Dr. Galava, I was at Royal Media. What used to happen is that there used to be road shows. And those road shows, when we analyzed them eventually, they were not effective because you take a whole van, big van into Kwale. So for them, they'll come and see Mwala. They are not listening to what you are saying. They have never seen Mwala. And once Mwala, the vehicle takes Mwala away, there's no effect. So we realized it can't work. So the best thing that then has come up, and I think Jamila, you're adopting this, is that you go to the audience, do town hall model, sit with the audience, discuss issues. That's why there is something mashinani, something like that, right? So how then are we taking some of these innovations up and saying, let's move with them? Thank you.
Well, I don't know how to speak when seated. My name is Emeka Mayaka from Text Africa Arcade. At Text Africa Arcade, we believe that unless we innovate, newsrooms are going to be depleted. Things like the newspapers have no future. We need to have tough conversations in places like this. Old formats like, for example, physical newspapers, they are going to go away. Now, my colleague there, Jamila, said something interesting, that two researches about the last 2 months showed that young audiences consume content in the digital space, and the content is our business. Now, we are victims of what I called legacy. We are victims of legacy thinking, and we have got to unlearn legacy by doing the following quickly. One, we should stop talking about this conversation about mainstream and legacy media. If you look at the statistics, it could as well be that social media is the new mainstream. Is it? Now, the nightmare that the world is addressing, and I think it's a big conversation across many African newsrooms, is something called content discovery. Now, Jamila and Misiko there, if you look at those audiences that are consuming our content, Misiko, you are big in this space. Are they consuming content from direct referrals? No. What are instruments like AI doing? AI is enabling content discovery, our content to be discovered, but not from the original, traditional, conventional platforms. So then the engagement should be, how should African newsrooms innovate in such a manner that they can directly engage their audiences without these middlemen in between that are trading our content without giving us money? Is it? How do we sell our content directly to audiences? How do we make audiences discover our content, our consumers, the user, as we serve liquid content that you call the user needs, how do we serve our users directly without the intervention of big tech? The answer is not very far. The answer is in the statistics. Where are people consuming our content? Banking has gone online. Banking, money, has gone online. There is data from everywhere, and the minister mentioned it, that Africa is the youngest population and our connectivity is very high. Why are we unable to take journalism to where people are? Let's go phone first. Let's acknowledge the reality, like formats like newspaper, very few people are reading. The future of journalism, especially African journalism, is going green. Let's take good journalism to where good people are, and that is in the digital space, in the formats they like, with the speed they want, and serve it in formats that they deserve. We should get out of this legacy denial. We hold that radical view that the future, and the minister said it, phone first journalism in formats that audiences consume it. That's how people are discovering our content. I would want to hear, how do we, from my colleagues, come up with African-led innovations from our newsrooms that help African journalists serve audiences, tell the African story directly and make money to pay journalism and sustain the trade.
The gentleman here asked about social listening. I wish we listened more to what our audiences have to say. Yes, they send in their comments, they respond to our stories online. There should be a better way to look at what they're saying, because we usually have this number that runs across the screen during our shows, and a lot of feedback comes in there. And we should listen more, I believe. I talked about how sometimes we tell stories to ourselves in our four corners of the newsroom. We need to listen more. And I think if we listen more, we'd do different. But we are trying. You asked about research. Yes, we are doing research at Royal Media. We actually have weekly research numbers that come out on all our products. Mostly editorial and our live shows. So we see how we are doing, and we're looking at the trends and making decisions based on that, but we can do more. Because if you go to a lot of our media houses, I think the least funded desk is the research one. And when you are looking at no money, and the first desk that goes is the research one. And these days you cannot make decisions without data. So we have a research desk that does that for us. And you talk about Visasa and Citizen Digital. Yes, they are working for us, and you are right about the roadshows, because they cost a lot of money, but you wouldn't actually get to see what they do. But one thing I've realized is the importance of collaboration. Fatuma said it, because I remember during the last elections in 2022, all the different media houses did their own election results tallying. As I was a student at the Aga Khan University, and I did a paper about that. And one of the things that came out was we were all unable to actually do the tallying because we're all doing it individually. It's not easy to have someone or people at each of the 30-something thousand voting stations in this country, or the 297 constituency offices. You can only do so much. So you're depending on data from IEBC. So you reach a point you realize, okay, this is becoming a bit more expensive, a bit difficult, I don't think we're going to deliver. So if we can do this together, NMG, RMS, Standard Group, all media houses, and I agree we are doing this for Kenya and for Kenyans, that's one collaboration I think that would work. And you talk about how we are doing town halls. Those town halls need funding and need money. So you have to go to organizations that are able to fund it. For instance, Elimu Mashinani, where we go to counties and have these town hall settings and just discuss education. That's funded by an organization whose main core business is education in communities. So you're not able to pay for that. Because it's a whole crew. You have to transport people, you have to transport the OB van, the cameramen, the sound people, all that. Get audiences, find a venue. it costs a lot of money. So we've started learning how to collaborate, even with government, to do this. If they want to do a discussion about what is in the finance bill on our platform and prime time, they have to pay for it. So that is somehow helping us do this job of informing, but at the same time, we're able to fund it, to pay for it, by not going into the company's pockets where you're already struggling to be able to do everything. And you are right, Mayaka, about our content and how it's we're not getting the money that we should from our content. And it's something we grapple with every single day, not even with AI, but even amongst ourselves, where you've had this amazing discussion, but then you see that soundbite everywhere, on every other platform, without you being given any credit. So sometimes you may see there's a big logo there just to try and stop you from putting it there and acknowledging and giving credit the way it came from. It is a never-ending struggle and a never-ending headache for us to try and see how we can monetize our content more. And you need to look at how internet penetration in this country is. If I'm not mistaken, and if I am, I apologize, the Reuters media report, I think it's 75%, almost 80% internet penetration in this country, which means that's why we are saying people get their news on social media. But you need to remember that people also watch news on YouTube. For instance, we've started putting our whole bulletins on YouTube, 20-something minutes at 7. And by the next day, you're like 80,000 people have watched that bulletin, which ran live yesterday at 7. But by the next day, 70,000, 80,000 people are still watching it. So it is up to us to try and change things, but it's also important that we stick to our core belief business, which is telling news and actually making people feel that by the end they've watched your 30-minute, 40-minute news bulletin, they've gotten more than what they may probably have seen the whole day. Yeah.
It's interesting. I'll take two questions. The first one was from the board there about is big tech helping us innovate, or they're extending their run for newsroom dependence or media dependency? And then I'll also chime into Mayaka's question. I have to state this from the outset. When I did that paper on how big tech is targeting to take the 268 trillion news product globally, we must acknowledge that the relationship between tech and media dates back to those early days, 1495, when Johannes and Gutenberg came up with the movable type. Media has always relied on tech to deliver their product. The telegram came, and then we had the World Wide Web. Now we are going to the AI and all these other things. I must say that what we are fighting is not how we break off those partners and the platforms they create. What we are against is them assuming, taking our product by force without paying anything, and actually being the editors that they have planned to be in Silicon Valley, and finally be the people who sell the very news product and determine who gets what. That is the big fight. But the fact that we still need tech and we need these technologies is not in denial. Now, the question is, are they helping us to innovate, or they are making us depend on them more? Either way is true. On one hand, they are changing the internet infrastructure. All of you know about Web 3.0 and the fourth industrial revolution that they are setting in place. They have put that in place, and they are going to change the infrastructure of the internet. So as we know it, the issue of search and clicks and links is dying. We are going to have that curated output from AI. That we can stop them from doing that is almost a lost battle. They will do that, they will change the internet, and therefore the question is, how then do we innovate with them without necessarily looking like we are ceding our ground in terms of gatekeeping, in terms of determining information integrity, in terms of serving the audience? Because again, we don't know if we let this news product go to Silicon Valley and be the people to serve it out, we don't know whom they will serve and whom they will not serve. That they are helping us innovate, is proper, but what I will insist and what we are trying to do at Nation is we go there as partners who know exactly what we hold and what we bring to the table and what we need from them. She was very clear about, can you go and say, this is our strength, this is your strength, how best do we make this collaboration work? That is what we are fighting for. We are not fighting big tech, we are trying to get them to work with us as partners and not necessarily as ceding our ground to them. Mayaka, you are right on the money. The points you make a lot of sense. The question you pose is, how do we innovate in this new space and become relevant and therefore make money? I only have one response to you, that the internet and big tech has colonized the entire globe and they can give you an answer on anything and everything that is national and global is 1 second away. They will give you that answer. The opportunity I see for African media is the local context, the local situation, and the local information spaces. That is where our opportunity is. Yes, Google can give you translations from Chinese, Mandarin, French, and everything, but it will struggle to give you that content in Doluo, in Amharic, and these other local languages, in Yoruba and Zulu. That is where our opportunity lies, that we are going to look at the hyper-local and local story and see how best we do that story and take it to that innovation space that we have talked about, where that innovation also has to assume the local context and local situation and the local information needs of the audiences that we target. But if we continue playing in that global league, where some of our big brothers have already cut deals in the name of FT, NYT, Guardian, they have cut those deals with OpenAI and the rest, we may not have opportunity, because across Africa, how many newsrooms and news products can stand before Google and OpenAI and say, before we give you our information, we need this amount of dollars? They will tell you, you're too tiny. We do not even need you. So there is that push going on at Addis Ababa AU. I hear there is a push to put all of us on a table. We agree on how to do this and approach them. But at the local level and newsroom level, I think local innovation based on local context, local audiences, and local information needs, that is where the opportunity is. And I agree totally about we serve this information in formats, on platforms, and in spaces where our audiences are spending the most of their time. Thanks.
I just want to jump just before Fatma you respond, because we still have some time. We can, just before we get back to the audience, what is the role of academia in this space? Because you have the big boys there, you have the funders there, you have the media houses there, but of course, and also related to the question that was asked by the gentleman around research, but I'm more concerned around the academia. What do you see as the role, especially as we push this collaboration, ensuring that, yes, we take cognizant of the fact that there are these realities, but also that we really need to ensure that media outlets are a going concern in this evolving landscape. Dennis.
Thank you. I'll give a very basic response, and I've seen many of my colleagues here from Moi. Hi. Yeah, I'll give a very basic. At the elementary level will be to do research that will inform practice. We just finished some research about how are Kenyans, how is the media, how is the government talking about AI? And, yeah, in Kenya. I'll concentrate on the media. We found that the media is lamenting. when you Google the word African media, you get lamentations. It's as if tech is a unique ghost trained at Africa, and we're just lamenting. Number two, the discussion around practicing journalism in the era of tech has been fast-tracked to when will you make big money. When the reality is that few people are making money in this space. There's too much ideation and theories and conversations. In fact, there's so many views on what media do this, do that, do that, do that. So there's too much pontification, but little value on what can move the needle for the media. So, from the journalists, is lamenting and beating their employers. But then, our journalists are not innovating their journalism. Outside Daily Maverick, The Continent, and Africa Uncensored, you'll struggle to give African emerging media ecosystems. Big platforms like The Nation and Citizen are continuing with what they know works. So there's no investment, there's no, let's say, talking about investment is the easy thing. But journalists are completely absent in their own funeral or a wedding. We are not owning, like leading the innovation. I listened to conversation this morning, I've listened to them right now, and we have the advantage of being in the academy. You can see things, propose and analyze, yeah. But that total lack of ownership, it is somebody's problem. If we are not making money, it's the government, it's the owner, but not us. But what are we learning from Daily Maverick and The Continent? It may be too early to say they are successful, but they are promising. When journalists own their trade, when good old journalism, platforms, the conversation has moved on to appropriations on platforms, but good old content is still king. When Citizen, The Nation, or whatever, The Star, or Guardian, when a good story is done, it doesn't matter the platform. But there is a big deviation from content to platforms. So we have got a very good, rich ecosystem of scapegoating. And you'll notice that from the conversations, remember the summit that was at Radisson by Baraza. Then this one, we are all being Pentecostal, looking at that ideal future, but not looking back to us and say, as journalists, what are we doing? As researchers, what are we doing for the journalism? Yeah, and also to acknowledge that very few organizations are making money from digital journalism. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Fatma, you can do that. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we may not proceed as earlier planned because of time. Time is really money. So, Fatma, you can just give your take, and then we have each one of you just giving us a parting shot around what we've discussed, and then we can call it a day. Fatma.
Thank you. I worry as a media person that if in Africa we don't move from the stage of what Galava mentioned as lamentation and actually starting to do, we will be left behind and we will be the ones to regret. There's statistics released by the Broadcast Media Africa in 2025, so this is very recent, and it's only 9% of media houses in Africa that use AI extensively. 48% use it limitedly, meaning they're trying and stopping, trying, or they're stuck in the piloting stage. So how many years after we had started conversations about AI, and where are we now? And we're still in the piloting stage. So there's a problem somewhere. For me, I think there's need to, and Jamila started her conversation by mentioning audience has changed. For me, I think a good investment that media outlets would do is listening to their audiences and formulating content as per the audience taste, request, questions, and needs. Personally, I do subscribe to certain media platforms that I am interested in. For example, Africa Uncensored. And every time I see an email from John Alanamu telling me there's a new content, I feel appreciated as a subscriber. That kind of engagement and interaction and, appreciation of an audience really makes me as a media consumer feel appreciated and go back to more content. That builds trust. Trust builds credibility. Credibility builds sustainability. So for me, I think understanding our audience and investing in it, and then stopping from lamenting and actually doing it, and collaborating and partnership would be my takeaway from today's engagements.
I just want to, before the panelists do their parting shot, I have an exception to the statement I made earlier. Madam.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Nadia Nurkamis. Jamila, you've talked about the shift in audience in the newsroom, and you're trying to adapt to the younger generation, So I'm trying to think in terms of specifically the younger generation. Do you think as much as the media wants to adapt and innovate, they are aiding in the crippling of critical thinking among young people? Because the essence of media is to inform. I'll want to go and read a newspaper and get educated. But now you're telling us you're trying to innovate, you see? And you're trying to create content, you're trying to bring in content creators that create 1 minute, 2 seconds content. Will that really educate a young person? Will that really inform a young person? Are we looking are we sitting at a time that the legacy media might really not be there in the next 20 years? I'm worried, by the way. So, and we are really, I'm really concerned even about the children, you see? What are we really bringing forward? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We are not abandoning, I think, our main core business, which is news. And I think it's an attempt to try and bring everyone on board, which is really difficult. As you say, our audiences are changing. Yes, we are doing 1 minute news. Yes, we are trying to appeal to that younger audience, but we are still doing our core business, which is news, which is primetime news at 7/9, which is investing heavily in deploying people, in equipment, in even the software that we use and all that, so that even our news is as should be. And I appreciate whenever research comes out and it shows 70% of audiences are watching you. And I always say we do not take that for granted. And I always say, alhamdulillah, whenever I see the research, the latest one showing 60-something, 70% of people. So it puts a heavier burden to some extent on us as content creators, as newsrooms, so that we are still able to earn that trust and belief in what we see. So it's not abandoning our main core business of news and moving towards now trying to attract the younger audience, but we're trying to do both. And it's a learning curve. It's a learning curve. And as I said, we try to do a lot of research and data and see what works and what doesn't. And what I like about RMS is that we are very quick to try new things. If they don't work, tunawacha, tunajaribu tena. And I think that's what really helped us be able to grow as we have. And as I finish, I think I want to give my parting shot. I agree totally with Fatma about what she says, about collaboration, about trust, about credibility, about sustainability. But I think for me, what is important as a journalist is public interest journalism. Why are we doing what we are doing? Why do we do 12, 13, 14-hour shifts? Why are we always on phone? It doesn't matter if it's at 2 a.m., there's a breaking news. Why? We are called the fourth estate. We are supposed to be the voice of the people. And I keep saying this job is a privilege. It is. So we need to take that, to be at the back, middle, front of our minds whenever we do this job. Why are we doing it? We are trying to chase audiences, yes. We are trying to get money to be able to do better. Yes, we are trying to improve our journalism. We are trying to train the younger generation. But we need to remember that our core duty is to the audience, to the people, to the Wananchi who trust us and believe in us. So I think let's do all we are doing, but let's not forget why journalism is what it is, a privilege and I think a gift. Thank you.
Great. It will be a disservice if I do not debunk something that I've had here, and it's all over. There is, even based on that survey, that the biggest media is social media. It's not in denial. Globally, social media is the big screen. But there is a distinction between media and journalism. I still want to insist that the biggest source of journalism, even the one that is on social media, is actually from the newsrooms and journalists. So this confusion between social media being journalism should not be here. It's the big screen. We go there, influencers, content creators, all forms of media are there. What is not and what you should not be confused with is journalism. Journalism still stays with newsrooms. It still stays with trained journalists, be it freelancers, be it solo operators, one-man show, two-man show. That's still journalism. So let's create that distinction. The big screen is social media. The big screen for journalism still remains.
I guess that's your parting shot, Fatma.
Thank you.
That's a good one. My parting shot would be a year before the US government funding cuts that crippled the sector early last year. Some of us in the media development space started having conversations about collaboration and partnership. And we didn't know that a year or two later, we will be forced to actually do the collaborations and partnerships. So nowadays, when the calls for proposals come out, we actually collaborate. So for example, Internews maybe has a strength in information integrity. Article 19 is a guru in the media regulatory space. Code for Africa is a civic tech organization. So we go for a proposal together, each bringing their own strength, and those proposals actually win. This is what donors are looking for now, not working in silos. So if development partners can do it, why can't media outlets do it?
There you go, Dennis.
Thank you. I'm excited by the crop of journalism I see. I'm very optimistic about the future of journalism, and I see the understanding that the future of media is in the ecosystem, and perhaps now, if the existing media houses or emerging media houses can learn from the West, where it's presumed money is being made, and the lesson is that nobody is making money from journalism alone. People are also trying to make money from the value of their journalism, the brand value. You look at New York Times, Economist, Financial Times, they are now making money from the brand value, which is anchored on their journalism. With many promising journalists on the continent who are versatile, the brand value now can be cashed in to complement hard copy sales and advertisements. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say, just based on the conversation that we've had, I prepared something. It is time to redefine innovation, not just as a Western import, but as a collaborative global endeavor that prioritizes information integrity and African perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, thank you very much. You've been a wonderful panel, and I just want to say that my name is once again Norman Mudibo, normanmudibo.com. Click and let's talk. Over to you, Mwakazi.
Big round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. Let's take that memorable photo. Fantastic. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute to the top of the hour. Please take note of these timings. At 6 p.m. sharp, we'll be having a film at the pavilion. So please make your way to the pavilion. All roads from here lead to the pavilion. That's where you'll get your cup of tea, cup of chai. And of course the exhibition will be there. 6 p.m. we have the film. Tomorrow we meet here at exactly 8 a.m. to kick off the second day. All the best. God bless you. See you then. Asanteni sana. Merci beaucoup.